Alright, I think this is working properly. I hope, because I ran into a few issues when I actually went to start the stream. So, hopefully once people actually start rolling in, I can make sure that everything is set up properly. But in the meantime, I'll give the usual disclaimer that if you are watching this after the fact, if you're watching the recording, it's probably going to take me a good 20 minutes or so to get everything set up. So if you check the timestamps down below, there should be a little timestamp for run starts. If you just want to skip all the introduction stuff. Of course, if you're interested in like my setup, my talent builds, all that fun stuff, then I would actually recommend watching this as it gives a decent amount of important context. But anyways, I got a lot of stuff set up today compared to last time, so it actually shouldn't be too long. So I already got all my talents selected, obviously, because I can do that ahead of time. PvP talents, blah blah blah. One thing that I probably should do, that I actually meant to do beforehand, but kind of ran out of time, is I was going to copy over a weak aura. Because normally I don't need a lot of rotational weak auras. I don't like to rely on them, specifically because it makes testing like this harder. But there is one purely for cache of acquired treasures that I would really like to have. Fritz Clue, welcome back. Yay, hello again. Suggested leveling spec for Monk. So I have a video covering that exact topic coming out probably not tomorrow, but I think Wednesday. Basically, it's a tough call. So at low levels, I would say up to like level 30 to 40, almost always Windwalker. I think Windwalker is always going to be the fastest monk leveling spec, and I could also say never Mistweaver. Generally speaking, healers are not going to be fast levelers at all. There are some niche cases where I'm probably actually going to take a look at Resto Shaman and Holy Priest, because I've been told that compared to other healers, Resto Shaman and Holy Priest are actually decent for leveling as a healer, but Mistweaver definitely not. But at low levels, the main issue with Brewmaster is it doesn't really have great damage without a lot of its passive talents, and a lot of the really good Brewmaster talents don't come online until later. So definitely up to like level 30, Brewmaster is just not good. And the other thing about Brewmaster is at high levels, when you get all your fancy stuff, it's basically unkillable. You just cannot die. But you need to get a lot of the passives, especially self-healing. Like when you get a lot of Gift of the Ox stuff, and you're able to constantly get like Gift of the Ox healing spheres, expel harm, massive celestial brews, Brewmaster will be able to do massive pulls and not die. But at low levels, it can't do that. Whereas Guardian Druid can do that from basically level 10 by just pressing Frenzied Regeneration or whenever it gets that. So definitely early on Windwalker. At level 30, I would say Brewmaster is a little bit better, but Windwalker's probably still going to be your best bet. And for level 60 to 70, I don't know. In fact, that's one of the main things I'm going to be testing right now, because I'm not 100% sure whether or not Brewmaster will be as fast as Windwalker, but Windwalker's always going to be good. The question really is Brewmaster a viable contender at this level for fast leveling? And it's going to be a little bit skewed, because you have to remember that a lot of my 10 to 60 runs, well, all of my 10 to 60 runs are inherently done for the perspective of a brand new character. So I'm going in there with just heirlooms and just whatever I happen to pick up while questing. And the power level of even someone with enchanted heirlooms is going to be much lower than the power level of a character that has like really high level gear for the previous expansion. So if you look at a lot of my testing runs back in Shadowlands, the efficiency that I was able to kill stuff for my Guardian Druid 50 to 60 runs, where I just like hit level 50 on a fresh Guardian Druid, then immediately jumped into Shadowlands and like equipped some basic crafting gear, it took me way longer to kill stuff on that Guardian Druid, even though I had the best possible gear, just because compared to like my Brewmaster or Demon Hunter in full Nyalotha gear coming out of BFA, it doesn't compare. You get so much more power out of like raid quality gear with like proper itemization and stuff like that. So this is going to be a little bit of a tricky run to analyze exactly which spec is better in terms of like raw killing power, because it's going to look like I'm going to make Brewmaster look kind of crazy in this run. I can tell you that right now, because what you're looking at right now is a full best in slot, nearly Brewmaster Monk. Because I have, other than like a few cases like this where I have 298 boots, which not the highest possible item level, but still a good stat lineup. But I have 304 reactive defense matrix, 304 cache of acquired treasures, really good rings. I even have the Legion time walking ring, which has the best distribution outside of a Castle Nathria BOE ring, which I've been meaning to pick up. I will get that by the time launch comes out, if I don't manage to get the other Mechagon ring. But this still has a pretty good allocation. Obviously, double 304 Cruciform Vein Rippers, full 4-piece, even though 4-piece isn't active, but high item level, like, whatchamacallit, I have a 311 chest, 311 pants. One notable thing, which, obviously, by the time that the actual Dragonflight launch rolls around, I will have replaced my belts and my necklace. Technically, Unity's still working, but it's a bug. It's not going to be working in the final version. So if I press Weapons of Order right now... Oh, it's actually not. Okay, they finally fixed that. So the tooltip still shows this is working, but Unity is actually disabled now. That's good to know. Used to be enabled. But Legendaries don't work. So Legendaries will be working during the pre-patch, but they will only work in Shadowlands zones. So you'll have them for like dungeons and raids, all that fun stuff. But for the purposes of Dragonflight leveling, this is basically just a bad item to be equipping, because you want to have a higher item level thing than your 291 Legendary. This is obviously min-maxy stuff for people who have access to Mythic Raid gear. But I haven't actually rolled on any belts in Raid this entire tier, honestly this entire expansion, because I've always used Storm Stout's Last Keg on my belt slot. But obviously, it's less item level than a 304 belt, so this is something I would be replacing, but for the purposes of this test run, I haven't done that yet, but it's very minor. But yeah, this is going to be fairly fast. Alright, let me catch up with chat. Harbio, guys, don't ask him questions or he won't keep up with chat. Yeah, I'll do my best, but thank you for being here. Hello, Bummeter. Good to see you. The first few level mobs will die pretty much instantly. Yeah, like a single keg smash will just delete them. Where do you get high item level? You're like 220. I have a few guides on my channel. I think if you look for how to gear in Shadowlands Season 4, that's probably the most recent guide that will help you out. A lot of it really does boil down to do dungeons and raids. Like, you can get up to 252 gear fairly easily through Zareth Mortis if you don't really want to do dungeons and raids. That's like about as high as you can get in open world content. But even LFR right now, like if I look at Faded LFR, let's see here. So raids, Shadowlands, and Sepulchre are the first ones. Raid Finder. It is... Oh, it's not updated for Faded raids. Okay, well, never mind. But the actual Faded raid item level right now is somewhere in like 272, 268, something like that. So it's pretty decent, and then dungeons are 262, so they're pretty good. And that's just Mythic 0 dungeons. If you actually want to start doing Mythic Plus, which I would recommend, it's not too hard to get into. I always get people, not always, but I sometimes get people getting upset when I say dungeons aren't too hard to get into. But honestly, I think if you, like, do a little bit of practice with your spec, like, look up guides for it, just put yourself out there, try to practice doing dungeons. It's really not that hard to get into, like, plus 10s, plus 15s eventually. Now, when I say that, I mean it's not too hard to clear them once you have a group. A lot of people will, rightfully so, point out the fact that it can be very difficult to get invited to a group at lower item levels. And what I'll say to that is, A, form your own groups. And I know that's not the best advice because a lot of people don't want to do that. And it is a bit of a scary prospect for a lot of people, but it does really help. And otherwise, just join a guild. That is the biggest piece of advice I could give. If you want to get caught up in the game, find a guild at your level, find a casual guild that's like really helpful to new players, willing to teach you how to improve at the game, and I mean, that's the best thing you can do. That's how I got into this game. That's how like 99% of people got into endgame stuff. They found a really helpful and supportive guild that, you know, basically taught them the stuff they needed to do better in raiding and whatnot, and eventually they were able to do a lot of the stuff on their own. So obviously you still need a group for raids, but I mean, you'll be able to be more confident forming your own groups and stuff like that. The anxiety will go down, and yeah, that's really all there is to it. Obviously your mileage may vary, right? Like if you're just doing normal raids, you're only going to get 278, which is still perfectly fine. I think 278 is like more than good enough to steamroll at least the first like half of the Dragonflight leveling. But Obviously, if you really want to get the best gear, that's mythic rating. That's a little bit trickier to get into, but at this point, I would say it might be a little bit difficult to get into a mythic rating guild within the last month of Dragonflight, especially if that's something you haven't done before. But at the very least, you might be able to start pugging heroic if you really set your mind to it right now. Anyways, let's see. If you don't want to do raid/M+, wait for pre-patch. Yeah, the pre-patch gear isn't that great, though, unless they buff it. If they do buff it, then that would definitely be good. Am I testing main leveling or alt leveling? At the moment, I'm testing main leveling. So this is going to be a first-time run-through of the campaign. This is like simulating... Not my first time, right? I've done this like once or twice, so I know the quest, but basically I'm simulating what it'll be like on day 1 of Dragonflight. So day 1, you step into the expansion, you have to do the campaign the entire way through to unlock your world quests and your endgame dungeons, all that fun stuff. That is what this run will be. It's simulating that. So there is, from what I've heard, a Threads of Fate-esque system, but it is not something that I've looked into super heavily. I will, though, of course, eventually. But right now, I want to focus more on the first-time playthrough experience. And I'll be completely honest, I might not get around to like an alt Threads of Fate route type of thing until after Dragonflight. Because I have so much stuff to cover, and I figure this is going to be the thing that most people will find important. The day 1 leveling thing that every single person will have to do on their main. And a lot of people probably won't even worry about leveling alts until maybe like a week into the expansion. I'm going to be doing that day 1, so I will probably put at least a little bit of time in. What I can probably tell you is, if anything, I will maybe make a written guide for it first. So I will do a full video and written guide for day 1 leveling. And then I will do a written guide purely for Threads of Fate leveling. And then when I have more time after Dragonflight's launch, I will take all that, polish it up, make it into a full video guide, and then put that out. But right now, my schedule is very packed for like the next 40 days, basically. Okay, let me scroll up a little bit. Any item level we should get into before Dragonflight, or does it even matter? I mean, basically, as far as that goes, any item level you can get now will make your Dragonflight experience easier, but for the most part, it is going to be replaced. So it depends. Like, if all you care about is, like, you don't really care about having a fast leveling experience, you just want to jump in there, casually do, like, questing and watch the cutscenes and stuff like that, well, you're probably not going to be speed leveling anyway, so at that point, I would say, man, maybe just save your time and get the questing gear as you go. And that will be just fine for, like, your purposes, right? But if you do really want to speed level and you do want to try to go as fast as possible, personally, that's something I enjoy, then any bit of gear you can get right now will help. So I can't even really name a number. Obviously, you know, the cap right now would be where I'm at, like 300 item level. But realistically, it's like, if you want to go fast, yes, item level will help. It'll depend, right? Like, technically, in the Waking Shores, if you have 278, you're probably going to be one-shotting stuff pretty fast, regardless. So, you know, that won't really be a difference between, like, 278 and 304. But then once you start to get to, like, Azure Span, my gear will probably still allow me to delete packs, but 278 gear might start to fall off a bit. But realistically, just get as much as you can if that's something you're interested in. Sup from Brazil, like your guides. Thank you, Shadow Knight. Glad to have you here. I was wondering if Old Raid requires level 50 to enter, what's going to be after Dragonflight release? Sorry, Harbio, I don't understand that question. You're mostly doing Classic, but you decided to tank in Retail because you got a 60 Warrior that you left off in Zereth Mortis. Yeah, well, I mean, Retail tanking is what I love the most, so I absolutely encourage you to try that more. 8 minutes late, damn. I mean, mostly I've just been answering questions so far. We haven't done anything serious. Once I get through the initial rush of questions, then I will basically do the last few setup things I need to do, and then we'll start the run. It won't be 40 minutes like last time. Hopefully. Let's see. From my experience, those casual guilds have no idea how to play serious content like plus 15 or even plus 10. Oh, thank you, Hukatala, who just gave me Mark of the Wild in-game. Thank you for the best wishes. But yeah, it really depends. There's like a wide spectrum of casual guilds, right? There are casual guilds who, I've said this before, but I was in a guild back in WoD, and they were doing LFR progression, which admittedly, that is the only guild I have ever been in that was doing LFR prog. That blew my mind, but apparently that is a thing. But that's the bottom end of the spectrum. But I would say at the top end of casual guilds, a lot of casual guilds are like ones that can comfortably clear 15s, reliably clear normal, and maybe like get, you know, a bit further into heroic prog every single tier. And then some people, if you ask like the top end of raiders most of the time, a lot of them will say, you know, if you're not actually seriously progressing Mythic, then you're a casual, right? So I think the term casual really depends on the person who's actually using it. But yeah, as long as the guild is able to reliably clear normal at the very least, and if they're putting together groups for Mythic Plus, that's a nice bonus, especially if you're not comfortable pugging. I'd say that's like the bare minimum that I would say really helps to get into World of Warcraft raiding. What's worked for me is I found a guild in Warcraft logs that did normal heroic, then through raiding I grouped up with someone we became friends, been doing M+ ever since 9.0. Awesome. Yeah, that's definitely a good thing to do. Dragonflight leveling is tuned for 180 to 190 item level, so you don't have to be 290 to 300. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're still going to be able to quest through Dragonflight with basically any item level that isn't like 100. So as long as you completed the Shadowlands stuff, got a basic amount of gear, and did the introduction quests and got the catch-up stuff, you're going to be fine, right? It'll be slow, don't get me wrong. You're not going to be blazing through it as fast as everybody else, but you will be able to clear the content. But a lot of people don't like to have to sit there and chip away at mobs for like the first 3 levels. They like to just zoom past the start and then get the better gear as they hit like level 65 or something. And that's, I think, the main thing where pre-patch catch-up gear should really help you with that. And at the moment, it doesn't really. Let's see. Hey, Haraldin, good evening. Good evening, owner. Good to see you. Okay, I'm definitely falling a little bit behind, so I'm just going to skip a little bit. So sorry if I missed anything. With 8K Anima, you get a full set of 226 item level gear. Yep, that's definitely good as like a baseline catch-up. Legendaries aren't worth it for leveling? No, legendaries are disabled. So definitely no reason to grind out Torghast. My UI is... Hello? UI? What's happening here? There we go. Could not hover over anything. Yeah, so as you can see here, if I'm not in Shadowlands, legendaries are disabled. So if you want to do pre-patch stuff, maybe still get a legendary. They're pretty cheap right now. But if all you care about is Dragonflight leveling, at this point, there is no reason to get legendaries. Thoughts on Enhancement Shaman? I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't play Shaman at all. I know a little bit about Ellie. I've heard good things about Ellie just because I have some friends who play it. I'm woefully uninformed about Dragonflight Enhancement Shaman, so I wouldn't even really want to comment. All I know is that they still have Wind Fury Totem, and Wind Fury Totem is very good. So from a utility perspective, I can say that Enhancement Shaman is probably still going to be pretty strong just because nothing is really as good as Wind Fury Totem in that category. It's kind of like its own little niche. So that's already just a major plus for enhancement. But as for, you know, how good it is damage-wise, how good it is for leveling, how fun it is to play, I have literally no idea. I don't even have thoughts from other people because I just haven't really talked to any enhancement shamans. So apologies on that. LFR is harder than heroic. Yeah, in many cases, LFR can be a bit of a pain. Especially Jailer LFR is something else. I tried that once just for fun. And you just have people walking into holes. It's just a complete fucking nightmare. My guild is what we call mid-core. We only raid 4 hours a week, clear heroic fast, and then work a bit on mythic depending on the numbers. Yeah, I think that's where a lot of guilds fall. That's definitely like a very solid progression to be doing. Enhance is one of the top 3 M+ specs at the moment. For Dragonflight or for Shadowlands? Because yeah, obviously in Shadowlands, Enhance is good, right? I can say that. But I don't know for Dragonflight, which I assume was what the question was asking. What's my opinion on the talent changes coming to Dragonflight? I think they're amazing. And I can only speak for the classes that I play, right? So I love the Brewmaster changes. Even Windwalker yesterday, for the run I did 10 to 60, Windwalker felt just an absolute joy to play. It was so clean. I just absolutely loved every second of it. So really like a lot of the changes. Prot Warrior 2, really enjoyed that. I think Protection Paladin is another one I played around with a lot. That feels amazing. So the only talent tree for a spec that I played a lot that I'm not super happy with is Vengeance Demon Hunter. But I think that's more of just I have I have like a fundamental disconnect with the Blizzard designers on how Vengeance Demon Hunter should play. I prefer the older Vengeance Demon Hunter from Legion and BFA, and ever since the Shadowlands rework, Vengeance has just been going in a direction that I cannot stand and I really dislike, and they've been heavily pushing it even further in that direction with the new talent tree. So there's some stuff on the Demon Hunter tree that I'm like fine with, but overall it's just I dislike it from a I don't like this design perspective, but it's nothing to do with the actual talent tree itself. But for a lot of the specs that I do really enjoy, I think the talent trees are fantastic. They've done a great job with that. And overall, I think this is just a much better way of like offering player customization than the old system. And I think it's going to be much easier for them to iterate on this in the future. So definitely, I'm a big fan of the new talent trees. Blizzard made a lot of starter gear for Evokers, like 180-ish, and it hurt a lot. Yeah, you sent anime gear from Zerath Mortis. That's what I've heard. A lot of my friends who have tried playing Evoker really said that the early leveling felt kind of rough until they got better questing gear. So I think that's going to be very important for Evokers, getting them geared up early on. Survival Hunter is great. Well, Survival Hunter is great right now. I've heard mixed things about Survival and Dragonflight. Obviously, every single hunter I know is playing Beast Mastery at the moment on the Dragonflight Beta, because Beast Mastery Hunter is kind of cracked. But yeah, Survival Hunter in Shadowlands right now is definitely very, very good. Enhance Feral Windwalker looking to be top 3 M+ specs at the moment from what I've seen. Yeah, Windwalker looks insane. That is one that I can definitely speak on. Windwalker is looking fucking crazy for Dragonflight. It's been in a bit of like a hit or miss position for a couple expansions now, where it's really insane for like 1 to 2 tiers. Like for Castle Nathria, obviously Windwalker was really good, and then for like Soul Render Dormazane specific fights later on, it was really, really, really powerful, and then it just kind of fell off. And it's been in that pattern for a while, but Dragonflight, the changes overall for Windwalker seem fantastic. Definitely happy to see that finally happening. How should you make money now? I am not the person to ask. This will never be like a gold making channel. I don't really know all the best ways to make gold in WoW. And the reality is, I think, I touched upon this before, but there's kind of like a paradox with making like YouTube WoW gold making guides, because the reality is, if I were to make a gold making guide and basically talk about some of the stuff that I do, which in the reality these days, I don't really farm golds. A lot of times I will just like sell a carry, which if somebody asks, how do you make gold? And I say sell carries, it's like, it's not really a sufficient answer for most people because it's not really applicable. But as far as like general gold making tips like professions, etc., that's another one, I guess, professions. But if I were to give like some super secret trick, well, now it's out in the open and everybody knows about it. And the reality is, the way you make gold in WoW is by finding like a niche that a lot of people need, but isn't really heavily represented. Like obviously supply and demand, it's the classic thing. And then you just make money off that. But then if everybody knows about it and everybody knows, oh, hey, this is good for making gold, suddenly everybody jumps to that bandwagon and the price gets run into the ground. So it's kind of this paradox of like, whenever you see something on YouTube that says, make millions of gold in only 1 week, you're not going to make millions of gold. The person who made the video might have, but by the time they've posted it, it's now cat's out of the bag. You can't and actually make money with that method anymore. So I just dislike content like that just on principle. And it's never going to be something that I'm going to cover. But when I cover professions for Dragonflight, I'm going to be talking about basically all the really valuable stuff that every single high-end raider is going to need to get their hands on. So I guess if you want to look at those guides and say, hey, he's saying that like Dark Moon trinkets are going to be really, really broken, I guess maybe I should invest in getting my inscription up so I can craft Dark Moon trinkets and sell them in the auction house, which... I mean, that's not a random example. That is probably going to be true. Right now, Dark Moon Deck Inferno is kind of crazy. So maybe something to consider. But yeah, it's going to be one of those things where I will never outright say, this is a good way to make money. But if I say this thing's super valuable for raiders and they're going to, basically everyone's going to need to buy one, I guess it's something you can consider investing in. But that's pretty much the most I'm willing to say on that. You haven't really touched the game during Shadowlands, but the talent tree is something you're excited to try out. Absolutely, yeah. Has the campaign XP been adjusted to cap 70 with it yet? I believe it has, yes. You still need to do a few side quests from what I've been told, but for the most part, you will be able to hit 70 by doing that. How's Vengeance looking? I think I answered that question. And I should say, Vengeance Demon Hunter is looking fine from a tuning perspective. I think it's actually quite good at the moment. I just dislike the playstyle of it. So my issues with Vengeance more lie in the playstyle and like the talents that it's forced to take and overall the clunkiness of the rotation, not so the power level of it. But everybody I know has said that Vengeance feels pretty good to play. By the way, peeps, don't decide solely on numbers. Absolutely. Tuning isn't finalized. Pick a class you enjoy. Which is why most of the time I'm going to focus more on like utility or basically how something feels to play, because that's important. Like, they're not just going to take away Wind Fury Totem from enhancement, so that is a valuable thing to consider when talking about, you know, whether enhancement is good. Same thing with like class buffs. Obviously, Monk is never going to lose its Mystic Touch. So when you say, oh, Monk is valuable for raids because of its Mystic Touch, well, that is something that isn't affected by tuning, per se. But in terms of saying X-Spec does a lot of damage, yeah, that's not relevant at this stage. At the start, the XP do both mining and herb and sell the mats. One thing I will say, I would actually not necessarily recommend going super hard on mining and herbalism early on. One of the main issues with mining and herbalism in Dragonflight specifically, because you now have quality ranks, there's 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star materials. So, obviously, yeah, if you farm a ton of, like, ore or herbs in Shadowlands, where it's just the same type of ore that's used in high-level recipes, yeah, you're going to make the same money off that now as you would at endgame. The problem in Dragonflight is because high-level recipes have, like, a required quality ranking that they need to hit to get, like, the best item level or something like that, you basically need to only use the highest quality materials for your high-end crafts. So I guarantee you, I would literally put money on this. The price of like 3-star materials is going to be something like triple or more the price of a 2-star material. And 1-star material, 1-star materials are going to be effectively worthless, because absolutely nobody is going to want to spend money on something which doesn't give them a chance at the best type of gear. So that is something very important to keep in mind. You're going to make way less money by just spamming mining and herbalism early on. So I would recommend, if you want to really make money through gathering, just rush to max level as quickly as possible, then get the stuff. And there's a little bit of a tricky situation there where I would say you also want to have crafters, because there's now also gathering gear. Like, you need a high quality mining pick, a high quality mining helmet, something like that. So you'll probably want to get like blacksmithing on an alt, and then you'll want to funnel your materials from your from your early mining into your blacksmithing alt, craft yourself some mining tools that are at least a medium quality, mail those back over to your main that now has like all the dragon riding stuff, all the big mining gear, and like the high mining skill, and then you can start to really pump out like 2 to 3-star quality ores and herbs and stuff like that, and that's where you'll begin to make the real money. So, little bit of a difference there when it comes to mining and herbalism. You're going BM Hunter, awesome, definitely a good choice. You hit 67 with the MSQ, gotcha. 970k XP from side quests. Here's a simple gold making tip that will work 100% for a moment. Make a Drakthir, farm herbs, and sell them to the goblin alchemists when the raid comes out. Yeah, but once again, only if you're actually doing it efficiently. And of course, no matter what, you want to get dragon riding first, because your mobility is going to be way worse if you don't have dragon riding, even the basic one. How long does leveling take? Depends. I would say for casual players, it's probably going to be around 6 to 8 hours, just like Shadowlands. For fast times, at the moment, we're looking somewhere in like the 3.5 to 5 hour range, give or take. So it's a little bit faster than Shadowlands if you're optimizing it. But overall, generally speaking, the first run-throughs take about the same amount of time. I'm going to try to go quickly here so we can start relatively soon. 1-star materials will sell really well in the beginning. Yeah, that's fair. Early on, they'll probably still sell decently, but absolutely being one of the first people to get those 3-star quality materials is going to be very important. I can guarantee you that. He's testing Dragonflight but hangs out in old content. My guy, it's Orgrimmar. It literally starts here. I'm answering questions, right? But Dragonflight quests literally begin in Orgrimmar. It's the main city. How is this old content? It's just fucking brain dead takes sometimes. Probably gonna make my main a blacksmith and alchemist and then make the new class a gatherer. What about starting as a demon hunter in Dragonflight? Up to you. I mean, play whatever you want. Is there an add-on like Azeroth Autopilot for leveling again? Not at the moment, no. Any add-on that has like the arrow that points you where to go doesn't have the whatchamacallit, doesn't have like the updated routes that are actually fast. Yeah, Azeroth Autopilot, as far as I know, is no longer being updated. Favorite zone in Dragonflight so far? Actually, it's a tough call between Azure Span and Onaran Plains. They're both very good zones. Definitely between those two. I really love the aesthetic of both of them. And, okay, last thing, is dual crafting worth it? Dual crafting is worth it only if you have a gathering alt. So, I mean, if you want to make the most money in Dragonflight, you want to have literally every single profession. You absolutely... One of the problems with the new system is it encourages cartel-like behavior even more than before. So, in order to really be efficient with your money making, you need multiple alts and you need literally every single profession. And then here's the even bigger issue. If you want to make the most money, you're going to need multiple alts of a single profession. You're going to need like 2 blacksmiths so that one blacksmith can specialize in like armor crafting and another blacksmith can specialize in weapon crafting. As the expansion goes on, one blacksmith will be able to unlock all those specializations, but early on, you're going to have access to a limited number of points, so you won't actually be able to get all that, and you'll need multiple alts to do that. So, if you really want to min-max it, definitely get all of them, but yeah, I would say dual crafting is the bare minimum in many cases that you'll want to do. But obviously, having access to gathering is going to be important. Now, in my case, I'll just quickly touch upon what I'm going to be doing. 10 to 60 fastest route is still in Silverpine. Yep, my written guide, which is in the video, or, well, stream description below, is still absolutely going to be the fastest way to level. Everything in there is fully updated, and when the Dragonflight pre-patch hits, I will update it for that as well. Hello, Katsuna, good to see you. Gathering will help for cheaper mats, yeah. Personally, what I'll be doing is I have a lot of people in my guild who are only going to be pure gatherers. So they're going to be either like skinning mining or mining herbalism, some combination of the two. So they'll just be going around gathering all this other stuff while they level up and while they do world quests. And they're not going to worry about crafting. Then they're going to send me and other people to mats, and I'm going to focus purely on crafting professions, and I'm going to make sure that every single person in the guild has access to like all the raid quality gear, whatever, when Vault of the Incarnates comes out. So that definitely, if you have access to like friends who are willing to just do gathering in their spare time, it helps. But obviously that is something not everybody will be able to do. What's up with engineering in this new expansion? Engineering is back to being broken as fuck. Engineering is very, very insane because of the flamethrower. If you want to see how broken engineering is, go check out my dungeon runs that I've been posting. So just yesterday, I uploaded a Halls of Valor plus 15 run, and I've been uploading consistent dungeon testing videos over the past week. If you want to see how broken engineering is, in literally every single one of them, there is at least one trash pull where I round up a ton of mobs, use my flamethrower, and just delete everything in seconds. It's absolutely wild. What about Havoc in 10.0? Havoc seems fine. I don't know too much about it. I haven't played it personally, but based on talking to the Havoc Demon Hunters in my guild, it seems like there's a lot of really broken interactions, and Havoc's probably going to be solid. So, yeah, nothing bad to say about it. I don't know anything, I don't know like any really good details, so I can't give you like a really detailed breakdown of, oh, this is exactly how Havoc will fall in the meta, but I've played with Demon Hunters from my guild on the beta. They've performed just fine. They've been talking about how it feels to play. They seem to enjoy it way more than Shadowlands, so overall, I'd say thumbs up, I guess. Hello, WoW, very cool, good to see you. Hello, Vicious Piggy. Here's a question, 1 second. Here's a question from someone with a cartel/army of alts. What's the easy, casual, repair money-making method for Dragonflight, like callings for Shadowlands? Once again, I can't tell you. That is not my wheelhouse. I am not a money-making person. I can give you tips on professions, because professions is something I have looked at purely from like an endgame rating preparation perspective, but I am not a money-making focused person. Don't make content on that. Don't focus on that in my own personal gameplay. I'm sorry, I do not know the answer. Sorry about that. Mega Ultra Hero, hello. Welcome to the stream. Do the racial profession bonuses even do something anymore in Dragonflight? They do, actually, but they have been severely nerfed. If I look at it. So I think, doesn't Blood Elf have like enchanting? Yeah, enchanting skill increased by 5. I'm pretty sure specifically for Dragonflight enchanting, this is only like +2. So technically speaking, it still is a bonus, but it's one of those things where it's so minuscule that it basically doesn't matter. So it's probably not going to be worth picking your races based on the professions. But I mean, I guess it is a bonus, right? So if all you care about is making an alt for professions, then they do have an application, but it's like super nerfed. Can you still craft goggles? Yes. Goggles are going to be how you're going to access the flamethrower with the Tinkers. Okay, I've answered a lot of questions. Last thing I'm going to do before I get set up, and I still need to clear my bags. I'll do that real quick before. But I'm actually going to hop over to retail real quick. So I'll swap over when I load up retail. The screen's going to go black for a second. That is not an issue with the stream. That is just OBS swapping between beta World of Warcraft and retail World of Warcraft. Takes a few seconds. Okay, wow.exe, and should pop up any second now. There we go. Logging in. And it's taken quite a while. There we go. So I'm just going to copy over 1 weak aura, because I need that to track the current buff on my trinket. Because otherwise, it's really hard to optimally use cash required treasures if I don't have this weak aura active. Let's see. So weak aura. Where is it? Cache of acquired treasures. How do I copy this? I've actually never copied a weak aura over before, so I'm not entirely sure. I know how to create a chat link, but do I just like get this link and then download it from there? If anybody knows anything about weak auras, I would actually really appreciate the help, because I was hoping there would just be a button that says like copy weak aura import string or something. Right click, export. Okay, export. Ah, thank you. Beautiful. So I do that, and then hopefully, if I hop back over to the beta, that will work. It should. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm not an expert with weak auras. I don't mess around with them a lot. Swapping back over to the beta now, so the screen's going to go black again. Just keep in mind, once again, not an issue with the stream. Just OBS loading, swapping to WoW beta, and there we go. Cool. Good afternoon, probably morning where I am. It is actually technically the afternoon. I've been starting my streams right around noon for my time, so right now it is 12:53 p.m. So that's not too late. It's like basically just after the morning. Okay. You got the drakes from the start? I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, is it easy to get flying? Yes. I see. You're responding to that. Yeah, you get dragon riding. So it's not full-on flying, so I won't be able to use my old flying mounts. But around level 61, you get access to the new dragon riding system, which is basically like a new type of flying. So kind of. Yeah, it is pretty easy. You get it as part of the quest line. So weak auras. My weak auras aren't working? Or maybe they're still loading? Weak auras, no. Well, it looks like my weak auras just aren't working properly. So if I go to add-ons, no. Yeah, I know how to access weak auras, trust me. I type /WA, that is doing nothing. You can't see it because my chat's obstructed. I don't know if there's like a little... I can try to click this. Yeah. Clicking this button does nothing. Left click, right click. Nope. So something's broken, and unfortunately I just updated my weak auras literally last night. So I have like, Yeah, it just gave me like a little error message in my chat window. Oh well. I guess I'll just have to track it manually. It's a little bit annoying because I'll have to glance up at my buffs to see acquired acts. Go to shift click, it says it's paused. I'll look again, but shift click. Nope. No, it's just not working. Yeah. Because I can do shift click, and then look, it says shift click to pause add-on execution, and I'm not touching anything, and then if I stop hovering over it, okay, well, it's showing nothing, but then if I click again, nothing happens. So if I try to just left click it normally, it just bugs out. Yeah, I think weak auras are just broken. Unfortunate. You need to downgrade if you need it. It's not the end of the world. I don't need it so badly that I'm going to like worry about downloading or downgrading my add-ons, etc. Anyways. So I'm going to talk to this guy, and I can just clear out some of the stuff, because I have a lot of useless junk on this character. In fact, I'm probably just going to vendor this stuff, because I'm not actually going to use it while leveling. Obviously, don't vendor your old gear. You never know when you're going to need it. Normally, I'm like a complete hoarder when it comes to this, but I'm not going to use any of this stuff while leveling, and this is on the beta, so I can just copy over my monk if I need this stuff again. Hello, Nick Hunt. Larry sucks. I'm assuming that I know you from somewhere, but I do not recognize the name. Apologies. How hard would I rate Brewmaster Monk to play versus other tank specs? It depends. Generally speaking, I would say Brewmaster Monk has like a medium skill floor, but a very high skill ceiling. So if you want to get into Brewmaster, you can do like, I would say 90% of Brewmaster Monk with only a little bit of practice and a decent bit of understanding. Sticks! Oh, good to see you, Sticks. But yeah, you can do most of Brewmaster with just like a little bit of practice and a bit of understanding of like how stagger works, how all the abilities interact, all that stuff. But there are a lot of like little tricks when it comes to Brewmaster that can take a while to understand. But that's the kind of stuff where it's not necessary to really understand all that to like, hell, even rate at a mythic level. Like, honestly, you can clear an entire mythic tier probably not knowing a lot of the little tips and tricks about Brewmaster, but it helps, right? That's the kind of thing that like can really boost your performance if you figure it out. So overall, I wouldn't say it's the hardest thing in the world, but definitely has a lot to learn, which is what I like about it, because Brewmaster is a really nice tank class to like introduce people into if they're like, they've dipped their toes into it, but they want to get better. Show them Brewmaster. It's not too hard to pick up, but then they have so much new stuff that they can learn once they really decide to dive into it. This isn't Vengeance Demon Hunter. Sticks, I've given up on Vengeance DH. I talked about that earlier already, but I mean, I've talked to you plenty about Vengeance Demon Hunter. It's a lost cause at this point. I don't believe in them. I don't think they're actually going to make them good. Or make them fun to play, specifically, is the big thing there. Bags are Lua traps at the moment. There's like a string you can run that fixes the bag issue. Because I got mine working, and it was because somebody gave me a string in chat the other day, which happened to fix it. I don't know if anybody still has that string. Of course, I don't remember what it was. But if somebody wants to post that so anybody else struggling with the same issue can fix it, then that would be pretty cool. Haven't we all? Yeah. All right. Thanks for dropping by, Sticks. Good to see you. Slash run equipped last 500. Right. Yeah, that's what it was. So anybody struggling with the Lua issue with bags on beta, type that string in your chat box and that fixes it. Haraldin sounds like... Am I the only one thinking that Haraldin sounds like Hiccup from How to Train Your Dragon? That's a new one. I've never heard that. I've been told that I sound like a high school math teacher, but that was the funniest thing that I've been compared to in the recent years. But Hiccup from How to Train Your Dragon is a new one. I've not been told that. Just want to say see you later, probably in the run. Yeah, good to see you, and hopefully if you're able to tune in later on, that would be great too. You only do 6 side quests in the first zone for 40k XP. Yeah, I did like a few early test runs just to see, and there are a few very easy side quests that I noticed you can do. Especially like, while RP is going on, that seems to help a lot. When you get to Anaran Plains, that's when you can do the most side quests. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Still utilizing Falling Flame at the start. I am not going to be doing that for this run. So that is something that I haven't really worked on farming yet. I am aware of that Falling Flame tech, but it isn't something that I have prepped yet. And it's also like, for the purposes of this, I'm more concerned about the XP values. So, of course, as we get closer to Dragonflight, I'm going to try to do like really fast runs with all the fancy tricks and whatnot. But for something that I'm streaming where my primary focus is just testing XP breakpoints and obviously interacting with chat, I'm not going to be worrying about doing all the fancy tricks for right now. Still going to be going fast, don't get me wrong, but stuff like the Falling Flame tech will not be showcased here, but I will do it eventually. You can get 60% of the required XP to hit 70. Interesting, yeah. I did, the first run I did basically every single side quest, and I remember Anaran Plains had a bunch of really good ones, but it's been a while, so I forget exactly. And Azure Span, there were a lot of ones in Azure Span where I literally completed the side quest while doing the main story quest, or it was like a 1-minute detour. So I think that's going to be the biggest thing, right? Because there's a lot of things to factor in. You know, how much of a detour is it from the campaign? So a lot of stuff may give really good XP, but might take a bit of a detour away from the campaign. So it will be faster if you're just trying to hit 70, but might be a little bit slower if your actual goal is to hit 70 alongside campaign completion, which is primarily what I'm going for with this. Azur's the second best, gotcha. Yeah, Thaldraszus is the one where I remember just being like, this is garbage. Why would you ever do side quests here? Unless they've changed that. Is this speed level 60 to 70 or just testing 60 to 70? It is speed leveling 60 to 70. Testing speed leveling 60 to 70, right? So, obviously, there's a difference between, in my opinion, speed leveling and a speed run. I will be doing speed runs later where chat interaction is minimal and literally my only focus is going as fast as possible and just pulling off all the tricks and stuff like that. The purpose of this is to test optimized leveling, which is what I would consider as speed leveling. So, obviously, if I was more focused, I could do this faster, but the point is just, how do you be the most efficient while questing in Dragonflight? That kind of thing. So that's the goal here. That's why it's a testing run, not a speed run. Testing leveling efficiency is probably a good way to put it. So I will be going fast, but I'm not going to be going like super duper ultra fast, just fast. All right. Oh, shit, right. Oh no, my live split's not working. Okay. I'll let it run for like another second or two after I start it. I need to close my live split and reopen it. Bugged out. I've had this happen sometimes. All right. And is it working now? Get this over here. And then I need to resize it a bit. And to check my OBS overlay to make sure it's working properly. That seems good. I'll bump it out a little bit to the side. And okay. It fits. Now, hopefully, this time when I go to start it, it doesn't crash. Live split's kind of weird like that. Alright, so, gonna start the timer. I'm gonna let it run for like 2 seconds and then I'll go. Just to account for like the fact that my timer didn't exactly start when I wanted it to. Alright, so now we can begin the run. So, one of the main things that I have yet to super highly optimize is this quest. Now, what I'm gonna do before Dragonflight launches, and this is all stuff that will be included in the final guide, is I'm going to basically test doing all of these 4 objectives in a different order and finding out like literally the fastest way down to the second to complete these 4 objectives. And then, of course, after you do these 4 objectives, you need to make it to the airship. So there's a lot of like little optimization that you can do there, and this is massively important. Even though it seems like such an easy quest, right? All you're doing is just running around talking to people. But because this is the very first quest, and right afterwards you need to hop on a Zeppelin, this is going to be a massive bottleneck. So doing this quest as fast as possible is going to be huge. I talked about this before at the start of Shadowlands, but when I was doing the Maw, if you recall, day one of Shadowlands, I was ahead by like 15 seconds coming out of the mod. Because I basically found a lot of really cool tech with the Helm of Domination quest, where you're like grabbing those shards and dragging them around, that kind of thing. So by optimizing that quest really efficiently and using like the lounge cushions to jump while holding the shard, and then doing like goblin gliders and fell rush queuing right before I interacted with the shard, stuff like that, it saved just enough time that I got into the maw 15 seconds ahead of everybody. I killed the first few like respawn timed quest mobs before anybody else got to them, and as a result I was out of the maw while everybody else was still stuck halfway through it. So literal seconds can be make or break when it comes to day one leveling. So optimizing this is going to be very important, especially because of this thing. So it's entirely possible that on launch day what happens is this Zeppelin is basically at its longest time. So you can see here it's roughly 5 minutes to get from it's roughly 5 minutes from the time that it leaves to the time when it re-arrives back at the dock. So if I start the run and I get here and I am literally the first one on the Zeppelin dock, but this timer reads 4 minutes, well, I'm shit out of luck. I did my best, but it was literally impossible to make the first Zeppelin cycle, and as a result, a lot of other people can catch up with me. But let's say that if you are extremely efficient and you make it here just as the Zeppelin is about to leave, like actually about an hour before starting this stream, I did a test run of like the first 30 minutes of the run, just to like jog my memory on those first few quests, just to see. And I literally made it here, talked to Khadgar, and turned it in as the Zeppelin was like flying away. So what I ended up doing is I like mounted up, flew straight ahead in this direction, literally collided with the Zeppelin and dismounted as it was hitting the teleportation zone, and immediately got sent to the Dragon Isles. And I barely made that. So honestly, you probably don't want to leave it to chance like that, because on launch day, if it's lagging, you're going to be fucked if that happens. Good chance you just don't get teleported. But I literally scraped in right before the teleport. And in terms of efficiency, you cannot top that. That gives me an entire 5-minute lead on everybody else. And 5 minutes, day one, at the very beginning, is huge. So, as I just saw in chat, Bummeter said, Zeppelin timer is going to be so RNG, you're screwed if you get a late Zeppelin. Yeah, you'll be absolutely fucked if you miss the first Zeppelin cycle by a few seconds and you get stuck with the rest of the crowd. But on the flip side, imagine if you get that perfect Zeppelin and you get in there at the exact correct moment. It's going to be smooth sailing for basically your entire leveling experience. As long as you know the route and you're leveling optimally, getting a full 5 minutes at the start puts you so far in the lead, it's not even funny. So every single second that you save while doing those quests that I just did, massive. What's the benefits of being 5 minutes earlier? It's escaping the bottleneck. Because think about it this way. When you have 100 people doing one quest, suddenly mobs are dying before you get a chance to tag it. The zone is lagging like crazy, right? So the difference between leveling with 0 lag and leveling with thousands of players in your phase worth of lag, absolutely game-changing. So if you get a full 5 minutes of lagless questing with 0 competition for mob tags, and then every other person arrives at the exact same time, well, I'm saying, yeah, hundreds within your phase, right? Because obviously this is going to be sharded to hell. So you're going to be competing probably within your phase with only like a few hundred people, but the servers are still going to be absolutely melting. You recommend downloading Cinematic Skip? I'll check that out. Yeah, because I know Leatrix Plus does pretty fast cutscene skips, right? But if there is an add-on that does it faster, I'll definitely test that after the fact. Let me open my notes and jot that down. So you said Cinematic Skip. So type that. Cinematic Skip add-on. So I'll check that out after the stream. I'll also, one thing I might try to do as I progress through here and see if there's anything that I can speed up. Now that I actually have a lot of people in my guild who are really good at making weak auras, I'm probably going to talk to them and see if they can like make me some fancy weak auras to help with leveling. Because, I mean, technically, it's not even just making me the weak auras. If I find something where having a weak aura helps, it'll help everybody, not just me. So, I talked about it before, but, like, having a weak aura for when you hit level 20, it flashes on your screen, turn on war mode and learn riding or something like that. That would just be a massive help, so I would never forget to turn on war mode again. So if there's something like that in Dragonflight, could be really good. Hasn't been updated since 7.2.3, but it works great. Interesting. Anyone know if you need to buy Dragonflight for the pre-patch event? I'm not sure, but I would imagine you don't have to. Usually that stuff comes with it. Okay, so I should be on the upper dock. I forgot to bind here. Let me put Goblin Glider on Shift 6, Gun Shoes on Shift 7. So I'm going to do like a ghetto Falling Flame skip. So Shift 6. We don't have the Falling Flame, but at least we have the Goblin Glider, and it's probably going to be like barely faster than going with the gunship. Who knows? We'll at least test it out. How long do you believe it takes a level or 60 to 70 for a normal person? Yeah, I'd say about 8 hours is probably a good estimate. Oh, that person. See, and that's one of the nice things. If you already have dragon riding for your ult, you can just zip on your dragon and immediately get to shore. So that speeds up the process a little bit. Now, right before I hit the water, I'm going to activate Gun Shoes. And then the moment I land, Gun Shoes kick on, and I can coast the rest of the way. So I'm barely ahead of the Zeppelin. It probably only saves a little bit of time, if any, if you're not using the Falling Flame tech. But I wanted to at least try that out. Alright, so we land here. Gonna cancel that. I still need to work on setting up the walk keybinds, so I can actually like walk on command to slow things down. Oh. There was a quest that briefly popped up and then it disappeared. Falling Flame seems necessary? Yeah, absolutely. I think that's probably true. If you want to be really efficient. I think I probably used Goblin Glider on its own a bit too early. Well, let's see if this bug's still working. Yeah, there's a bug with character copies at the moment where this quest item doesn't actually work if you copy over your character. Because this was working when I did the Void Elf thing, like, just the other day. So it definitely is something to do with character copies. Not sure why. You'd Radinax here? I could see that. Yeah, I kind of forget that Radinax is actually usable now, because it hasn't been optimal for the purposes of, like, low-level speed leveling for a little while, just because they kind of nerfed its leveling requirement. But that's a good point. Yeah, using cracked Radinaxes early on, I could see that being helpful. Recommend saving Gun Shoes for mob gathering? Yeah, that's probably a good point. I mean, obviously, if you're using the Falling Flame tech, which is going to be the most optimal method, as everybody's already mentioned, right? You wouldn't need to use Gun Shoes to get across the water, so you would have a free use of it. Alright. And where is this guy? Over here. Remember that you can RP walk? Yeah, I don't have a keybind set up for that. Let me see if I can check, edit, options, game, key bindings, movements, am I blind? Toggle, there should be like, toggle walk / run. Yeah, so if I go to this, okay, that toggles walk. Gotcha. Cool, so we're ignoring comments. Mate, I'm trying my best, but you have to understand, I'm trying to focus on the run, and I can only respond to so many at the same time. Right? So, try not to do that again, but I get it. But, yeah. You said, let's see, all these tricks are cool, but they're not really going to save you that much time in the long run. Is there not a trade-off to efficiency? I mean, they are going to save time, right? I don't know what you mean in the long run. Like, yeah, sure, it's not going to be a massive time save, but as I just got done explaining, any little bit of time save, literal seconds of time save at the very start of the run can be massive in the long run, because it puts you ahead of the pack. Being ahead of the pack, escaping the bottleneck, is essential for leveling fast on day one. So it may only seem like, oh, it's a 5-second time save or something, like, for, you know, just generic leveling. Yeah, might not seem like much. But when you're looking at it from a perspective of that is 30 seconds that you're gaining on the rest of the population, that is significant. And people shouldn't be catching up organically, no. I mean, if you're leveling efficiently, you should stay ahead of the pack. Obviously, yes, if you're only leveling fast in very specific situations and you're not optimizing the rest of your leveling, then yeah, I guess you're right. It's kind of pointless. But obviously, if you're doing the most optimal things at every step of the way, then it's going to be faster, right? So I don't know. I don't really know what else to say to that. But yeah, I suppose, as I've said before, if you're not looking to really optimize your leveling, and you're just going to do day one leveling where all you care about is, like, just casually going through the cutscenes and stuff, that's totally fine. But then, I mean, sure, I don't know why you'd be watching a speed leveling thing in the first place. It seems like it would be kind of redundant. Because the entire point of a lot of this stuff is to figure out how to level efficiently early on, right? So, if you just want to take your time, then yeah, well, you have no reason to be ahead of the pack anyway, because you just plan on watching cutscenes. Unless I'm completely misunderstanding the question here. If so, I apologize. But... and then I have to... Oh yeah, I have to interact with the statue, right? And then... Brazier of Kinship Relit. So I can probably do a Goblin Glider over here. Is it not based off RNG, server quality, hoping people haven't found alternative routes, etc.? Or is that part of the challenge? I mean, for sure, right? Like, I guarantee you there's going to be some trick that I will not find that somebody will use on day one. And, you know, go faster than me. But the reality is, if I wanted to speed level, right? If my entire goal was just, I want to make my own personal leveling as fast as possible, I wouldn't be doing this stream. I would have absolutely no reason to stream my leveling. I would basically just strat horde, keep everything to myself, and not let anyone in on all the fastest routes, right? But obviously that's not my goal. So yes, by streaming this, I am going to make it a little bit easier for other people to catch up to me, so to speak. But generally speaking, there's enough people that don't like to do this, that just prefer to level casually for fun and stuff like that, that you're still going to have enough of an advantage over the average player just by watching stuff like this. But yeah, I'm not competing for world first, if that's what you're wondering. I'm not trying to get, like, the fastest leveling time in the world, the fastest time to 70. Absolutely not. I'm just trying to be efficient with my leveling and help other people be efficient with it as well. So I'm not aiming to be the best. I'm aiming to be within the 99%, hopefully, so I can at least be in a reasonably good spot on day one and help other people be there as well, right? First sex bot. There we go. What's fun if you do it fast with no competition? Exactly. I'm generally against the idea of strat hoarding and basically keeping information secret. I think that, you know, if you find a cool strat, everybody should know about it. There's no reason to keep it to yourself. That's my personal opinion, right? And you're absolutely correct that there is a lot of RNG, right? But, oh yeah, as you said later on, that is kind of part of the challenge, yeah. Definitely is part of the challenge for me, but that's just kind of inherently part of WoW speed leveling. You know, you're not leveling in a vacuum. You are leveling with other people in the zone, interacting with it, and that is all stuff that gets factored into the routing. And that is all stuff that I consider when planning out what I'm going to do day one. If you can't escape the bottleneck, you might as well wait a day or two. Oh shit, I have to talk to Major Domo Silistra. Every second saved is 3 seconds gained over the camp. Yeah, exactly. Don't get me wrong, I'm interested in the whole challenge. I'm just wondering if you have these 5-second shortcuts throughout the whole leveling experience, or just the starting area. Right now, just the starting area, because this is my first full testing run. Of course, I've done multiple little tests of the starting area, right? So, I know a decent amount of the early tricks for the starting area, but the entire point of doing runs like this is so that I can get more practice and I can look for more little shortcuts like that later on. But also do keep in mind that the most important shortcuts are the ones that you figure out in the starting area. So I'm probably going to do like 5 to 6, maybe a few more full 60 to 70 runs, at least on stream. Probably maybe 1 or 2 more off stream, just to really nail it down and have everything memorized. But I'm going to probably do at least 20 to 30 test runs of like the first 2 levels, just to make absolutely sure that I have those zones down to a science, because that is crucial. Yeah, what Theta said. You don't need much more. You get ahead, you can stay ahead, doing nothing more than just questing. Exactly. Once you establish that lead, all that matters is that you're getting ahead of, you know, the average player, right? Because the entire point of doing these really minuscule shortcuts to save a few seconds early on is it's exactly like you said. WoW leveling is inherently RNG. So if you leave everything up to chance and you're just like, yeah, I'm just going to kind of efficiently quest through without worrying about all the super fast shortcuts, for later on in the leveling process, that will probably work, unless you're going for like literally world first. But early on, because there is inherently RNG, if you get really unlucky with like the Zeppelin thing, or really unlucky with like mob tags, or God forbid, massive server lag, or something like that, any little random aspect like that can set you back by a little bit. So it's important to have those little extra shortcuts at the beginning to give you that buffer, to make sure that if you get screwed over by some really bad RNG, you have that bit of extra buffer that can keep you ahead of the pack so that you can continue to like expand that lead by just efficiently questing over time. Hopefully that makes sense. I would wait for pre-patch to drop. It's going to allow you to do Chromie time to 60 so you don't have to go through Shadowlands. Yeah, if you already have existing level 50 characters, definitely I would recommend waiting for pre-patch to do that. Absolutely. You love beta so you can play through the story slow and enjoy the chains and just vibe in the areas peacefully? Yeah. That's kind of what I tried to do with my very first run, and unfortunately didn't go super well. But at this point, I'm at least trying to somewhat optimize it, or at least get more practice before I get a chance to optimize it. Okay. I need to get used to my new keybind for gun shoes. So, can I get in combat with this guy? Come on, hit me, hit me. Oh my god, there we go. Okay, rounds these guys up. 1, 2. Zip over here, get you, and grab these last 2, and then should be good. Do I have axe buff? No, I have wand buff. Oh, that guy fell out of combat. Damn. Alright, that's all the Desjardins I need. So, I need to get this whelp. I'm probably just going to paralyze this guy and then grab the whelp out from under him. Actually, why do I don't need to do that. I can just touch and death him. That way I can mount up and I don't have to worry about being in combat. Keep in mind that, just to reiterate this, since I am going to try to be somewhat efficient, while I am doing quests like this where I have to somewhat focus and, you know, kill mobs efficiently, make sure I'm following the quest objectives correctly, this isn't like 10 to 60 leveling where I've done the zones a billion times and I already have all of the routing basically seared into my memory. I will need to somewhat focus for this to make sure I'm paying attention to it properly. So I'm going to be looking away from chat while actively doing quests like this. And then when there's a long RP, because trust me, there's a lot of RP. So immediately after I do these quests, there's like a long walk with Sendrax where Sendrax just talks at you forever. And during that, I'll have a good like 2 to 3 minutes to catch up on chat and I can answer anything I may have missed. But keep that in mind. If I don't respond to you immediately, that is the reason. And at this point, yeah, I can just walk back and turn it in. And out of combat, I can mount up. Cool. He didn't put speed leveling 60 to 70 in the title, but it's pretty much his whole thing. Yeah. Well, see, the reason why I don't like to put speed leveling is because that's the problem. If I put speed leveling or speed run in the title, I get comments exactly like that of, wow, you're only X level at Y time? I thought that it only took 3 hours to do this. And it's just the entire time I have to deal with people joining the chat saying, oh, you called this a speed run and you're still X level at Y time. Huh, what a terrible speed run. And it's like, just to avoid the hassle from that, these days I just put testing, right? It avoids that issue because I'm still going to get comments like that every now and then. Hell, I've already gotten a few of them so far. Can I just go over here and talk to Rathian without waiting for Sendrax? I'm going to guess that I can. Yeah, fuck Sendrax. I'm just going to run ahead of her. You're 20 minutes in and still not 70? Yeah, exactly. You'd be surprised that there are a lot of people who do that. But I will say I get that comment way less when I don't put like speed run or speed leveling in the title. But yes, that is always going to be the goal. But the reality is, you know, you don't wake up and immediately get like a world record speed run. I've said this before, but before I made my first YouTube video where I got that world record back in Shadowlands, I did countless test runs just on my own personal time. And I didn't record them because at the time I didn't have a YouTube channel. I only decided to make a YouTube video of it after the fact, right? But there's so much practice and tests and stuff like that and getting the routing memorized that goes into it before you can get that finalized, really clean run. And a lot of people don't understand that. I think I can just run along the top here. And I should be able to just drop in Goblin Glider. What's this guy? Talon Stalker, whatever, consulted. Well, there's a lot of quest objectives up there, so I'm going to try to grab this rare mob. Oh, whatever, let's kill this rare mob. Why not? Wait, can I just touch of death him? Oh. Wait. So, rare mobs are literally just at their base health within range of my touch of death. That seems kind of crazy. Okay, I now understand why people were saying rare mobs are efficient. That is so undertuned. That is fucking wild. Alright. Definitely going to be trying to snag them as I go in that case. I feel like it wasn't like that, though, because the first time I did that rare mob, like months ago, it had way more health. It took me at least, like, 45 seconds to kill him. And I guess Brewmaster Monk has the advantage of, with 2-minute cooldown Fort Brew, plus base Brew CDR from Keg Smash and stuff like that, I can literally touch of death every single rare mob by default by using Fort Brew plus touch of death. That is so fucking bonkers. You can two-shot him with Hammer of Wrath? Fucking hell. Yeah. See, that's the thing, though. I have to wonder, is that going to stay until live servers? Because that almost seems too undertuned. Because when I tried it months ago, they had way more health. And now, it's just dying in 2 hits. So I really have a feeling that that's the type of thing that Blizzard's going to be like, yeah, no, we're going to buff mob health or something like that before the expansion actually goes live. You never know with them. There's also, so one thing that I didn't really talk about before I started, but I think I talked about on a previous stream, there are, oh, that's just a quest item. Okay, cool. There's 2 basically theories for Brewmaster leveling. So, anybody who is familiar with Brewmaster Monk at high levels, a lot of your damage is going to come from, like, your stagger with, like, your Ox and stuff. You get, like, a lot of, like, passive damage increases by taking damage. So as a Brewmaster Monk, if you're getting absolutely blasted by a boss, your damage goes up. It's one of the fun parts about playing a Brewmaster Monk. You know, one of the reasons why I like playing Brew on farm is I can basically play riskier and riskier, and then my damage just fucking skyrockets. It's like playing with Old Vengeance, as discussed on yesterday's stream. But the thing about leveling is, obviously, none of these mobs are going to do nearly enough damage to get me to that point where I'm actually dishing out higher damage with, like, my Black Ox, or in the case of, Reactive Defense Matrix. Reactive Defense Matrix is insane when you're reliably dipping down to 20% health and getting those free procs and reflecting all this damage. If you look at, like, some of my 99 parses on Brewmaster and look at the damage breakdown, Reactive Defense Matrix is going to be massive on there, because I'm just getting so much reflective damage from this. It's crazy. But, you know, if I look at my damage breakdown here, you don't even see Reactive Defense Matrix, even though it is currently active, just because the mobs aren't doing enough damage to me to get that reflective damage. So, oh, my UI bugged out. Look at that. All of the little numbers and stuff disappeared the moment I hit a higher level. I'm guessing if I reload, it'll solve that issue, so we're going to try that. 3 days, by the way. Actually, 2 days at this point. 2 days, by the way. UI ships. It's going to be a shit show. My guild is not raiding on Tuesday, by the way. They've already said, yeah, it's going to be too much of a shit show. Absolutely no way we bother with that. Let's see, Shift 7. That's what I have it bound to. Can't do that while moving. Shit. I didn't consider that. I guess while I'm here, I might as well do this quest, right? So what is this? Just... throw bottled water elemental? What does this do? Can I just kill the mobs and complete the quest? Do I have to use the water elemental? Doesn't look like I do. So I think the water elemental is just there to help you out. But, I mean, if you already have really high damage and can just absolutely murder things, you could probably just go through here, steamroll it. Gonna just kill all these erupting droplets. I'll probably drop White Ox Statue, Touch of Death this, and quest complete. Yeah, that seems fast. You can just pop in there, blast a bunch of stuff. So I know I said that generally speaking, what I'll be doing is testing without doing many side quests, but I think before I said I'm not going to do it without doing any side quests, but the more I think about it, I feel like that seems a little bit pointless, because obviously you're going to have to do some. So what I'm going to do is, if there's ever a situation where a side quest is so obviously efficient, it's literally right there and it takes 2 seconds, I'm going to complete the side quest. Because in almost all cases, you're going to be doing that. What I want to figure out is, okay, where am I going to be forced to take a detour to do a side quest? And that's where I need to figure out which side quests are efficient, which ones are, like, how far away are they? Basically, how inefficient would it be to actually go do that? Okay, sorry. So I'm going to finally try to catch up on some messages that I missed. Apologies for anybody who's just getting read right now. Is questing really better to level compared to spamming dungeons with the winds buff? Absolutely, yes. I've discussed it in detail in previous streams and stuff, so I don't want to really dive into that topic again, because I feel like I almost every stream I end up talking about why dungeon leveling isn't efficient. I'll give you the one-sentence TLDR. If you're running with friends with a full pre-made stack, or even better, with a group of max-level players boosting you, it can be basically as efficient as Threads of Fate leveling in Shadowlands, but it will never be as efficient as questing in Chromie time. But if you're solo queuing, or even queuing with like 1 to 2 people, odds are it is not going to be as fast. It might be almost as fast. So a lot of people will say, well, I did dungeons and I got from 50 to 60 in like 5 hours or something like that. And that's great. 5 hours is still a good time, but I can do that exact same thing in Threads of Fate in like 3.5 hours, even without Winds of Wisdom. So it's one of those things where dungeon leveling may not be insanely bad, but if you're looking for the optimal leveling route, that's what I'll be covering. I'm not going to sit there and discuss like, oh, well, you know, there are slightly suboptimal leveling routes if you want to really do that. But that's all I'll say on the matter, because like I said, it is something that gets brought up basically every single stream. And I'm going to be real, I'm kind of tired of repeating it. Nothing against you. I'm not upset that you asked, because I understand why people ask it, but just from a personal perspective. Okay, that's on the other side. Yeah, from a personal perspective, it's one of those things where sometimes it gets a little bit frustrating answering the exact same question every single time. And there's a few more eggs down there. Do I know if Hang Song item and oddly shaped horn are unique so you can only have one of them, or can you stack them? Not sure. That is something I don't know for sure. Wait, isn't Sendrax supposed to do her, like, sacrificial thing over here? Or do I have to do that after the fact? I guess it's after the fact. I'm just confusing the order. Okay, so jump over here. I will say, I don't love Sendrax's new voice actor, but I've seen people saying, oh no, why did they change Sendrax's voice actor? It was perfectly fine. And if you liked Sendrax's old voice actor, I'm sorry, but I greatly question your judgment, because it was just not fitting at all. It was just so out of place. But yeah, it really still isn't great. I don't know why they're insistent on going with this, like, goofy, like, oh, I'm a new dragon on the job thing. It's like, it just seems like a weird character that it's like, we're going to the Dragon Isles and we have to be accompanied by, like, this dragon on her first day on the job. Like, just, why? I, to a certain extent, I am complaining for the sake of complaining on this one, because voice acting, in this case, really doesn't matter. It has never been WoW's strong suit, but it is something that just really confuses me. Why one of the first quest mobs you get is just so poorly written and just not very interesting. Whatever. So, let's see. One-shot rare mob? Wait, Touch of Death didn't insta-kill him, even though I had more health. And now I got knocked into the lava. Well, that's annoying. Can I might be able to climb back up. Can I do... Okay, and then if I do Ship 6, Goblin Glider... Nope. Fucking hell. So, I literally had 40k more HP than that mob. Touch of Death should have one-shot, and it didn't. Oh, well. Maybe they wanted a Pelagos 2.0? I'm gonna be real. I would take Pelagos over this dragon. Like, I don't hate Pelagos as much as... What is this? Volcanic Chakram. What the fuck? 350 item level? Seems good. Just a world drop. Casually almost 50 item levels higher than my current weapon. I feel like that's probably not intended. That seems kind of broken. But, yeah. See, I don't even know. This has to be better than Cruciform Vein Ripper, right? At least I think I replaced one Cruciform Vein Ripper with this, just because of raw item level alone. That feels bad. I did not expect to replace Vein Ripper with a massive world drop this early. That seems unintended, but you know what? Fuck it. I'll take it. No shot it's intended, yeah. Definitely weird. Where is there? It says there's another book here, right? Or am I blind? Okay, the book is in the other tower, I guess. So I'll just do a Chi Torpedo to cross the gap. Touch of Death. Yeah, Touch of Death also has a really low cooldown. It is kind of bonkers. And every single time you step into this thing, stay away from those primal conduits. Like, yeah, I get it, Sendrax, I know. But they don't do much damage, so why should I care? Okay, where's the book? The book is... Oh, it's on the second floor. Alright. This is where I remember the general layout of the quests, but the book was in a different place when I first did my full playthrough, so I did not recall the second floor thing. Upstairs, fireplace, yep. Alright, Sendrax. Time for you to die, Sendrax. I'm sorry.
We'll charge the ritual site together.
Yeah, together. I like how she says that, we'll charge the ritual site together, and then, like, the player just kind of stands back while she charges in and gets blasted to bits by the little primal conduit thing. Poor Sendrax. Here. Come on, hurry up. I can't even give her Tiger's Lust. Come on, what the fuck are you doing, Sendrax? Okay, I have to talk to her. Alright.
Stay behind me.
Alright.
Enjoy the conduit's flame while you grab the egg.
Let me catch up. People are way too toxic these days. You're just enjoying watching and getting entertained. Appreciate it, Theodalis. Glad you're enjoying it. What add-on do I use for loot? Leatrix Plus. What? Can I gun shoes with this? No? I feel like that was not the case before. That's lame. Can I at least Tiger's... I can't even Tiger's Lust with this? Come on, man. That is so lame. Are there any speed boosts that work with this? Because I know, Thea, you've messed around with this a lot. Do you know if there's any, like, movement speed item that lets you not drop the egg? Because that's a little bit annoying. I could have sworn that I used Gunshoes with this on my first run, but maybe I'm just misremembering. Do you have a feel of chaos and kind of burning in your soul when you look at these braked bars, or no? Or is this your chosen interface? Yes? Yeah. In case you weren't aware, your UI is personal preference. So everybody has a different preference with their own UI. This works for me, so if you don't like it, sorry to hear that. But I like this UI. I'm perfectly happy with it. Will you main Monk, and if you make an alt, what class? Yes. My first character is going to be a Brewmaster Monk. So I main Brewmaster Monk right now in retail. That is what I will be playing as well at the very start of Dragonflight, but I'm going to be leveling multiple characters at the same time, right? So it's not like I'm going to play Brewmaster only and then I'll have an alt, right? The way it works for tank mains in high-end Mythic is you have multiple mains, effectively, right? So I am maining both Brewmaster Monk and Prot Warrior at the very start. And then I guess for alts, I'm going to be working on Prot Paladin, probably Vengeance Demon Hunter, and maybe Guardian Druid if I have time. But definitely Brewmaster and Prot, those are going to be... Prot Warrior, those are going to be day one. I will be leveling those, and then probably later on in the week, when Dragonflight launches, I'll be doing Prot Paladin and Vengeance DH. This is like the most extra thing I think I've ever seen in chat. My heart is roaring with perfectionist fire when I see those broken ability bars. I cannot handle that. Mate, I think you're being a tad bit overdramatic for my UI. Your heart is roaring with perfectionist fire? My guy, it's literally like as close as it gets on the fucking UI. Like, it does not snap any closer. What do you want from me? Oh my god. Are warriors good in Dragonflight? Yes. As far as I can tell, warriors are going to be solid in Dragonflight. I don't know how good each one's going to be. I know Prot Warrior is looking pretty solid, but I don't know about the other ones. Oh, how long is the RP on this shit? Yeah, this is the long RP one. Fuck that. Nozdormu was also recast. Used to be Martin Sheen. I did hear about that, yeah. I don't think the voices for Nozdormu were working when I first tested the run on the beta, though. So I don't know what new Nozdormu sounds like. You want Kaido Evoker, just like One Piece. Cool character, recently died, could be aka reincarnation. Man, I don't understand half the stuff you're saying, but happy for you. 33 minutes, by the way, yeah. Speed potion? Oh, so you use Gunshoes first and then pick it up? Gunshoes and then grab the egg. Gotcha. Yeah, that sounds right. I could see that. Mandate of the Red. What's with the toxic people today? I don't know. Nice. You're playing Holy Paladin and leveling as Prot. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. I've heard good things about Holy Paladin, for sure. I feel like this is definitely a place where I could use Gunshoes. This seems like a perfect spot for Gunshoes, but at this point I'm at the end, so... But in the future, it's good to know. Probably a Gunshoes angle for this particular quest. And I picked this up. I think he dislikes open spots. Oh, he dislikes that. Yeah, because I'm missing abilities, right? I see. So, if you're wondering why I have random gaps in my abilities, it's because at max level, I've been playing with different abilities in these slots that I am not currently taking, right? So I'm not going to completely revamp my UI and change my key bindings while leveling up. So, for instance, Shift H is where I have Detox bound, but I'm not running Detox as a talent while leveling because I don't need it. So, hopefully that explains why. Okay, Training Whelp. So this is actually an MSQ quest, so I need to do this. I think I just, like, basically Gatling gun the one button and just aim around. Right, so just keep firing, mashing this. Restless Gust. The hitboxes are kind of weird. Increases my movement speed. Maybe Call of Life is good for, like, dealing with these high health mobs, because that seems like a lot. Oh, if you only need one, then probably not a big deal. Okay. Stream is choppy, like low FPS. Is anybody else having low FPS issues? Just want to make sure if it's like an actual issue with the stream. Because sometimes it might not be my stream itself, it's just an error on YouTube's end. But if it is something that is just everybody is experiencing, then yeah, it could be. Nope, okay, yeah. It is a little, yeah, it might just be YouTube. Because that stuff I can't control. But if I look at my OBS isn't giving me any like frame rate issues or something like that, which it usually does. If there's an issue with the stream lag, so probably just something on YouTube's end which I cannot control at all. Probably not worth doing that particular side quest. And then speak with Lord Andistraws about dragon riding. Okay, I should probably do that quest. Learning dragon riding would be pretty important. You're not watching, you're listening, but you haven't noticed anything. Good, good, good. Can you get all the dragon riding upgrades while leveling? Yes, the question isn't necessarily can you, it's should you. And that is something I still need to test. I'm going to be real, I haven't spent a ton of time looking into all the dragon riding glyphs and stuff like that just yet. I will do that eventually, just not right now. What's that? Artisan's Courtier. Okay, I guess I'll just hold on to that one. And then this side quest I know is really fast. So talk to this guy. Stay a while, then you talk to him, you're busy, get up and leave. And then I think it should give you credit. Or no, you have to do... Talk to him once, sit and look at the view, and then... don't I need to... There's some way to end this really early. They might have fixed it. I have absolutely no idea. Either way, I'm just going to let that play. And... Oh shit, I didn't mean to remove my yak. Hold on. Mounts, Grand Expedition yak, and then... renewed Proto-Drake. Okay. Oh, it automatically learns it. Fucking hell. So now I can't add anything to my bars because the stupid UI bug is happening again. Alright, there we go. Hello, Jedediah the Demon Hunter. Good to see you. Wait. Oh, I automatically have the Razageth skin unlocked? That seems like it should be not a thing. I also have all these abilities unlocked. I thought... Shit. How did I miss that one? You're not supposed to have this stuff, right? So, I thought I didn't have this unlocked on my account, because I reset my account data, but I guess it still carries over. So, yeah, I'm just going to try to do minimal dragon riding stuff then, because I want to simulate, like, day one leveling, which I thought was what was going to happen here, but guess not. Now it teleports me back. That quest's like 15 minutes now. You did it yesterday. Oh, they didn't... Oh, that's so lame that they fixed it then. Because I remember there used to be a way to just skip through it really quickly. I don't know why anybody would want to just spend 15 minutes on a single side quest. That just seems like Blizzard changing things because, like, fun detected, fun was nerfed. And... Speak with Salormu to start the race. Wish you could slow down on the Radanax? Yeah. At least, technically speaking, Radanax has no cooldown, so that's 1 plus to it. Let's see. I'm glad they actually made this, like, a race now, because before, when I first did this, like, little go to the observatory thing, it was not guided whatsoever. It was literally just, hey, make it to this destination on your own. But okay. Oh, what the hell? What is the hitbox on that? And we're good. Meet Glen Sarah in the Skytop Observatory. Over here. Alright. And then I think I need to check this at least. Yep. Use the Rostrum of Transformation. And then hand this in. Now, one thing I'm not sure about, because I haven't looked into it a ton, can you only customize your, like, dragon riding glyphs at this exact location? Because if so, that kind of sucks. Collect glyphs and... Oh, is it this lady? Lithragosa, yeah. So I'll learn... I think it wants me to learn these things. Or no, I have to collect a glyph on the grounds. Yeah, this quest was not working properly when I did it last time. Where in the world is this? Oh, it's in the air. Right. Yeah, duh. And then talk to Lithragosa. I'm ready. Open up the track. Your vigor is increased to 4. Sure. Okay, you know what? Let me take a minute to look through this tree, because I actually haven't really looked at this a ton. I've glanced at it, haven't tried to optimize it. Also listening while leveling, getting all your dudes to 50 since it's so easy now. Yep. Unless the side quest, yeah, you probably skip. I put the glyph coordinates into routes in add-on. I think the optimal way to do it is zone by zone, 12 at a time. Takes like 45 minutes each zone. Maybe. I mean, the reality is, from what I can tell, a lot of glyphs don't really help you that much, right? So, Thrall Disguise is... I don't know if you can hear my dog, but he is barking very loudly. Where is Thrall Disguise? While dragon riding at high speeds, you regenerate 1 vigor every 15 seconds. Yeah, so this makes it 1 vigor every 10 seconds. Thrill Chaser's probably not going to be super important, especially because it costs like 3 glyphs. I guess they all do. But a lot of the times when you use dragon riding in the route, you're basically like bunny hopping from quest objective to quest objective. Or you're basically in the air for exactly 10 seconds, and you use all your vigor, then you do a bunch of quests. By the time you finish, all your vigor has regenerated, and you just go again. You have to do all 3 of those on row 2 before it unlocks row 3. Yeah, then it's extremely limited in terms of how much you would want, I would imagine. Your vigor regeneration rate is accelerated to 1 vigor every 25 seconds while grounded. See, that might be good, because that means even if you're only questing for maybe a minute or so, you'll probably regen your vigor. I could see dynamic stretching being useful. While moving at low speed, surge forward's effectiveness is increased by up to 125%, decreasing as speed increases. Is surge forward the one that... Let's see, surge forward is... I remember it wasn't worth using when I first tested dragon riding. Yeah, see, I wonder whether that's actually worth it. Maybe, but when I was doing dragon riding, I felt that it was always faster to just use skyward ascent, gain momentum, like upwards, and then immediately dive down, and you would just gain way more speed by just flapping up and then diving down. I could be wrong in this, but that was my experience with it. Remember to do some of the glyphs while leveling so you can get 4+ vigor, but I already have 4+ vigor, right? You get that automatically, 4 vigor. So... the last one, I mean, all these 3 cost 3 glyphs each. Surge forward evades scale chillers, scale charges. Oh, so this is purely for races. What button do you press to dragon ride? It's a mount. So dragon riding is literally just you get a bonus mount in your journal. Oh, to dragon ride faster. You have multiple different abilities. So here, I'll showcase it real quick. If I double press spacebar, it's like a Demon Hunter's double jump. It activates this thing, Skyward Ascent. So basically leaps me up into the air, consumes 1 vigor. That's what that does. If I don't have any vigor, I cannot double press the spacebar to do that leap. Bronze Time Lock is interesting. I've actually thought about it a bit. I haven't tested it, but I feel like there's situationally some cases where you can use Bronze Time Lock to save a bit of time. Not 100% sure, though. But if I wanted to, I could do, like, let's see, I need to cast it. Bronze Time Lock here, and then let's say I jump all the way down here. Maybe there's something I need to interact with, and then I teleport back up the cliff or something like that. So you can save a bit of time. It's fairly niche, right? You're not going to use that a ton. I think there was one quest in Valdrakken where I remember thinking, oh, maybe I could use Bronze Time Lock on that quest to save a little bit of time. Not sure, though. And then, obviously, Surge Forward, you can get some speed with it, right? But the way that I feel, when I've been dragon riding, and I've been doing this, obviously, a decent bit, testing just open world content and no-coup defensive, and every single time when I do no-coup defensive, I'm way ahead of everybody else just by doing this. Just flap upwards and then immediately angle downwards and just gain momentum that way. And just keep doing that. Flap up, angle down. And already you start gaining a lot of speed. So you don't really need to use this first ability to gain speed, because all it does is it gives you a little bit of a burst, but it's in a single forward direction, right? So the nice thing about using Skyward Ascent is you're gaining upward momentum, so you can go farther because you're basically staying above the ground for a longer period of time, but you're still gaining forward momentum because you can immediately angle downward to get that big burst of speed from changing your momentum. So as far as I can tell from the 10 minutes I played around with it right now, it doesn't seem like that has changed a whole lot. It seems like that is still just a faster and more efficient way to move around with dragon riding. So I really don't see why any of these glyphs would really be worth it. And then this thing, I mean, I just do not understand why you would ever press Whirling Surge. Because the way you have to think about Whirling Surge, when I get my third Vigor, I'll test it. How do you use the circle? Oh, this is just your energy bar. Think of this like, whenever I use one of these abilities, it consumes one of these energy pips. That's what that is, right? So let me jump off a cliff. Yeah. So this is one Vigor right here. So if you look at the ability tooltip in the bottom right of my screen, Surge Forward, and then it has one Vigor below it. That's the cost. Same with Bronze Time Lock. Bronze Time Lock actually doesn't have the Vigor cost. I actually didn't know that. Interesting. Makes it even more useful in many cases. So that's the main reason why I don't think Whirling Surge is good. Because Surge Forward, even though I don't think it's great, it only costs one Vigor. It's the exact same as doing that leap upwards. But this thing, Whirling Surge, this is 3 Vigor. So this costs the exact same Vigor as 3 uses of your upward momentum leap. And this thing just does this. Is that really that good? No, it's really not. Because compare that to this, which costs 1 Vigor, and do you really notice a difference there? Like, there's very, very minimal difference between the 3 Vigor ability and the 1 Vigor ability. Except, you could get infinitely more distance by using this 3 times than you could by pressing Whirling Surge. It's just kind of a random, unimportant button. And even then, I still don't think this is worth it. How far could you go from the bronze thing? What's the range? Good idea. Let's test that. I don't know for sure. It doesn't look like there's a range on it. I'll turn in the quest just while I'm here, and then I'll let my energy recharge, because what I'll do is I'll place it, try to get as far as I can, then teleport back. That'll probably be a nice way to test it. I was able to open the menu from the minimap and just add glyphs and shit. Really? You can just do that. Oh. Okay, that actually makes it a decent bit better. But still, not sure. Speak to this guy, and then the turn-in is back over there. So, yeah, gonna do that, and then can probably just dismount. And you also have to remember, there's a lot of cases where instead of wasting your Vigor on something that you can just do with a dismount and Goblin Glider, just dismount a Goblin Glider like that. And then because I didn't have to waste a Surge Forward on that, I now have 2 pips of Vigor that I can use to return to the Bronze Dragon Shrine. That being said, one thing that I probably should have done, and one thing that you will want to do while leveling, set your Hearthstone there. So, as you can see here, I have to go all the way out here, and then it's like, return there. Well, guess what? If I had planned ahead and set my Hearth there, I could have immediately just, boom, Hearthstone, and now I have full Vigor after I pick up the next set of quests. But let's test Bronze Time Lock. Seems like it's just row 2 you need for leveling, and you get the others later. Row 2 doesn't even seem that good. What was the script to fix inventory? Yeah, if anybody has the script that fixes inventory, Braxmus is asking for it. Do we have an approximate time of how much time per level? Depends on exactly what level you are, but I would say the total time is around like 5 hours if you're going fast, probably 8 hours-ish if you're playing casually. Okay, man, you wish you could play Dragonflight right now? It's only a month, so... Right, let's test this. Bronze time lock, and then I'll try to go really fast. There's a 3-minute duration, right? So just angle down and like this. Try to go really fast. And we'll go really far away. So this is decently far. And I think the answer is infinite, right? Because look at that shit. That was really far, all the way over there off in the distance, and it still worked. And it has a 3-minute duration, so presumably, as long as it's within 3 minutes, you can go any distance across the map. Yeah, that's pretty wild. So in that case, there's actually an argument to be made that you wouldn't even need to set your Hearthstone if you did this so fast that you completed this entire chain in 3 minutes. That might be a little bit much. I don't know if you could do that. But you could just bronze time lock over there and then do the quest line. But keep in mind, you will not have access to bronze time lock while you're leveling up. So for some reason, all of my dragon riding abilities are carrying over from my main. But normally, at this point, I would only have Skyward Ascent. That's the only ability you start with. And then I think later on, you get Surge Forward. Then you get Whirling Surge and Azure Span, and I think you don't get Bronze Time Lock until Thaldraszus. But that being said, I did think that there were a few cases within Thaldraszus where I could use Bronze Time Lock to good effect. Legendaries are gone Tuesday? No, Legendaries are going to stay. They give you all skills right now in beta? Gotcha. That's good to know then. But yeah, it is important to know you cannot factor this into the day 1 routing. So keep that in mind. Let's see. Something is wrong. Are you not supposed to learn these abilities? Yeah, you are supposed to learn them. Yep. Okay, but yes. So to answer Payton's question real quick, legendaries are going to be staying, but they will not be usable outside of the Shadowlands. So right now, you can see here, my legendary says you are in the wrong zone. But the only thing that is actually getting permanently disabled come Tuesday, this coming Tuesday with the pre-patch, are tier sets. Tier bonuses are just set to legacy sets. They are permanently disabled even in Shadowlands. Legendaries will still work though. Covenants will still work. It's going to lead to some absolutely bonkers interactions, but that's how it is. Wasn't it like that at the start of beta? No, it was not. My first, if you go back and check my leveling run from like 2 months ago at this point, I did not have access to all these abilities. So what I'll probably have to do is go back and review the footage of my very first test run to jog my memory on like when I unlock these abilities, like what order do you get them on your first playthrough? Because I definitely did actually have to unlock them through the campaign. Is it useful to farm 311 random gear? Yes. So ideally, hopefully over the next few weeks, I'm going to try to get a 311 belt or something to replace my legendary. So while leveling in Dragonflight, you will want to replace your legendary with just raw higher item level pieces. Final thing I want to test before I continue with the questline. Bronze time lock. I'm going to just dive down really quick. And then I'm going to dismount. And then I'm going to mount back up. Aha! Bronze time lock is disabled. So, something important to note about bronze time lock is you cannot dismount. So, if you're trying to do something where, like, you go to one place, you hand in a quest, and then you bronze time lock back, you need to make sure that you can do the entirety of that quest while remaining mounted on your dragon. Otherwise, it will not work. So, something somewhat important to keep in mind. Alright, let's try to get back to the Ruby Dragon Shrine. I think it's called Oh, it's called the Ruby Life Shrine, not the Ruby Dragon Shrine. Getting confused with Wrath Classic right now. Yeah, see how fast this is? Just basically bunny hopping around. Just surging upwards and then immediately angling down. So much faster than using Surge Forward. Damn, that would be awesome. Yeah, absolutely. And you can see off in the distance, that's one of the dragon riding glyphs. So if I wanted to pick that up, I could. But since it now gives you, the first time I did this, it did not give me 4 Vigor for free. So they must have changed that at some point relatively recently. But now you get 4 Vigor just for free. So actually, I forgot. I meant to read this over and then I got distracted by chat. So Surge Forward evades this. This is purely for obstacle courses. This is not useful for leveling. This is only useful if you're flying across a very long distance, which for leveling purposes, you probably won't be doing that much, because you're going to be basically just going from subzone to subzone. This actually might be somewhat useful. I think dynamic stretching is the only talent in this initial row that I could see you wanting to actually grab glyphs to pick this up, because this will help. Redirection while moving at low speeds, yeah, that's not useful. You don't want to use Surge Forward. It's just an inefficient use of your Vigor. Holy lag, is it just me? No. It does look like it is just a few limited people. Because other people are saying they're not having issues. YouTube playback actually is lagging. Yeah, so it's an issue on YouTube's end. Because I'm not getting any lag. Let me see. OBS. Yeah, OBS is running fine. But I do see that on YouTube it is lagging. So that just happens sometimes. Not much I can do about that. Sorry. So here, what do we have? Dragon Rider's Initiative. While dragon riding at middle speed and above, you gain stacks of Dragon Rider's Initiative. When landing at mid to high speeds, you create a shockwave, damaging enemies for damage per stack, split among them, and disorienting them for 3 seconds. Huh. I like that. That's like, it's like Guild Wars 2, where you have, like, the dismount ability, and you can just land on top of mobs and deal a big burst of damage. Cool. What is this? While airborne, you gain stacks of Dragon Rider's Compassion, giving you a shield. And you gain 1% movement speed. Okay, so in that case, if you actually did progress this far, you would definitely take initiative, but that seems pointless. Because there are cases where I feel like if you were to gain a lot of speed and immediately land, you wouldn't have time to build up enough stacks for this to deal significant damage. So this is neat, but it's just not that important. So definitely not worth the time it takes. This would maybe save, you have to think about it like this. How much time does it save across the entire run to get 3, 6, 9, 12 glyphs? Getting all 12 glyphs, let's say really generously, it only takes you 5 minutes. It's that much time for doing a burst of damage to a tiny burst of damage sometimes when you land on a group of mobs, which is only going to be a niche use case, not that much damage, across an entire run. Maybe let's say that saves you 30 seconds of killing mobs. Is that worth the 5 minutes? No. So the other stuff would have to be really worth it. Why Dragon Riding Progress Bar is so straight, where additional talents? I don't know, that's just how it's designed. Your Vigor regeneration rate is accelerated to 1 Vigor every 20 seconds while grounded. Yeah, that's pretty good, but then once again, that's 16 Dragon Riding glyphs to get that. That's not even crucial, that's just slightly helpful. Whirling Surge is garbage, so obviously you don't want to use that. Dragon Riding Learner, that's good. 5 Vigor, that's definitely nice to have, but it's so far down. So that's a cost of, that's 16, 20, 24 glyphs to get 5 Vigor. Defeating an enemy increases your Vigor recharge rate by 3 seconds. This effect can only occur once every 10 seconds. Or gathering herbs increases your Vigor recharge rate. For endgame farming, this is crazy. So that's obviously really good to pick up. And this would be nice if it was earlier on the tree. But by that point, you basically need to get almost every single glyph in the game to get access to like this ability. Through All the Skies generates 1 Vigor every 5 seconds. By that point, you've already grabbed every single glyph and lost 40 minutes. Vigor regeneration rate, yeah, still good. Same deal. and Vigor increased to 6. So, yeah, these final few abilities are very good, but there's just so much stuff down here that's not worth it. So I'm going to go ahead and say the most amount of dragon riding glyphs you want to grab while leveling, probably 3. I genuinely cannot see a usefulness for any more glyphs beyond the first 3 to grab dynamic stretching. Now, if somebody manages to prove to me otherwise and say, oh no, if you grab like a few more glyphs along the route, it only takes like 2 minutes and you get like access to the entire tree. But from everything I've seen, that is not the case. So I don't believe that is what it will end up being. Let's see, how long does this take? I will only use the best ingredients. What do you want to give Miguel? I will find these for you. What the fuck? Fiery spirits. Where do I get those? Okay, so I guess that's the kind of thing where if I had grabbed that before going to the observatory, maybe I could have done that quest while I was there. That seems like it might be moderately efficient. Hard to say. How soon do you get dragon riding? Yeah, I think I got it around like the level 30 mark. You get it very, very early. Where do I go? Commotion discovered. Is it this way? This is where... Yeah, okay. It's right here. And then Razageth. Look at this, Razageth's bugged. It's just an endless stream of Razageths. What do I have to do? Where's the quest turn in? Oh. Can I talk to Majordomo Silistra while she's still flying? I feel like if you're able to intercept Silistra mid-air, that would save a bit of time. Report to Commander whatever. Wait, world quests have already popped up for me. Huh. So, am I already, like, in the Threads of Fate thing? What is this? World quest. Life Flame Ampule. Unreal the Ampule, releasing all the built-up flames of life, dealing damage, split between all enemies, and healing split between all allies. Seems like a decent trinket. Yeah, so it looks like I've already activated Threads of Fate somehow. Did not intend to do that. I kind of hope Blizzard gives you an option to completely opt out of Threads of Fate, because for the purposes of, like, actually doing test runs, that's going to be really annoying if I literally cannot opt out of it. It's definitely a very minor thing to complain about, but it would actually be quite useful for my testing purposes. And unfortunately, I'm gonna get the free World Quest experience because literally it's the exact same thing. Stop the Primalist Assault, help hold back the Primalist Assault. I literally cannot progress in the questline without doing this thing. So, is what it is, I guess. Okay, and then... Oh, there's a big group of mobs over here. Okay, there's one guy over there. So I need to kill the enraged cliffs. These are the guys that I need to be worrying about. Let me grab one of these. Let's see. You'd look at that little Wepling quest. It's super easy and in the same area. What's the little Whelpling quest? You'd have to elaborate more on that. Because I didn't see any little Whelpling quests that seemed really easy and in the same area. Because all the ones that I just picked up seem like they're relatively inefficient, unless always be crafting. This one seems like it might be somewhat simple. Oh no, this was from back there. Oh, I remember this quest. Never mind. Yeah, that's actually not simple.
That should allow us room to breathe.
Wait, what?
Dragonflight owes you a great...
Okay. Well, I finished the quest, so I can go back here. But I haven't finished the bonus objective, so I still need to do that.
We call the strong.
Oh, that's the dungeon quest, so don't need to worry. Let's see, where do I go? Over there. So I'm going to zip in here. I need to rescue different eggs and harpoon these dragons. Right. I remember this quest now. Okay, use the harpoon on a proto-dragon, and then I should be able to just touch of death it any second now. There we go. Oh my goodness, that stunned me. Did not expect that. Do I complete side quests on my route? I don't have a route yet. That's what we're figuring out right now. The entire point of this is I'm figuring out what the optimal route is and how many side quests I need to complete. I can say right now that I will be doing some side quests because everybody needs to do it. It's impossible to hit level 70 without doing some side quests, and in order to actually complete the campaign, you need to reach at least level 69. Haha, funny number. But the final chapter of the campaign doesn't start until that level, so bare minimum, you need to get enough side quests to get you up to there. I think Theta earlier was saying it's like 900k XP, 960k XP to get through the campaign with like minimal side quests. So I guess that's probably going to end up being the final number. Let's see, does this chest give XP? Oh, that chest does give XP. Nice. One more egg. Can grab Rumbling Proto-Drake over there. And... okay. Oh my god, this is fast. Okay. One more harpoon, and then I can grab the egg. And we're good. My Touch of Death should be off cooldown, so I can just whack this guy. Dragon is not coming to attack me, even though it should be harpoons. Oh. So it's attacking me, but it didn't get dragged in. I'm going to try to... is he in touch range? Now he's in touch range. And there we go. And there's a rare mob, Closet the Ascended. So I'm just going to delete this guy real quick. Probably should have saved my, yeah, whatchamacallit, my Touch of Death for this guy instead of using it on the Proto-Dragon. But I did not notice him until just now. But either way, he dies, like, really quickly. I'll also need to change up some of my Brewmaster builds. Maybe not my build itself. Like, my talents are fine, I think. But the main thing I need to look at is, like, trinkets and stuff. So what I'll probably run is double on-use trinkets. Cache of Acquired Treasures doesn't seem like it's really that efficient. Because even though this does insane damage, like, on a prolonged single-target fight, it just doesn't feel like there's enough of a situation for that while leveling. Everything's just dying and, like, barely any globals. I'm just never going to have an actual chance to benefit from, like, the axe buff from this. Alternatively, actually, never mind. I can use the wand from Cache of Acquired Treasures as a burst damage trinket. So maybe that's the thing that I can improve. Instead of trying to use the axe buff like normal, I just use wand, and I just try to one-shot stuff. I feel like overall I'd probably get more efficiency out of doing that. And to top it off, I have a heroic Denathrius trinket. Forget the name of it. Whatever the one is that, like, releases 3 flames. So I might save up some, like, mythic upgrade tokens for that and then get that up to, like, mythic. Unless maybe my guild will do Denathrius at some point. But I feel like at this point their main focus is just going to be farming Fated Jailer to get the rest of the people their mounts. But we'll see. But I think Denathrius Trinket and the wands from Cache of Acquired Treasures are probably going to be the 2 best leveling trinkets for me in terms of raw burst damage. Just because I can pop that and instantly delete, like, any quest mob. So I think that's what I'll probably end up doing. We're going to go up like this and then shift 6. Let me catch up in chat in 1 second. Rathian, come on. Let me hand in the quest. What the fuck? Hello? Rathian. There we go. Tell me of the Drakthir's origins. Alright, now I just talked to a bunch of people. Alright. Trying to figure out routes to get there fast. Yeah, that's the entire goal. Trust me, there will be many more runs to come for 60 to 70. By the time Dragonflight is out, my current plan is for 10 to 60 leveling. Right now on my schedule, I have the 10 to 60 leveling guide penciled in for literally the day before the Chromie Time rework. Because the way I see it is, why can't I interact with this? Hello? Game?
Tell me of your trouble.
I am ready to serve.
Okay. I don't know why this thing is highlighted, why, like it's supposed to be something I can interact with, but it's not working. Anyways, gonna talk to these Black Talon guys, get them to attack me. That work? Nope. Oh, might we review the battle plans? Okay, I have to talk to him, and then he lets me review the battle plans. Gotcha. Denathrius Trinket and the motorcycle. Ah! You're right, the motorcycle. I didn't even think about that. In fact, I actually think I have one of those in my bank somewhere. So, that's a good call. You elf.
Fow is right. The plan is sound.
Moderately racist against Blood Elves, I suppose, so... what do you have against Blood Elves, man? I know I'm basic, but, you know, Blood Elves are cool. Alright, so... Can I just, like, talk to this person and then go on with the rest of my day while they do their RP thing? Or do I have to sit here and wait for them? You know, well, let's test it. I'm just gonna keep going, and hopefully I get quest credit for talking to that person. What have you observed? Interact with this. Cancel cinematic. I get credit.
They'll surely prove a challenge for us as well.
Oh yeah, I got credit for talking to the Archivist. So now I just need to find the Forge Master. Where is the Forge Master? Oh, they are right in front of me. There we go. Thank you for the information. Now I just need to kill 4 more of these guys. Here to test your skills in combat. Here to test your skills in combat. Test your skills in combat. Test your skills in combat. And the moment they're all active. Keg smash. Keg smash. Doo-doo-doo. Oh, I got all of them. Oh my god, they all act... I did not realize. So I ended up getting way more than I need. Okay, so that's how you complete that quest efficiently, then. Because that's like 8 of them all in one spell swoop. Interesting.
Do you trust me?
And... there we go.
Your advice.
What is this quest?
I value your
Ember Flow Flight.
You are correct.
Oh, it's for the...
In number.
whatchamacallit, dragon riding races. Okay, while Rathian does a little RP thing, let me catch him in chat.
We also
Lamau, your Discord server name is fucking awesome. Thank you. I like my Discord server name. I can't take credit for it. My raid leader back in... how long ago was that? Back in Antorus the Burning Throne. When the Discord server was first created. So obviously I now use my Discord for like stream stuff, for updates on YouTube, etc. But when I first created my Discord server, it was initially for, whatchamacallit, Mythic Plus runs. So it was to organize, like, Mythic Plus key runs amongst my friends and stuff like that. So I created it back in Antorus the Burning Throne, and I was wondering what I should name it, and my raid leader suggested Harlden's Menagerie of Dumb Fucks. I was like, oh, that is such a brilliant name. So I have kept that server name ever since. And I've never wanted to change it. It's so good. But yeah, I cannot claim credit over thinking of that. Wish I could, because it is really fucking good. Can I drop a landmine? What is this? Black Talon marker. So it's a small bomb. I can use the wand. Oh, I don't know about that. That wand is crazy for single target damage. But I would imagine Denathrius Trinket is probably better just due to item level. So I think it probably is true that at the end of the day, the Mecha Cycle and the Denathrius Trinket are going to be my best bets. That being said, I don't have a 304 Mecha Cycle, and I only have a Heroic Denathrius Trinket, whereas I already have a 304 Cache of Acquired Treasures, so who knows? What's that? Block to net spot. What else do I need to do? Modak Flamespit is all the way over there. So I'm just going to go to the final, like, forced quest objective, which is somewhere in this direction. I'm going to do that. And then while I'm here, I'll worry about other quest objectives. I should probably pick my talents as well. The actual monk talents don't really matter. At this point, there's nothing really amazing that I'll be getting. But, for instance, I'm missing, like, the damage pulse when activating Weapons of Order, and that's actually a decent amount of burst damage. So let me do that now before I forget. So, Chi Surge. Let's go with Bounce Back, why not? And apply changes. Cool. Around elves, watch yourself. I just saw that in chat. Oh, completely wasted that bit of vigor. Oh well. Doesn't really matter. Going to shift 5. Shift 5, shift 5, shift 5. Place my statue. And should be able to cleave all this down fairly efficiently. Now, oh yeah, one thing I started talking about earlier, but I forgot. There's a Breath of Fire build that I've been experimenting with. Oh, I can use the bomb. Almost forgot about that. Yeah, I need to keybind my extra action button. I have a keybound on retail, but I've been forgetting to keybind it on, whatchamacallit, on beta. So I need to do that. Because stuff like this would actually really help. The Black Talon agents are going to make this significantly faster. My auto loot isn't working for that. And then I think at this point I can just run around and like interact with banners to get the remaining amount. Killing these pots will probably give a decent amount. That didn't seem to give a whole lot. Kalashi Bolt Thrower. And banner. How much does each banner give? A decent amount, 4%. Each pot gives 2. And then can I paralyze you? We should be good. Yeah, that's enough. Okay, let me scroll up. There's a neat weak aura for dragon riding, shows your speed, vigor, and your pitch angle. I did hear about that, yeah. I was going to try that out at some point in the future. But I haven't used it yet, so I didn't actually want to use it for this particular run. Speak with Rathian. Begin the assault. Do I complete... Oh, I already read that. Do I feel the Dragonflight story is easier to do than Shadowlands main story quest? I mean, I don't know what you define as easy, right? Because I think any leveling campaign is easy, quote-unquote. What can I... Captain Placeholder. Oh. Alright. Or no, wait. Not Captain Placeholder. My bad. Captain Exposition. Okay. So... To enter, do I just walk forward? Okay. Yeah, that's all I do. And then I just kill 12 Kalashi forces. So... I don't know if there's, like, a particularly fast way to do this, so I'm just gonna start killing shit. And we'll see. Maybe if I go further into the Citadel, there'll be a big group of mobs that I can do. I should definitely grab that quest, though, from Rathian. Okay. Assist Rathian. What do you want? I'm ready to assist you. Alright, Rathian, do your thing. I assume he's just gonna drop me off somewhere, so probably better to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But yeah, I don't know. The quest lines are always easier. I think it could be argued that maybe Dragonflight is a bit harder to optimize compared to Shadowlands just because dragon riding for new players might take some time to get used to. I think once you get the hang of dragon riding, it feels like very intuitive. And like I can zip around really quickly and it feels super nice. But a lot of people are going to really struggle day one figuring out like how to optimally use dragon riding, and that might make it feel a little bit more inefficient, but I mean, once you get the hang of it, it's really not that bad. Is Rathian... I mean, if Rathian's just taking me on like a forced path, then I might as well just like destroy the bolt thrower myself with dragon riding, right? Like I don't actually need to follow along with his thing. I can just do Touch of Death. The Northern Siege Arbalist, where's that? Northern Arbalist is up there, so I'm just going to dragon ride over there myself. I don't need your help, Rathian. I can do it myself. Ooh, yeah, lots of mobs in this area. So it definitely seems like in that case, the way you'll want to do this is just destroy the Arbalists, because you have to do that anyway. And while you're here, just round up a bunch of the Jargon to nuke down. And I think I'll probably end up getting 12 by the end of it. If I'm short after the last Bolt Thrower, I can always just grab one additional pack, and I should be good to go. And Bolt Thrower. And then where is it? Yeah, this guy. So I currently have Axe buff active, so I'm going to wait until I get Wand buff. Now I have Wand buff, and I can one-shot him with Wand. Yeah, I don't know. That's a lot of damage. That's so fucking good. I honestly... Mecha Cycle is nice, but Mecha Cycle is less single-target damage than the Wand. So, I feel like Brewmaster already does pretty solid AoE. And the main thing that's going to take... But that said, I have Touch of Death, right? So it could be argued that having both will be good, because I can use, like, Denathrius / Wand buff for deleting single target. And then I have the Mecha Cycle if I want to just do a massive pull and instantly delete it and save, like, my Brewmaster cooldowns for other stuff. And then I have Touch of Death as, like, a backup for if my Wand buff / Denathrius is on cooldown. Yeah, so I could definitely see a case for Mecha Cycle. Is that the Oathstone? Assume I have to click it.
To restore the power of my Dragonflight. Wrong here.
Dreadfire Vessel. Right. That's the word that I was looking for.
The stone is cracked.
What do I think about Windwalker? Windwalker is awesome. I tried it out 10 to 60 the other day. You can check that stream if you want to see the full run. But I really, really, really liked Windwalker. Even at, like, low levels, 10 to 60, it felt insane. And it's just one of those things where every single level that I got and every single new ability that I unlocked through talents, it just felt like Windwalker's power just kept rising and rising. And a lot of their capstone stuff is broken. So, definitely think Windwalker is going to be really good. The only reason I'm not leveling as Windwalker is just because, obviously, for testing purposes, I want to make sure I get a good feeling on what Brewmaster is like to level. Because if I, thank you. Sorry. If I, do this whole run and I'm like, yeah, Brewmaster is good, but Windwalker might be better, then I can now spend a bit more time refining my Windwalker 60 to 70 practice and making sure that I have that down to a science. Well, I got stuck in some terrain here. Also, I think Giaha is watching the stream, so hello, Giaha. Just walked past me and slash waved. And let's see. Dragonflight, what level is it? Are you asking what the level bracket is? In that case, the answer would be 60 to 70. But if you're asking what level am I, can I kill this rare mob? I feel like that rare mob might have a little bit too much health to be worth killing. Because that's a lot. Let me grab these guys, drag them together. Gonna do Exploding Keg. And Touch of Death as soon as it gets in range on this one over here. Yep, there we go. And we're good. So now I need 3 more pieces of the Oathstone. So one of them's right there. One of them is in the back. And what is that? Seared Defender's Blade. Is this a treasure? No, that's just a random item I can pick up. So I need 1 more oath. Wait. Oh, no, Oh, I see. So each item I pick up off the ground gives multiple pieces of the Oathstone. So I don't actually have to interact with things 12 times. That's good to know, I suppose. Kind of don't want to have to fight this mob, so I'm just gonna sneak past, but it will put me in combat. I'm gonna rop you. Thank you. That definitely was running low in water. You love my guides? Thank you, Zabby. I appreciate it. Is Evoker on the PTR yet? No, Evoker is not testable. Evoker likely will not be testable on the PTR whatsoever. So, like, for instance, Demon Hunter was never testable on the PTR. So it's on the beta, not the PTR. As for why Blizzard does that, I don't know. That's just what they do. They don't want to have Evoker be testable. I don't understand the reasoning, but it is what it is. It definitely feels like, as far as speed leveling items go, it's the first 30 minutes that's going to be... Why can't I cancel my gun shoes? Right. The first 30 minutes are definitely going to be the most important, because once I get dragon riding, I don't really need to optimize like my speed leveling item usage, because half the time, I mean, you just use dragon riding, and it's faster than anything else. Build these things.
I'm out of room. I need to target something first.
What is the level cap of Dragonflight? Right, okay, so that was your question. You're so hyped, gonna buy the physical collector's edition. It's like $130. Yeah, I used to buy collector's editions. These days, I usually do like the digital deluxe edition. Basically, I get the highest version that I need to get all of the in-game stuff. Because, I don't know, when I was a kid, I liked getting the physical collector's edition. I don't take that the wrong way. I don't want people to think that I'm saying, oh, only kids use the collector's edition. No, I'm just saying that I did that for a while, for many years, and then it's just one of those things where over the years, I just kind of found that personally, like, I still have, I can see it from here, I have, like, the Cataclysm art book from the Cataclysm Collector's Edition, and it's like, I don't think I've ever opened that. I have it sitting on my shelf, but I don't actually open it. So, I kind of had one of those realizations. I think the first Collector's Edition I never bought was, WoD. I didn't buy, like, the physical big collector's edition. I did, like, I think I did one of them for Wrath, and then I did definitely Kata, obviously, because I just mentioned that, and then I did Mop. Actually, no, I did buy the WoD one. Right. It was Legion when Legion was the first expansion when I just didn't buy the big collector's edition, and that was mostly just, like, out of laziness. I forgot to check until the last second, but when I thought about it, I was like, am I really upset that I couldn't get it? Because at that point, they had Digital Deluxe. And I'm like, nah, I got everything I really wanted from it. I wasn't going to look at the art book anyway. So I kind of realized that the full, complete package just wasn't for me. Like, I got everything I needed out of the other stuff. Same, get the boost in 30 days, $70 for 50. Yeah. Oh, whoa. Had like a cutscene insta-skip there. Sibelian offers a quest, so I have to talk to some people. Ooh. Canceled my momentum in a little bit of a weird way. Okay, it seems like gun shoes will actually be pretty useful for a quest like this, where you're zipping around between multiple little interactable points. So, I could see this being pretty effective. Can you tell me about Sibelian? What can you tell me about Rathian? Alright, and then... what is this? Research tome. Oh, that's for Neltharis. Okay, so you do get a quest for Neltharis at low levels. That's actually good to know. Because I think in my Neltharis video, I mentioned that, like, you don't get a quest for Neltharis until a high level. Because I never got a quest for Neltharis while leveling up the first time. But apparently they added one, so... that's actually good to know. That actually makes Neltharis pretty relevant as a low-level dungeon. My Drake senses a nearby dragon glyph. Huh. Hop on a dragon riding mount. Speak with Sibelian. Oh, I leveled up. Okay. What do I want to take? At this point, oh yeah, Charred Passions 100%. That's definitely going to be the biggest damage increase. I think normally at higher levels, I like to take High Tolerance, but I don't need High Tolerance, right? Like, I don't need stagger benefits. So I think I'm going to go with Counter-Strike, because that's just a chance to make Spinning Crane Kick deal 100% more damage, and that's really fucking good. Where is... oh, Sibelian's really fucking far. Yeah, so I would want to set my Hearthstone there. Oh, so far within the route, we found 2 good Hearthstone spots. So the Ruby Life Pools... set it here, and then Hearth back from the Observatory. And Obsidian Bulwark, set Hearth here, and then after I finish these quests, I would want a Hearth back there. So that's good to know. For the next run, we can do that. because that'll save a decent amount of time. Okay, gain a little bit of momentum, then pitch up, angle down. Gonna hit this little boost, pitch up, angle down, and pitch up, angle down. You want to do like quick flicks like that to really gain momentum. So pitch up, angle down. Sometimes it gets like really hard, like having to quickly flick my mouse like that like kills my wrist. But I mean, ultimately, it is efficient. Yeah, and there's a Hearthstone right in there. Oh, so I just have to walk along with the wagon on foot. Late to the party, can you try it on the lower level tune? What do you mean? Sorry. Just saw that. Wait, what? What the fuck? Sibelian's freaking out for nothing. Guess Goblin Gliders won't be as crutch anymore due to flying being so accessible? Kind of. Yeah, they're definitely not unusable, because you might notice a few times, if I want to conserve a bit of dragon riding vigor, if I know I'm going to have to immediately take off, I can like pitch myself upwards, dismount midair on my dragon, and then use a Goblin Glider. Because at that point, you're getting really good value out of it anywhere. But in many cases, you won't need to do that. You can just dragon ride there, and then do some quests, and then your vigor recharges. So I would say, compared to a normal expansion, you're probably going to have way more limited uses of Goblin Gliders, but they are still very useful if you're using them properly. Thought you were testing Chromie Time Shadowlands? Ah, no, that was yesterday. So, if you want to see my Chromie Time testing runs, yesterday was Void Elf Windwalker Monk, and last weekend there was a Protection Warrior run on Horde, so Volpera Prot Warrior. And I'll be doing more of them, so I talked about this on my Discord. If you want to join my Discord, the link is in the stream description below. But on my Discord, I usually discuss like future plans, schedules for video uploads and stuff. So next weekends, once again, we're going to have a Saturday stream and a Sunday stream, and it's going to be kind of the same format as this weekend. So Saturday is going to be another 10 to 60 run, and Sunday is going to be another 60 to 70 run. And I'll be doing this for 2 more weeks. So if we look at the calendar, if this button works, right. So obviously this is the one run we're doing today. So the 29th, this is going to be a Frost Death Knight 10 to 60 run. Probably still going to be Horde. I think I'm only going to do the one Alliance run, because at this point I've already reaffirmed that my Alliance route is fast, and I have more experience with Horde. So I'm probably just going to do more practice runs with the Horde route. So Frost DK, the 29th, and then 30th I will do... The current plan is I'm probably going to do a Prot Warrior. Maybe not Prot, not 100% sure. I'm going to be doing a Warrior stream 60 to 70 on the 30th. So I might do Arms or Fury. I'll see. It's something where I'm going to like mess around with Arms and Fury a little bit to kind of see how it feels to play. And if I can figure out like exactly what I'm doing, because I'm not super experienced with it, in that case, I will probably level with that instead. But only if I have time to figure that out. Otherwise, I'll just stick with Prot, because Prot is what I know. And then the weekend after that, so the weekend of... this was the 5th and the 6th, right? So the weekend of the 12th and the 13th. This is going to be, once again, same thing, but on... Right, so my key on... There we go. Now it worked. What do I need to do? Clean up the altar? Sweep fallen leaves. Pull overgrown weeds. Okay. Oh, it's like the Tiller's quest. I remember this one. And then I need to polish Ruby Shrine Guard. Oh, this guy. I need to polish him up. Are there any more fallen leaves over here? Yes. Okay, so it's just within this area. I wasn't sure if I had to go somewhere else to complete that quest. And can I Chi Torpedo? No. Okay, so attempting to Chi Torpedo will cancel it, but I can Tiger's Lust myself before and then do it, and then that won't cancel. Gotcha. But yeah, once again, so to finish what I was saying, on the words. On the 12th, this is going to be the Guardian Druid run. So I figured this can be interesting because I'll do, with Darkmoon Faire, a Guardian Druid run. So it'll be like, this is when we do the final 10 to 60 testing run, Darkmoon Faire buff, Darkmoon Faire quest items, basically all the fun stuff, just trying to get at an as fast run as possible, just going absolutely hog wild. What I'll probably be doing is offline, like while I'm not streaming, I'll actually do multiple test runs of the Guardian Druid run. So, you know, when everybody's like, oh, this isn't a speed run, you're not going fast enough. Well, in that run, that is going to be the goal. Whoa. Alex Straza just completely ignored my dialogue volume settings. Just booming into the microphone. All right, Alex Straza. At long last. But yeah, so that's going to be like the super polished run. Basically, the point of that is just going to be a demonstration of what a 10 to 60 run can look like if you just go full on out, super fast, you know, doing all the optimization. That's what we'll be doing on 2 Saturdays from now. And then, what's it called? This run on the 13th, this is going to be my Evoker first impressions. So I talked about this last stream. I have yet to touch Evoker whatsoever, but I figure it would be fun if, since I haven't tried Evoker at all, I just try it out for the first time on the 13th. I actually think I'll have the anniversary buff, which might make it a little bit broken. I probably won't do that just for, like, you know, testing purposes. But I'll be doing the Evoker starting zone, figuring out the talents and stuff. And then I'll be trying to level from 60 to 70 as an Evoker. So another thing I've talked about is I'm planning on doing basically little videos discussing the most, like, optimal way to level with every class. Where do I go for the MSQ? I'm lost. Hold on. Into the plains. Oh. That's... Why does it not show up as an MSQ quest? That's weird. Okay, so now I go to Onaran Plains. Oh, there's one literally right there. Whoa. That was loud. And yeah, what I just did there, that's like 99% of the use cases for dragon riding while leveling. It's just basically you need to get like a short distance, you hop on your dragon, you do a short little hop, you fight something, and then you carry on. So by the time I'm finished with this and I turn in the quests, and what I'll do is I'll use gun shoes here to conserve dragon riding vigor. And talk to a little bit far away. Pick my pike up. Then I'm going to want to go over here, and once again, I want to make sure I'm conserving dragon riding vigor, and gun shoes are still very fast, right? So I'm going to use this for the duration. It's about to expire, and do a little hop on my dragon, and I could probably use 1 pip of vigor to get the rest of the way. And here we go. Oh, shit. So I've heard there's a lot of really good side quests in this area. But let's see. Let me make sure I read chat. I don't want to fall behind in that. Actually, do I need to put any talents? No. Right on time for 4 hours to 70? Am I? Oh, that's actually good to know. And I spent like a good 25 minutes just looking at dragon riding stuff. You can purchase the collector's edition every time, and now you're committed. Even if you wasn't playing, you would still feel obligated to buy the physical collector's edition just to maintain a full set. Yeah, I can understand that. I have a lot of friends who are just like really big on collecting stuff, and I completely get that. Like for me, it's just there are things that I like collecting, and for the things that I really enjoy collecting, like I'm big on that. One of the things I really like collecting in WoW specifically is toys. So, because of weird interactions that you can do while leveling, I always like to have every single possible toy just so I can experiment with interactions on the fly. Like yesterday, for anybody who was here for the very ends of the Void Elf speedrun, Chori suggested this really cool interaction in chat between 2 different toys, and I was able to test it out because I had those 2 toys already learned, even though I had never known that was an interaction that you could do. And because of that, I got to showcase it, and it was actually really fucking cool. Which I still need to test that more, because I meant to test it a bit further, but I just kind of ran out of time, you know, was really tired after last night's stream. But I really feel like that has potential for routing, like in the final run. Let's see, so I have to pick up these supplies. Yeah. Oh wait, there's one more quest, it says, right around here. Yeah, in this hut. Alright. I vaguely remember these side quests being really efficient when I did them. Like, some of them took me barely any time at all. So maybe I'll try to do these. We'll see. Oh no. I did not mean to waste vigor there. That's a little bit inefficient, but oh well. Why is my auto loot not working? A Feral Bloom pod. Where are the pods? Yeah, I need to go out there, so I'm going to use my gun shoes. They ruined toys after Mop? I don't know if I would agree with that. I definitely agree that toys were much cooler in Mop. The potential for interactions, and actually I would argue they ruined toys in Legion, is probably a more fair thing to say. Because during WoD, there were some crazy toy interactions. I think anybody who actually did challenge modes would know that there were some absolutely bonkers toy interactions that you could do within challenge modes to just completely cheese it. Like Seesaw Tech to completely break open like Shadow Moon Burial Grounds or Upper Blackrock Spire. You could use, a good example is on Upper Blackrock Spire, actually, using Red Wooden Sled. Oh, wow. Wait, you only need to loot one of these now? Oh, that's huge. Yeah, when I did this, you had to loot way more. That makes it so much faster. If I can just touch the Death Disc, Vulture Gizzard, and we're done with that. And then I can just pop over to this thing here. And how many level 60 characters do I have? A lot. Way too many to count. I want to say probably somewhere in like the 15 to 20 range. I haven't counted them in a while, because at this point I've leveled so many characters up to 60 that I have lost track of it. But yeah, the answer is a lot. And I have almost my entire account. I would say I easily have like 40 characters that are level 50 plus. Because a lot of times if I want to do a new speedrun at this point, I literally need to delete a character to make space for the new one. Because I just do not have room. But there's a lot of alts that I have that are just sitting at level 50, and it's like my, 10th version of a class. But funnily enough, one thing that always surprises people when I mention it, and I will finally break that streak soon, sometime. I have all of those characters leveled up, and I do not have a Warlock at max level. I have never, in the history of WoW, had a Warlock at max level. This is the only class that I have not played. And at this point, I almost don't even really have a reason for that, besides, like, since I mentioned it a while ago, a lot of people really wanted to see, like, a Warlock run. So now I figure I should probably save the Warlock run for, like, something significant. I don't know. Because so many people really want to see me play a Warlock last I mentioned it. But I'll do that at some point, because, like I said, I plan to make a video showcasing, like, the optimal way to level every single class. And I don't want to leave Warlocks out there. So at some point during the beta testing cycle, I'm going to be learning Warlock, at least enough to, like, play a few runs with it. And I'm also, of course, going to be talking to all the Warlock experts in my guild, because Warlock is thankfully one of those classes where a ton of people in my guild are really, really fucking good at Warlock. I have some really smart Warlocks on my raid team. So I'm sure if I asked them for, like, thoughts on leveling and stuff, they'd be happy to, like, whatchamacallit, discuss that. And, tell me what they think is fastest, etc. Have I looked into pre-questing at all? Not yet. It is something that I'm considering. I will say, pre-questing as a concept is generally a little bit overrated. Because one thing you have to remember is, for, like, Wrath of the Lich King, right? When all that really matters is just getting through this, like... How long is it to get to max level in Wrath for, like, the average player? Something like... 19 hours if you're following like the fastest leveling route, I think is the number I heard before. So it's really long, right? And all that really matters is that over the course of the entire run, you're getting XP in an efficient, like, amount, right? Or rate. I don't know, right way to put it. Point being, getting ahead of the curve in Wrath of the Lich King or something, 40 hours. Okay, I was way off then. Yeah, so in that case, even more so. So saving, like, 30 minutes at the start of the run and falling slightly behind the curve will ultimately save you time in Wrath, because eventually things will average out. The average player will fall behind, and basically getting that extra half a level or so right at the start of like Wrath leveling will actually benefit you. That is not so the case in retail World of Warcraft, and it hasn't been for quite a while now. In fact, I would argue that technically speaking, ever since Mists of Pandaria, like, Cataclysm was probably the last expansion where you could maybe argue it was still beneficial. Because Cata had, like, split zones. Even Mop. Obviously, Mop, I want to say kind of, because Mop was still a little bit more freeform, and it didn't have, like, a forced campaign. You could just kind of blaze through the Mop questing experience, and it wasn't, like, completely linear. But it still had kind of a central narrative for each zone. So you could argue it was still faster in Mop. Obviously, the reason why Mop is a little bit touchy is for anybody who was around for day one Mop leveling. You probably remember the infamous Alliance side glitch, where basically every single player on Alliance got stuck in like this infinite loop with the flying machine, and you could not basically like shoot the mobs, and you were stuck in this like vehicle section. So effectively, being ahead of the curve there gave you a massive advantage, and then you could argue the same kind of thing happened for WoD, kind of, because in the case of WoD, there was massive issues with the garrison. Basically, there was like some really inefficient... I remember talking to... it was Koji. So Kojiyama, he's like a rogue genius, right? But he's also just really smart in general. And he was explaining how... basically how the code worked in WoD that caused the garrison issue that crashed the servers. And it was something to the effect of, like, basically the way that garrisons were initially coded when the expansion first launched is somebody just created, like, a gigantic linked list of all the different garrisons. So every time a player loaded into their garrison, it just searched through the entirety of the linked list to find their garrison and then cause that to load in. So every single time one of the however many players that was leveling at the time had to load into a garrison, it had to cycle through that entire linked list of garrisons, which for anybody who understands even a basic amount of coding, you probably understand how extremely unoptimized and inefficient that is. And that's the reason why the servers were just completely melting when WoD first released. So as a result, if you manage to get ahead of the curve in WoD and avoid the garrisons fiasco, and the stuff with, like, people sitting on top of the little create garrison telescope, there were a lot of really weird things back in WoD. Then, once again, you were at an advantage. So, in that case, once again, pre-questing would not have been super helpful. But technically speaking, you could argue that, again, WoD had no major central narrative, so maybe it was helpful. And then... in Legion, I would say Legion was one expansion where maybe you could argue there's an exception to that, because there were no major bottlenecks. The introduction was like the artifact stuff, which was instanced, so it wasn't really a big deal as far as... I missed it. I need to get a Mudfin Totem. Crap. Do I just kill mobs to get that? Yeah, I just kill mobs to get Mudfin Totems. So, just kill this guy. I don't want to use my trinket. Actually, yeah, I can use my trinket, because then I can Touch of Death the questing mob right after the fact. Are you good? Right. And now I have to... yeah, now it's we kill the questing mob. But I should be able to just kill him in a single Touch of Death. Yeah, so Legion, you could argue that pre-questing might have been good, since they were actually smart about it, and they allowed you to pick your zone out of 4 different options. And because there was no major bottleneck right at the start, it was arguably maybe worth it. But in BFA, Shadowlands, and Dragonflight, it's a completely linear questing experience. You do not get to choose your zone. BFA is one of those things where it's a bit weird because the introduction quests were linear, right? So technically speaking, you could make the argument that in BFA you could do pre-turn-ins, but because the very first few quests were linear and then it branched out, you know, yeah, slight argument to be made, but I will say for Dragonflight and obviously for Shadowlands, absolutely not. Pre-questing is, generally speaking, not going to be efficient, so yeah, it's not really a huge concern. All that being said, one thing that you can potentially consider is because the first few quests in Dragonflight take place within Orgrimmar, if you're able to do like a quick quest turn-in on the way to a mob in Orgrimmar, and it takes literally no more than a 1-second detour, maybe. But I do not know if that's the case. Like, I would have to look into that more, but I'm pretty sure any efficiency you might gain by doing like a quest turn-in Orgrimmar would be lost by the amount of time it takes you to detour. Because and that's literally how much of a time loss it would have to be, literally 1 to 2 seconds. Because as previously discussed, if your time loss is any more than 1 to 2 seconds at the very start, you are going to be inefficient. And it is going to suck. Trust me on that. Anyways. I have to meet with the caravan. I'm going to hold on to my dragon riding vigor for a little bit. Who do I talk to? This guy? Not a guy. Yeah, and the nice thing about this, I have already tested this. You can just completely ignore all of the RP and just skip forward. So what I'm going to do, go up really high, shift 6, and I'm just going to Goblin Glider over because I'm out of Dragon Riding Vigor. And when I land, I'm going to Gun Shoes. And Gun Shoes the rest of the way. Have I done any clothy runs yet? No. But I will do that eventually. I will be testing every class, for sure. Now, I will say I won't be streaming every single one of my test runs, because I really only have time to stream on the weekend, because the reality is my schedule is a bit in flux during the actual week. So I don't really have time to stream like every single day. Not to mention, let's be real here, streaming is exhausting. So if I were to stream every single day, I wouldn't get anything done. Well, that was a flop. I did not get nearly the momentum I wanted to with that one. Yeah, if I streamed every single day, I'd be able to get absolutely nothing done because I would just be tired all the time. So I need to take some breaks, and at the moment, due to a combination of my like weekdays being too unpredictable for me to reliably set like a stream schedule for them, and just the fact that I need to get other stuff done anyways, I'm just only going to be streaming on the weekends for now. In the future, which wouldn't be until after Dragonflight launches, I might change that up, but we'll have to see. Oh, that sucks. For the immediate moment, it is just going to be this, and because of that, it means I only have a limited number of days where I can actually stream, testing runs, and it's kind of impossible to do more than one testing run per day. Like, I could maybe, if I got it really fast, could maybe do like 2 full runs in a single stream, because mind you, on YouTube, you can't stream longer for 10 hours or your VOD gets terminated. So don't want that to happen. So basically, I need to be able to have my stream be less than 10 hours. And within 10 hours, the most I could do is barely sneak in 2 full runs. But let's be real, that would just be so exhausting to do 2 5-hour runs back to back. Because I would have to actually be doing that somewhat fast. And I don't know if I can reliably keep up that speed after doing already a full entire run. So a lot of my testing is going to be done offline. Now, you'll still see that footage, obviously, when I put out the guides and like my testing stuff. You'll see all that stuff in the background. I'll talk about like my leveling times. I'll talk about the builds I used, how it felt overall. I might try to do at least one clothy stream before Dragonflight comes out. Let's say maybe I do that closer to the release, because right now there's a few different things I want to test. But it would probably only be one, just because the reality is I just don't play clothies a lot. Nothing against it, but, there aren't any cloth tanks. Same thing with mail. I don't really play mail a lot. At the very least, Hunter has mail, so like I play Hunter a decent bit, more than Cloth users at least. So that has at least gotten showcased on my channel a few times. Let's see.
It's still recharging.
That's probably going to save a bit of time, conserve my vigor a little bit. This definitely seems like a case where if I were to have the XA 1000 surface skimmers, I always forget the name, I could probably use it here to quickly zip across the lake and save a tiny bit of time. Drinking Horn to aggro everything in Mop was OP. Yeah, there was also the Salian War Banner, that thing. Because you could use that in challenge modes to like quickly aggro a whole room full of mobs. That was really, really good. You only have 2 characters at 60? Well, yeah. I mean, admittedly, I'll say this. Before doing, like, a lot of these speedruns, I had a decent amount of alts, but I did not have nearly the same amount that I have now. So, there's a certain extent of, I don't just level alts for fun. A lot of my alts really are just done for testing purposes. I don't hate it, right? Like, if I absolutely hated the process of leveling and I couldn't stand it one bit, well, I wouldn't be doing this for YouTube. But it's not like I get like a big burst of joy of like, oh man, I can't wait to level another character and wow, this will be my 20th level 60. No, I don't give a shit. Right? In fact, a lot of the characters I level are on testing servers, like the PTR or beta, which means there's absolutely no point in me doing it other than testing, because I end up losing the character because I can't actually play it on live servers. So really, it's like I level maybe like 5 to 6 characters for actual play, because, you know, there's 6 tanks. And then every other character past that, I do purely to test leveling. Like, I have 4 Guardian Druids at level 60, and I play 0 of them at max level. But Guardian Druids are really good for leveling, so I've made a lot of them. That's just kind of how it goes. Let me speed taunt this in. Dude running a timer and not using auto loot, I'm hoping that you have now realized how that's wrong, right? Like, auto loot just bugs out on the beta sometimes. But, you dead, tarnished, yeah, I am using auto loot, but in case you haven't noticed, sometimes it just doesn't work, or it's really slow. I have no control over that. I will never understand people who tune in, watch 5 seconds, and then immediately write something in chat like, I'm not using auto loot and running a timer. Ugh. It's like, my guy. Come on. Toy zone restrictions are horrible. I agree, yeah. I wish you could just use any toy anywhere. Hey, Haraldin, recently returned to retail after about a 5-year break and was checking out your guides for leveling. Come on, auto loot. Oh, my phone just went off again. Yeah, the feather drop rate from these guys is fucking horrible. I've killed how many of these things and I've gotten 2 feathers? That seems really, really bad. And there, I got another 2 feathers just by killing 2. Yeah, I really dislike when they make quests like this, where it's like you have to get 8 of an item, and the drop rate is just super unreliable. Because it's just super annoying, where some people will do this, they'll kill 8 Jade Throat Mallards, and they'll get 8 of the feathers. And then other people will do the exact same thing, and have to kill like 25 to get the 8 feathers, and that just never feels good. I think if you want to make something an RNG drop only require 1 of it, come on, stupid fucking auto loot. There we go. Where's some mallards? I'm gonna leap over here. Yeah, a few more. I'm basically gonna drive the duck population extinct. They only just added it to Dragonflight, and I'm already gonna kill off all of them just by doing this one quest. Alright, Egg Smash. Exploding Keg. God, I love Exploding Keg. I'm so glad we have that back now. I mean, we've technically always had it, right? But it's never been viable just because of opportunity cost, right? So, oh, I have to do I am ready. Alright. Click 3 totems. But let me finish reading Dekka's comment. Recently returned to retail after about a 5-year break. Was checking out your guides for leveling. What class would I recommend for returning players? Something chill. I would say I really can't recommend a class, right? I wouldn't say I dislike comments like that, but I think it's a bad thing to ask because it's completely dependent on the person, right? Something that I might recommend you'll find incredibly frustrating. So my definition of chill, you might find really stressful. Like, I love monks, but I know a lot of people who find monks to be extremely stressful to play because they either like hate the Windwalker like alternate mastery ability things, or they dislike the way Brewmaster plays with stagger and whatnot. So who knows? Really, really depends. Do I have to? I guess I have to jump down to the bottom floor. So really, I would say just play whatever and see what you like. Try out everything. Maybe like level every single class up to, I don't know, like level 20 or 30 or something, and whatever you feel like, oh yeah, this really like grabs my attention, then work on getting that up to 60. But I have no way to tell you what you might enjoy. Definitely depends. Got stuck on terrain. Oh my god. Come on, terrain, please. Why can't I complete this quest? This is annoying. I hate unclear quest objectives like this where it just says arrive in X town. These are the worst type of quests. Where I need to find the hidden invisible quest tracker and magically touch the little invisible trigger and then get that to work. Please. Where is the invisible trigger point? Okay. Anybody in chat happen to know where I need to go for this thing? Because otherwise, I basically just need to swing around finding the arbitrary invisible point that Blizzard deemed, yes, this is where you have to arrive in Marukai. For the love of God, why? The rival quest is not in that building?
May your family be blessed with daughters.
It says it is on the map. So I guess the map is wrong? Go way down? Okay. Yeah, because if you look at my mini-map, it shows it right there. Right? I'm outside Noku defensive. Probably along the road. What? Okay. Sure. Sure. The quest tracker was right over there.
Aggressive.
All right, Blizzard.
Accompany our friend to make
Well, now we know.
Yes, my kind.
Don't mind the map, yeah. I guess now I know, just don't trust the mini-map for stuff like that. God damn.
I need to get closer.
Bring it here.
God, WoD release was awful. Yeah, WoD release was a complete mess.
Now we must season them.
Did WoD bonus objectives when Legion hit and it was very worth it? Yeah, I could see that. That definitely makes sense. Is XP level squish going live on the 25th/26th? No, it's going live on November 15th. Are side quests needed at all to reach 70? Yes. It's unclear at the moment to me which side quests I need. People have been saying it's around 960k XP of side quests to reach level 70 in addition to the main story quest. And that's honestly the main thing that we're testing right now. The entire point of this run is to test, like, how many side quests do I need, which side quests are efficient, etc. And then as we do more runs closer to Dragonflight, we'll refine that, get a better time, etc., etc. Flask ran out? Oh, yeah. I guess it doesn't really matter, but yeah, I'll probably do that when I have some RP downtime. Because at the moment, I'm not fighting anything, but definitely good call. That's something that'll probably get like a week or a 4 just to remind me to refresh it. Since there's no like draft of 10 lands that actually really matters. Not super concerned. Renowned Quartermaster. Okay, so I at least want to talk to these guys because that's a side quest. And that's literally just free XP, right? Yeah. It's not much. That's only like 1,300, but still. Pop down here.
Time for me to depart. Enjoy.
Alright. And I know there's, like, the new Ring of Blood. I actually was not able to test the new Ring of Blood on my first run, because my, whatchamacallit, my, Demon Hunter was so under-geared. Well, actually, I pulled way too many. I did not need to do this. Alright. That was way overkill. I wasted way too many CDs in that. Now we know. They have, like, no health. Alright. Can't do that while moving. But yeah, the new Ring of Blood is apparently extremely efficient in terms of side quest XP. But I did not get a chance to test that. But I'll test that now. For the purposes of this. Yeah, that's this thing. The Fields of Ferocity. Speak to Gurgthok. Speak to good old Ian Hazakostas over at the Fields of Ferocity. The Grey Parsing Resto Druid. Is this side quest efficient? I did this one, but I can't remember if it was actually worth doing. Talk to Elder whatever. You know, Goblin Glider over there. And then we'll pop a Gunshoes.
It's not ready yet.
Now, one thing I want to see if it still works is... in my first run, for anybody who remembers that, I was using the Dragon Riding Races to reset my Vigor. Where is Elder... Yeah, this lady. Ask about so-and-so's proposal. And then I want to go this way. Okay, that actually works out well, because it's exactly where I need to go for this quest. And I can just... I can fail to jump the gap. If I had jumped, I actually probably would have made it. Let's see. Who do I need to talk to? They're in this hut. Let's see. Hearthkeeper Erden. I'm guessing Honey Plump Treat. Alright. Clear out all the stuff from my bags. And turn in 2 quests. Or no, this is a pickup quest. I'll pick this up just in case, but... Ah.
We cannot stop the wind, outsider.
Sweet Suckle Incense. Okay.
We must be guided by it, even into
Let me catch... Hold on. I'm actually gonna just take a moment here while we're not doing anything, and I'm just gonna catch up on chat real quick. Is there some kind of Nessingwary quest? Hemet Nessingwary is an Azure Span. I think he has like a little side quest chain, but I think the entire joke with his little quest line is that he's retired now, so he doesn't have you do like all these crazy things. He just has you kill like 1 or 2 mobs. I think so. But I definitely remember Hemet Nessingwary is annoying because in Azure Span, he's on a wagon that patrols from down here all the way across the zone. So if you want to turn in his quests, you have to get really lucky and run into him while you're on the road. What's good about being a Guardian Druid for leveling? Guardian Druid is just really nice because at low levels, it has really efficient AoE with like Thrash and Moonfire spam. It also has really early access to reliable self-healing. And one of the main things you need for surviving big pulls at low levels is self-healing. So pure damage mitigation isn't going to get you very far because a lot of mob hits aren't really going to be doing much damage. So like Dampen Harm, for instance, if I'm mitigating boss auto attacks in a raid with Dampen Harm, that's going to be really big because an individual hit from a raid boss mitigated by 20% is going to save a lot of my health. But a lot of times your damage taken while leveling is going to come from a lot of very little tiny hits. And the best way to counteract that is with something like an Absorb Shield that just eats all of those hits, or just taking that damage and healing it back. So the fact that very early on you get Frenzied Regeneration, which is just an extremely efficient heal spell, makes Guardian Druid really good. A lot of other tanks take a really long time to actually get access to stuff like that. Well, frankly, a lot of classes in general have a really hard time getting efficient healing spells, and they don't get it until later on. Guardian Druid gets all of that very early. The biggest reason why Guardian Druid is extremely efficient, 2 big reasons actually. One, the Moonfire build, which is really good right now in Shadowlands, and it's going to be even better in Dragonflight. Because the thing about Moonfire is it's an instant cast ability that you can use from pretty far away that deals decent instant damage and also leaves behind a dot. And with Galactic Guardian, it'll basically auto-refresh itself while you spam Thrash. So the way that you want to do pulls as a Guardian Druid is you jump in, run around tagging random mob packs with Moonfire. You group it all up, you pop your cooldowns, you just spam Thrash, hit everything with 1,000,000 bleeds. Moonfire is just proccing all over the place, refreshing itself, and you're just chipping away at a massive group of mobs while basically being unkillable, and then they just all die from the dot damage. It's crazy how efficient it is. There are very few classes that can reliably round up mobs that quickly and then chip them down while also being unkillable. It's just, it checks every single box that you want from a really efficient leveling spec. On top of that, the big reason is just druids as a class have flight form. At low or at high levels for 10 to 60, so basically level 40 onwards pretty much, with flight form, you can just zip around the map and complete quest objectives while remaining in flight form. You don't need to dismount. That has two major benefits. One, it lets you save time because you don't need to cast like the 2 seconds for every time you're mounting, which adds up over the course of a run. But the really big thing is it allows you to basically complete entire quests without engaging in combat a single time. So whereas another spec might have to round up like 10 different mobs, kill them, and then interact with the quest objectives, Guardian Druid, well, any Druid for that matter, can do that while remaining flying. So pretty much every Druid spec just has a massive advantage because of that no other class has. You can do similar things like with Herbalism, with the Sky Golem mount, but you cannot do that with quest objectives unless you're a Druid. So basically, Guardian Druid is good at everything that you need to be good at, and it has a powerful advantage that no other class in the game has. That's the reason why Guardian Druid in particular is just insane, and that probably won't be changing anytime soon, even with the stuff that Blizzard has been doing it to it. So from an endgame perspective, yes, Guardian Druid has issues, and a lot of people aren't happy with where it is, but from a leveling perspective, Guardian Druid is absolutely batshit insane right now, and will remain that way in Dragonflight. Okay, let me catch up a bit more. What am I going to main this expansion? Still Brewmaster Monk. I really like Brewmaster, and Prot Warrior, Prot Paladin, and probably as alts Guardian Druid and Vengeance DH. But definitely Brew, Prot Warrior, Prot Paladin are the big three. Is the UI from Dragonflight or is it an add-on? Everything you see here is from the base UI in Dragonflight. While I'm talking, I might as well do something like this. Just throw on a lot of my consumables. Especially Shadow Core Oil, because I never refresh that on the new weapon. Wait. I just saw the things about the duck quest. You don't kill the ducks unless they aggro, you have to pluck them. You can click the ducks to prune the feathers. Oh. Well, I wish I read that about 10 minutes ago. I'll try that the next time I do that quest. That's good to know. Thank you, owner, and thank you, Matthias. I did not notice that message in time. That's helpful, because I was gonna say that feels extremely frustrating that the ducks just do not have a 100% drop chance, but yeah, makes it much easier if you don't have to kill them and can just pluck their feathers. I somehow completely missed that. Maybe pacifism is the way to go and the game is punishing you for killing innocent ducks. Apparently, yes. And then owner talking about the arrival quest. You duck murderer, yeah. Notes to self about the duck, yeah. No, that, see, I put notes for things that are, like, relatively minor, that, like, if it's a specific add-on name, I'm not going to forget about the duck thing. That is now seared into my memory. Next time I do the ducks, that memory will be haunting me of, God, how was I such an idiot killing the ducks? I definitely will not forget that the next time. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it would be nice to know which and how many side quests to do to get to 70. Yeah. Honestly, the entire point of my day one Dragonflight guide is going to be the side quests. That's going to be the big one. Figuring out the exact optimal amount of side quests, rare mobs, treasures, dragon riding glyphs is another one. I can tell you right now, based on my initial testing, you're going to get this. This is how much you do for dragon riding. The starter glyph, and then if you happen to get 3 of them over the course of leveling, you take dynamic stretching. So if you're just joining in now, that's what you do for that. This is not too complicated. It's not worth it. A lot of people are going way too much into like, oh, get all the dragon riding glyphs. Fuck no. They are nowhere near efficient enough. So that is a pretty straightforward answer that I can almost lock in right now. And As for side quests and stuff, that is literally the entire point of my guide. Now, obviously, for Threads of Fate leveling, I discussed this at the very start of the stream, after Dragonflight launches, probably within the first week or maybe on the second week, I will be putting out a Threads of Fate alt leveling guide for anybody who's interested in that. But for the first initial campaign thing, honestly, the only thing you really need to know is like any major time saves, like, hey, during this quest, there's this little cool trick you can pull off that saves like 2 minutes, that kind of stuff. And then, of course, side quest optimization. Anyways, next thing, giant stream delay. I don't really think it's giant stream delay. It's just me taking a while to respond to questions. It's not stream delay, trust me. It's like, if you want to call it delay, it's like Harlden brain delay. That's the delay. There's nothing to do with the stream. I just take a while to read stuff. If the state of beta stays like 50% at release, you're going to macro some FAQs. Yeah, I'm probably going to have to get a few more FAQ things, because I have a decent amount in the stream FAQs as is. Yo, Juggy, good to see you. Does herbalism and mining still give XP? Yeah, herbalism and mining is still decent for leveling, but generally speaking, I would say if you're going for like pure experience optimization, probably not the best thing to do. But, I mean, it's not bad, I guess. If you're looking to kind of level up and make gold at the same time, do be aware you will be sacrificing a bit of time, but yeah, it still gives experience, just not as much as you might want. Okay, I can just grab this thing, and I think that will give the quest. And we're almost caught up. What do I have to do with this? I need to grab 5 to get the incense. Haunted quacking commences. Can you bring your speedrun route to an add-on? So, I've been asked this a lot. Unfortunately, there's no add-on out there right now that I can reliably, like, get my speedrun thing on. And I'm going to be completely real here. Even if there was something where I could, like, you know, find a way to like code out a route and import it into something. Like I think somebody was saying that there's an add-on called like WoW Pro Guides where you can make like a custom route and people can import it or something like that. Kind of like Guideline. I don't know too much about it, but the reality is if it was something that I had to spend the time to do, I probably would not spend the time to do that because I have so many other things that I need to do already. And I figure my route is the more important thing. Actually doing the testing, figuring out the route and stuff like that. The only thing that an add-on would really contribute is it would allow you to overlay the guide onto the game, and it would, whatchamacallit, give you like an arrow, presumably, if it works like Azeroth Autopilot used to. It would give you like a little arrow that you can follow along with, which, yeah, sure, that would be helpful. But if I have to consider how much time that would take me to do versus like, could I spend that time doing additional testing or making guides for other forms of content in the game that I think people would find useful, I would rather just spend my time elsewhere. So it's one of those things where if there was an add-on like that and somebody wanted to import my guide, absolutely, they could do that. But
Try again. Incorrect.
Do I just randomly guess things?
Incorrect. Try again.
Okay, yeah, so I think if you memorize the correct answers, you could probably do that quest pretty efficiently. But yeah, so if somebody had an add-on like that and they wanted to basically import my route or make like a version of my route and import it into that, like by all means, go ahead. I give anybody free permission to take my route and use it for an add-on like that. I don't care. But it's the kind of thing where there's not at least a very easily usable add-on like that I'm aware of. And even if there was, I would not have the time at this immediate moment to do something like that. But in the future, sure, would definitely want to do that. But that's like, if I were to ever spend time working on something like that, it would be months in the future. Because I'm very, very busy. I have to retract my comments about the glyphs. They switched the dragon talents in a major way. You were contemplating getting the 4th Vigor, which was behind 9 to 12 glyphs. Yeah, because now that you get 4th Vigor right off the bat, that's like the big one. And it's immediate, so you don't need to worry about the rest. And you have to go through all this stuff. Basically, this one is okay, and then this is the point where it actually starts being efficient, when it costs like 4 glyphs, 5 glyphs, and then these are all 5 glyphs apiece. It's just, it's too much of an investment to actually get anything that's even remotely efficient. And then you have to ask yourself, does that save enough time to be worth getting all those glyphs for? And at that point, probably not. He needs to finish writing his guide for our guild. Yes. What I'll probably do is I'm probably going to make like a template, right? So like a profession, because I assume, Juggy, you're probably talking about the profession thing, because I definitely plan on doing that eventually. I'll probably make like a template profession guide and basically be like, here, if you want to set up something for your own guild, you can do this. And then I'll make like a version for our guild so we can set all that stuff up. But yeah, that's probably going to be next month. Because right now, the leveling guides ultimately take priority. Because that's something that like everybody can benefit from at the immediate moments. Or at least when Dragonflight Chromitime launches. So I want to make sure I'm at least getting all that stuff out in a timely manner. But then as we get closer to Dragonflight and I have more time to do other stuff, then I can begin to work on professions. So that's probably like the final few weeks. Jeez, Cache of Acquired Treasures just one-shot that mob. Fucking hell. Thank you for your long answer. No problem.
Daughters of Tira
This
smile.
is sacred land.
You are
Greetings.
welcome at my fire.
Clan Nokud has made their choice. They betray the Maruk for power.
The storm crests the horizon. It grows dark. My promise to the emissary stands. It seems the Maruk and the dragons need each other once again. Have you eaten?
Make haste. We must rally our forces and
Cons, ready your clans for war. Outsider. You must be the dragon seeker Sansok Khan told me about. If you aim to help the dragons, you can help us.
Alright, testing, testing. Is this better? Can you hear me now? Hopefully this is working again. I'm going to give it like a minute or two, hopefully. On my end, it now feels way better. So, obviously it's going to take a little bit for the stream to actually catch up.
At my fire.
That's unfortunate.
And now, back to work.
But if you are able to hear me, let me know. Because I'm looking at OBS and at least it's registering the input capture. Heard you for a split second there? Okay, it looks like at this point it's YouTube's end. So... yeah, because it's fine on my end. Hopefully it manages to fix whatever it is it's doing.
See you soon.
Oh, this is frustrating. Game audio coming through fine. Well, I'm just going to continue along with the questing. Unfortunately, it looks like YouTube is kind of shafting me at the moment. I've had multiple complaints about, like, the stream randomly lagging. And now YouTube has just decided to, like, kind of nuke my stream. So that's fun. Okay, you hear me now? Oh, man. This has been very frustrating. I guess when it rains, it pours, right? Like, of course, don't run into any issues, like, pretty much the last two streams, except very minor stutters. And now, of course, today, YouTube has some issues at the start, and then it's just melting towards the end. Reloading gave you back audio? Oh, that's good to know. Yeah, even in the YouTube playback, I can see it, like, massively stuttering. And my OBS is fine. So if I check OBS, the playback is completely normal. But if I'm looking at the YouTube playback, it's really, really, really slow. Really bad. All fixed on my end? Okay. Yeah, I think it was a... looks like it was a combination of my NVIDIA broadcast randomly, like, glitched out and started taking up, like, 100% of my, like, CPU usage. I don't know what happened, but I checked Task Manager. So you might notice, I don't know if my voice sounds any different, but, like, any background noise suppression is unfortunately disabled for now, because I had to do that in order to get NVIDIA broadcast to shut off. Unfortunately, the reality of something like that is I'm going to end up losing about, like, 40 viewers because that happened, so... it's fun. That's always fun. But yeah, it seems like it's fixed now. Unfortunately, I don't know what just happened with my NVIDIA broadcast, and then I'm guessing that bugging out and, like, fucking over my OBS then caused, like, a knock-on effect, which caused YouTube to start lagging really badly. So, you know. Yeah, my dad says it's fixed. Cool. Keep forgetting to restart this. Well, shit. That definitely is a bit of a depressing thing to have happen right in the middle. But we'll make do. Back to what people were saying. Yeah, I know you're taking this run fairly casually. How long should it take you to get to 60 to get from 60 to 70? I would say for a casual player, probably 6 to 8 hours. Once I get this run down, I'm guessing it's probably going to take me like 4 to 5 hours, give or take. Obviously, the fastest time right now is, I believe, like 3.5 hours or something like that. But yeah, we'll see. It also depends because I believe the fastest time of 3.5 hours is not really the fastest time because it doesn't finish the campaign. And I always consider day one leveling, if you're not finishing the campaign, it's not legitimate, right? Because that's something that every single person needs to do in order to hit max level. So I don't really know what the fastest level 70 plus campaign time is. I don't really think that's something that people are tracking at the moment. Because, of course, everybody likes to have the level 70 in X time, and then they just ignore the campaign and do, like, efficient side quests, which is, like, all well and good, but it doesn't help from a practical perspective, you know? So, we'll see. I'm estimating, right, it's probably going to be somewhere in, like, the 4.5 hour range, if you do all the stuff in Thaldraszus, but, yeah, not 100% sure. Okay, people are trickling back in. That's good. Okay, for anybody rejoining right now, sorry about that.
Hey, how you doing?
I don't fully know what happened, but it seems like the issue is fixed, so glad. Just level, then go back on day 2 to get the zone explorers and the glyphs. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, obviously, the moment you finish leveling up to max, when you're doing world quests and stuff, you should definitely go ahead and grab all of the dragon riding glyphs. Because they're nice to have. Like, it's good quality of life stuff. It's just in terms of speed leveling efficiency, it's really not all that worth it. And that's one of the big reasons why, because like what Owner said earlier about like retracting my comment because now you get 4 vigor immediately. They change stuff like that all the time leading up to the release. So that's one of the big issues I have with putting out, like, guides and definitive, like, explanations. Like, I've seen so many guides linked, like, in Discord so far about, like, this is the fastest way to level to 70 in Dragonflight. And it's like, how the fuck do you know? There's still over a month left. Like, Blizzard's changing things constantly. Pretty much until the final week of the beta, until we get literally a release candidate beta build, everything is subject to change. And something that simple of, like, changing the order of stuff in the dragon riding talent tree can completely change the way that you optimize your leveling route for little bonuses like that. So that's why I always hate when people just try to rush out a guide early. It's like, no, shit. That stuff's done when it's done, right? You don't rush that. You do proper testing. You wait until you get the finalized version, and then you put out a guide. That's the proper way to do it. Okay, now that I've caught up to those things. Oh yeah, and then Brett said Oh, and my second question, do you think War Mode would be more beneficial or more of a hindrance for your typical leveler on release? Basically, my stance on War Mode is this. Are you in the top 1%? If you are, War Mode. And by that I mean like speed leveling. Are you going to be one of the top 1% fastest people who's basically following my guide to the letter and doing all the super duper fast stuff to really get ahead on, you know, the pack? And by that I mean literally day 1. So I think if you're leveling on like day 2 or day 3, yeah, you turn War Mode on. Because by that point, you know, the crowd will kind of have spread out a little bit. And you're probably safe to actually level in War Mode without too much competition. But day 1 leveling, if you're not in like the top 1% going as fast as humanly possible, turn off War Mode. Because at that point, it's not worth it. But for everybody else who actually does plan on going really fast, then obviously. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, right? If you want to be one of the fastest people, plus 10% experience is a lot. Obviously take plus 10% experience. But yeah, 100% War Mode is more trouble than it's worth. In fact, I would actually argue that War Mode in Dragonflight is even more trouble than it's worth compared to other expansions, because it used to just be that, oh, you always have to compete with Alliance for tags, but in War Mode, you run the risk of Alliance just outright killing you. But in Dragonflight, Alliance and Horde now share tags. So you're actually now having extra competition for mob tags by turning on War Mode because you don't get to share tags with Alliance. So, yeah, for anybody doing pure casual leveling, just like you want to take your time, you want to level for fun, you're not racing ahead, absolutely do not turn on War Mode. Okay. What my dad said, lady was talking about the dragon, you know, Rand al Thor. I feel like you're just trying to randomly insert a Wheel of Time reference, Dad. That seems a bit forced. Nobody was talking about Wheel of Time. Just hit level 60 on my first character in Shadowlands. Did quite the game back in quit the game back in BFA and haven't had any reason to come back to WoW until now. Yeah. BFA and Shadowlands. I'm gonna be real, you probably didn't miss a whole lot. I've been having fun playing WoW, right? Because, you know, if you're a Mythic Raider, I think there's always something to do in World of Warcraft. But for people who aren't Mythic Raiders, yeah, last 2 expansions really haven't had much to offer. So, definitely don't really blame you. But it looks like Dragonflight will definitely be a pretty sizable step up for casual players, so you probably picked a good time to come back. Is this the end of the Ring of Blood? I'm guessing this is the last quest in the Ring of Blood chain. Oh my god. Lots of random terrain there. Nope, there is one more. Okay, this is Master of the Hunt, so I'm guessing this is the final quest. And I'll use Potion of Phantom Fire on this one. I already popped all my cooldowns, but eh. Probably going to level at least one more character. Yeah, it's nice to have alts, especially in this expansion. Alright, let me pop Phantom Fire. I'm going to do Exploding Keg. Hold on, I'll respond to the comments in chat after I finish this, because this actually is hurting. So, I'm actually going to need to focus if I want to do this properly. Because these guys have a lot of health. I might be able to touch a death this, because it'll probably be back up by the time this thing is dead. I wonder if this actually is efficient. I feel like if you have a group to do this with, this will be very fast. But I don't know if this is actually worth the time it takes. This map fucking hurts. I got Celestial Brew. I'm just gonna be using Expel Harm, like, pretty much on cooldown now. Actually, no, it's in kill range. I think I should be good. Okay. Yeah, and Touch of Death. Nice. Alright. Definitely doable as a Brewmaster. I feel like something like that might be really tough to solo as a Windwalker Monk. Just because those auto attacks are probably going to be fucking brutal. Because this is like a mythic geared Brewmaster, right? And you saw how hard that thing was hitting. So I have a feeling that DPS players are going to really struggle with something. What the fuck? My game crashed. Man, this run is cursed. Well, hopefully it lets me log back in. I should also note, for anybody who's hearing me right now, I'm looking at the YouTube playback. It looks like there's, at this point, a bit of like a stream delay of, I want to say like 2 minutes, give or take, based on what I'm seeing. Because presumably, oh, yeah, we're good. That's weird. Yeah, I don't know why that happened. But yeah, roughly 2 minute delay there. Presumably something got like out of sync whenever we had the severe lag. But I guess on the plus side, it looks like people won't end up missing much of the run. Also, where's the next MSQ? Wait, what? Oh, the next MSQ is all the way over there. I can already go to the Azure Span at level 64? That is weird. Alright. Well, I guess we're going across the zone. So, all the way over there. Now, are there any dragon races on the way? God, this is so fast. Like, I don't know, I feel like the way that I've been using dragon riding, it has to be the fastest method, right? Because it just feels so clean doing those big hops. And then as soon as I get this vigor, just take off, and then we'll zip around like that. And boop. Yeah, it's finally caught up to the crash at this point. So I'm seeing the chat. Yeah, so unfortunately, you're probably not going to hear my responses until a little bit after I give it. That's just an unfortunate reality of what happened when the YouTube, like, little desync thing happens. Unless... Oh, there we go. Okay, let me just catch up on chat while it's scrolling. Maybe YouTube will, like, snap forward. Is the fastest way to hit 50 if I'm just trying to get Heritage Armor, just playing healer and tank and spamming dungeons? Nope, it's to follow my guide. My guide is the fastest no matter what your goals are. That is just the fastest way to level. I've been playing Classic since the start, but it's getting old for me. Yeah, I enjoy Classic, but I like playing 1 to 2 characters on Classic, then doing the endgame, and then just kind of moving on. But I feel like if I play Classic for too much, I start to get burnt out on it. So I like playing Classic in bursts. The Fields of Ferocity quests might be harder for lower item level characters. Another thing is you might want to wait for other people's fights. But think about it like this, Owner. If you're looking at it from like an ahead of the pack perspective, you can't wait for other people. So you have to think about it like either you're leveling with a group and you do it with a group, or you need to be able to do it solo because you have nobody else to rely on because you're the first person to get there. So definitely, I can agree with you there that it is absolutely slower for lower item level people, because when I tried to do it on my Vengeance Demon Hunter, I don't know if that made it into the initial video. I think it did, because I'm pretty sure I did all the way up to like the start of Azure Span in that old speedrun like 2 months ago. And I tried Fields of Ferocity and I was like 120 item level, and it felt super painful. It was so slow. So I agree with you. But then for non-tanks, yeah, it seems like some of those later ones are going to be super duper rough. Like, Brewmaster was getting smashed. That was through stagger with all my gear. Yeah, absolutely. The good old crash. Yep. Any word if the WoW 18th anniversary will give the XP buff during that first Dragonflight release week? No. I'm 99% sure. So if we look at the calendar... Yeah, no, it's disabled before then, right? Because... when does it end? WoW's anniversary starts on... WoW's 18th anniversary, yeah, ends 11/27, 10 a.m. So, Dragonflight releases 11/28, and WoW's anniversary ends the day before. So it will not be available for Dragonflight. It ends literally the day before. But you will have the anniversary buff for, like, leveling up alts, leveling up your evokers. But I think evokers start at 58, right? So you don't really need to level them up. Hello, Toth. Good to see you. Do you need to do side quests? Yes. So one of the things I'll be doing is trying to figure out how many side quests I need. The traveling speed in Dragonflight is insane. Yeah, it's pretty wild. We'll keep moving. Maybe answered already, but is it worth... Carl agreed. I just put out a video on that 2 days ago. Just check my channel for fast leveling and Dragonflight pre-patch, and that will answer that exact question. With all the information to boot, it'll tell you exactly what level you should stop at, etc. The answer is 40, right? But then that video goes into more detail, showcases my testing, etc., etc. So just look at the video. It's only 3 minutes, and it answers that exact question. I think from here, I'm just going to go ahead and do the rest of the campaign in Onaran Fields, or no, Onaran Plains, right? Because it feels like I've already done so many side quests, right? Do I really need to do more? It doesn't feel like it.
Have you relayed my orders? I should
Where do I have to go?
Goku has a bit of
Talk
a
to...
self-confidence problem.
Oh, there were a few quests in the Green Dragon area that I remember being really efficient.
I think.
So I'm going to go over here, pitch upward, and...
Onara, where is your song? Place the totems, while I try again to commune with Onara.
Okay. Use this.
Onara, heed me.
And over here,
Your
use
people need
this.
you. Have I offended you, Windmother?
On live right now, it says November 15th to December 6th. Thank you for clearing that up. Ah, interesting. Yeah, no problem.
I am just a lonely
Probably just a placeholder, and they'll change it when beta launches. But they have already confirmed, for the record, that it will not be active. So it's not like we don't need to wonder which value is correct. They have gone on record saying that it will not be available during Dragonflight leveling. So, yeah, you won't have the anniversary buff for that. We can just barely coast. Got that. Ritual interrupted. I mean, if this side quest is fast, I might as well do it, because it's just one quick objective. So if it's literally just killing Tomb Caller Gonzaya, then, yeah, that's the quest. Oh, wait, no. I need to pick up the spear. And, okay, that's the quest. Yeah, that seems definitely worth doing.
Be respectful. Goodbye.
That does not seem worth doing. So, gunshoes away. And I'll head over here to meet Boku outside of Tirakai. Hello, Matty Price War. Good to see you. A lot of fall damage. We're good, though. And... yeah, one of the nicest things about having dragon riding is because you can just do so much of the movement with your dragon, it opens up a lot more space for you to use gunshoes, like, more liberally on, like, shorter travel time. So whenever you don't have dragon riding, you're usually going to have gunshoes, or obviously for the purposes of... what's it called? For the purposes of, like, a really fast speedrun, you'll have something like Cractorad Next Control Gem, which I need to start stocking up on. Or you just use Falling Flame, which, I mean, I suppose you can continue using that even after the initial skip. It is pretty fast in some instances.
And so,
Hand this in.
we must delay the Nokud as long as possible to buy time for the Kanamatra's plan.
Why is... my quest log is full? Okay. Well, that's annoying. Yeah, I guess I should definitely make sure to empty my quest log before I start anything. And toss that, doesn't matter. Frostfire Ridge, doesn't matter. Sanctum of Domination, toss that. Weekend events, Shattered Path Through Time, toss that. Artifact, Legion Threat High Mountain, toss that. And Cluck. Yeah, we can toss that one. And I think Waking Shores at this point, I don't need to worry about any of these. So I'll just toss those out. I still hate how they actually have a quest limit. Like, this is just so annoying. It feels so antiquated that it's like, you can only hold so many quests. Like, come on. Man, just let me pick up infinite quests. Who is that hurting? Alright, there we go.
Shall we then?
My Khan,
Let's see. How is the zone size with the dragon riding speed? Does the world feel small? Not at all, actually. I would say you could maybe argue that because dragon riding is so fast, it feels a little bit small because you can traverse it so quickly, but the zones are massive. Like, every single dragon riding zone, Azure Span especially, this thing is fucking huge. So, I would say you could definitely very quickly traverse, like, an entire zone because dragon riding is so fast, but it's more of a testament to how fast the dragons are rather than the zones being small. No, overall, I would say the world feels pretty sizable because you can feel how fast you're going on your dragon. So it still feels like a large world. It just feels like you're zipping across it at lightning speed, which is a good feeling. Let's be real. It feels nice to go incredibly quickly. And it honestly feels like a lot of the world is actually kind of populated by stuff. Because there's so many areas in, like, Bastion or, whatchamacallit, Revendreth or Maldraxxus, etc., that just felt like it was just there for generic world quests, and it felt like so dense and tightly packed. But what I really like about Azure Span especially is Azure Span has so much just open wilderness. It gives me, like, big Grizzly Hills vibes, and I think, like, Grizzly Hills is one of everybody's favorite zones, so anything that is, like, almost as good, if not as good, as Grizzly Hills in terms of, like, zone design, I think is just gonna be a really great zone. So, overall, I think the zone design of Dragonflight is very, very good. Because that's something which I haven't really talked about a lot. Because in Shadowlands, I definitely criticized it for that. But it was something where you don't, like... a lot of people will say, I complain too much, right? But a lot of times, even if you think something's good, you don't really think to call out the fact that it is good. So a lot of times I will spend more time discussing the issues I have with the game because I want it to get fixed so that it ends up being better by the time it reaches live servers, right? But there are a lot of things about Dragonflight that are genuinely good. And, like, think about Shadowlands, right? In Shadowlands, a lot of people disagree with me, but I think Bastion was a pretty shit zone. I thought Maldraxxus was one of the worst zones ever created. I thought Ardenweald was okay, and I thought Revendreth was probably the only good zone, and it wasn't even my favorite. Revendreth was just good. It was like a baseline. Like, I like Revendreth about as much as I like Thaldraszus in this. So, my least favorite zone ends up being, like, equal to the best Shadowlands zone. But in Dragonflight, we have, like, two genuinely good zones, that being Onaran Plains and Azure Span. Really, really pretty zones, just aesthetically, I love it. It feels really fun to navigate, like Azure Span especially. I love dragon riding in Azure Span because there's all these, like, big, tall timber trees. I guess, what's the right word? Because timber trees is obviously, like, an oxymoron. What's the type of tree that, like, I'm thinking of? Like, the ones in Azure Span and Grizzly Hills, those types of trees. But they're, like, big, giant, thick trees. And having to dragon ride efficiently in that zone feels awesome because you're just zipping in between the different trees. And if you fuck up and hit a tree branch, boom, your momentum is gone. And it feels soul crushing when that happens. But when you pull it off and you manage to perfectly zip between the trees, God, it feels amazing. So it's just such a fun zone to move around in. So I really, really like it. Like, look at how fast that feels, man. Like, that was 600 yards or something. That's a big distance, crossing from there to there. And I cleared it in, like, what, 10 second stops? So, the zones are big. Dragon riding is just fucking wild in terms of how fast it is. My fields, get off my fields, punks, yeah. What in the world are those boots? Are you talking about gun shoes? That's a crafted item from Legion. So, you can use it right now. I would actually highly recommend it. I would say the two biggest speed leveling items that everybody should be using are Goblin Glider Kits and Gun Shoes. I use them for every single one of my runs. The nice thing about it is gun shoes used to be actually pretty expensive, but honestly, ever since the start of Shadowlands, when my speed leveling routes began to catch on, gun shoes have kind of tanked in price, which, you know, sucks for people who really wanted to craft gun shoes, but for everybody else who just wants to level alts really efficiently, it's great, because now gun shoes are way more accessible for people who want to level alts. It's like really, really cheap. A Windseeker Aviash and Wait, there's 2 rares back to back? Oh, that's insane. Here, what I can do is I'm gonna use my wands to just one-shot that guy, and then Rosella Gale Shot will get Touch of Death. Goodbye. That's 10k XP. That's not bad, honestly. Whoa. Interesting. 2 Titan training matrices. Or I guess if it's multiple of matrices, it wouldn't be matrices. It would be matrix. Isn't it like matrici or something? I'm going to stop talking before I make myself sound like an idiot. I don't know the plural of matrix. Isn't it like matrices or something like that? Fuck if I know. Conifers. Yes. Conifers and redwoods. Absolutely. That was the word I was looking for. Thank you, Carl. Appreciate that. Yeah, so it has like those same trees that Grizzly Hills has, and it's awesome. I love those trees. Just, honestly, I mean, I think we can all agree those are just the coolest types of trees, especially in an MMO setting. There's just like these gigantic trees. They have like all the little pine needles and stuff. Ah, it's so cool. I love the aesthetic of that type of tree. Really, really nice. So that's one of the main reasons I like Azurspan. But to me, one of the coolest things about Azurspan is the fact that it's like 2 zones in one. So this entire side of Azurspan, like where I'm like moving my cursor, I think you can see it, right? So that to the left is like the Grizzly Hills area. And then to the right, you have, it's like all frozen and stuff. So it's kind of like Koldara from Borean Tundra, but if it was basically half of a zone instead of just one little subzone. So I really, really like it. Azurspan is just kind of a sick zone, honestly. Yeah, I would say early on, somebody asked what my favorite zone in Dragonflight was, and I said it was a tie between Onaran Plains and Azurspan. That's a lie. It's Azurspan. Azurspan is just so much better than Onaran Plains, but I do really like Onaran Plains. It's just, I like Azurspan way too much to say it's not my favorite zone. In the expansion, that is. As for whether or not it's my favorite zone of all time, that's probably not. There's a lot of really good zones in WoW. Like, there's some really good contenders if we're talking about it. Like, obviously, whenever you're talking about best zone of all time, I think you obviously have to mention Grizzly Hills. I already mentioned it before. But then you also got to mention some, like, Valley of the Four Winds, I think is an amazing zone. Easily in my top 5. Stormheim, easily top 5. Suramar, really good too. Legion was amazing for that. Had some banger zones. So yeah, there's a lot of really, really good ones. Anyways, I rambled about that for enough. Maybe the quest system is built on legacy spaghetti code and needs a limit to not break itself. I could totally see that being the case. In fact, yeah, I'd be willing to bet money that you're absolutely correct and that it is exactly that as to why it works that way. Where's the last... There's one more wagon. Where is it? I'm guessing it's on the other side. Yeah, it's down here. Right there. Alright. I need to kill one more Stormbound Essence. So this thing over here. So this. Exploding Keg, and then Black Oak Kick. And it's dead. Yeah, Brewmaster leveling feels pretty fast.
How is this possible?
Ooh, I almost overshot that. Just went straight down the cliff. That would have been bad. Let me pick talents. Let's see. Counter-Strike, definitely. Because it's tricky, because definitely I think that Walk with the Ox and stuff like High Tolerance is absolutely what you pick for higher levels. But there's maybe a case to be made for Bone Dust Brew purely while leveling, because it does more like initial damage. Whereas like this stuff, Nizao is a really weak cooldown for leveling, because his stomps just don't do enough damage without enough stagger. And like, he's just too unreliable for, like, doing leveling pulls. So I think I might actually go with Bone Dust Brew. Purely for a leveling perspective. Let's take Bounce Back. I think 2 points into Bounce Back, that's pretty good. Actually, is it really? No, Bounce Back's actually kind of shit, the more I think about it. Because I'm never going to be taking a single hit that deals more than 20% of my health. Like, that literally will not trigger. Yeah, what am I talking about? Bounce Back is shit. Obviously, nuts for raiding, right? This talent, absolutely bonkers for high M plus and raid scenarios, but for leveling purposes, I'm not going to use that. Yeah, I might as well just put more points into Vivify. So if I need, like, a quick burst heal, I can just hit Vivify, I guess. Then maybe 2 points into Grace of the Crane. I mean, at this point, there's really not much damage to be had in the Brewmaster tree. I've kind of taken all the damage points, because you don't use Tiger Palm. Tiger Palm is just dog shit. So I'm not going to put a point into Eye of the Tiger. How's Brewmaster looking so far for leveling? I'm in the process of maxing mine on live at the moment. That dopamine hit when you complete your own little minigame. Yeah. I would say Brewmaster at the moment, it's hard for me to say. Obviously, I love Brewmaster just as a spec. So I'm always going to say that Brewmaster feels fun to play because I just like playing Brewmaster. As for whether or not it's efficient, I would say it's definitely good because at level 60, it gets access to a lot of the really good passives. So you would probably have a solid leveling experience as a Brewmaster Monk, regardless of whatchamacallit. Regardless of your gear or whatever. But I feel like, and I would probably have to test this a bit more before I'm 100% sure, what I'll probably do is I'll probably, like, create a template Brewmaster Monk and do a bit of practice leveling with it off stream before I make the Monk video, just to get a feel for it. But I have a feeling that, like, if I were to make, like, a tier list, right, which I will, but if I were to rank Brewmaster right now, I would probably say for day one leveling on an under-geared character, if you, like, normalized an item level, Brewmaster would probably be B tier. And the main reason for that is just, even though it can put out, like, if you've seen my dungeon runs, right, like, go watch my Mythic Plus runs as Brewmaster, I beat DPS on AoE pulls sometimes. In optimized situations, Brewmaster can put out an absolutely jaw-dropping amount of damage with, like, all the right stuff where it's like, when you take more damage, you do more damage. So Brewmaster at max level is fucking bonkers. But while leveling up, because so much of its damage is tied around basically taking damage and then purifying stagger, Brewmaster ends up not being that great for leveling because you're just never in that much danger. You're never going to be taking enough damage to really get all of those talents online. So effectively, Brewmaster Monk, while leveling up, is just like a tanky Windwalker Monk that basically never dies, but also does significantly less damage. So, as much as I love Brewmaster, I feel like once I get more practice with Windwalker, there's a good chance that that's what I use for the purposes of day one 60 to 70 leveling, because it'll just end up having a much faster time to kill stuff. But specifically, as we saw for the Fields of Blood or whatever, basically Ring of Blood, but in Dragonflight, as we saw there, Brewmaster Monk crapped. Like, I survived that entire thing completely solo and killed it. So maybe you get like a Brewmaster build already set up, and then purely for that quest, you swap to Brew, just clean it out solo with that, or, you know, do it in a group, and then the rest of the time you level with Windwalker. But definitely, I mean, as you can see, I'm having a perfectly fine time doing this entirely just as pure Brewmaster. But if I wanted to be really efficient, I have a feeling that I would get more mileage with Windwalker Monk. Definitely needs more testing. But it still feels good to play, and I think that's the important part.
The daughters of Tyros smile on you.
Blasphemous, yeah. And trust me, it hurts me to say that, because I wish that I could say, oh yeah, Brewmaster Monk is like S tier for leveling. It does so much damage. It's the fastest class, because I love Brewmaster. But a lot of the stuff that makes Brewmaster really good, you just cannot get online at this point. Because, like, this thing, Improved Nizal the Black Ox, you're never going to get a large benefit out of this. And a lot of, like, for instance, having like maximized training of Nizal, you're never going to get this because you never get really high stagger. One of the other things is I was theorizing something where you basically get really high stagger and do like Dragonfire Brew, because Dragonfire Brew is Breath of Fire deals increased damage by 100% by up to 100% increased by your level of stagger. So taking like this talent plus Salsalabim's strength plus if we go over here, Incendiary Breath. So basically that combo of 3 different talents, or 2 talents and a PvP talent, would make you do massive Breath of Fire hits. But I have to wonder, is it really worth it? Because this is insane for AoE, but it also isn't as good as you might think it is, because you really can't reliably get enough stagger to make that Breath of Fire damage do more. And on pure single target, you're always going to get more value out of Scalding Brew and Charred Passions. Just every single time. So it just doesn't seem like it would be worth it, especially because if you're going to try and optimize AoE, at that point, just play Windwalker Monk, you know? At least that's the way I see it. Let's see. Matrices is correct? Cool. There's a... Where do I have to go? I have to go down there for that quest. Jump on my glider. And cancel. And I can hop on it here. Good boy, let's ride. Oh, this is optional. Okay. So, can go out here. So actually, I'm going to hop off the big fluffy dog, unfortunately. I'm sorry, I know. Because it's just faster to do dragon riding all the way over there. I just missed the part where it was optional. And... oh, I actually overshot that. Retake the village from the Nakud. So I'm pretty sure this is one where I can just do a really big pull. And then do... shit. Shift 5, Shift 5, Shift 5. And one of the nice things is, as Windwalker Monk, I would already need to start healing. Brewmaster Monk has so much passive mitigation, I can get away with doing ridiculously oversized pulls like this, because I can just round up mobs endlessly without having to worry about, oh no, am I going to just get bursted? Because since stagger is a thing, you will never get bursted down before you have a chance to react as a Brewmaster Monk. So I can just do something absolutely disgusting like that pull, and just walk away from it completely unscathed. And as good as Windwalker Monk's AoE is, good luck doing that pull on a Windwalker Monk. I feel like you would really struggle. That said, I also have way less practice with Windwalker, so I'm sure, like, if Foe or Babylonius were doing that, they'd definitely be able to pull that off. But with my current experience with Windwalker, I probably would not be able to do that pull. But as Brewmaster, I literally just don't even need to pay attention, and it's like, oh, I've rounded up the entire village? Okay, and then I just keg smash Celestial Brew, and suddenly everything's dead, and I'm at full health again. Or, not full health, but at a safe health threshold. I'm ready. And skip the cutscene. Green dragons found. I'm gonna use Gunshoes for this, because it doesn't seem like it's too far. And I think, if I remember correctly, the moment I hand in this quest, it's going to tell me to go, like, all the way across the zone. So I want to make sure I have maximum dragon riding vigor before I pick up this quest. Will Dragonflight have cross-faction guilds? Not yet. They've said it's something they're working on, but I don't think that it's going to have them at launch. But they have confirmed that it is something in their development pipeline. They just probably won't have it implemented immediately. What do I do? Listen to the discussion. Okay. Oh, somebody literally said that after. Okay. How many talent presets can you make? As many as you want, I think. It does feel so good to play. At the moment, you feel way too squishy. Might be a leveling gear thing. Yeah. It definitely is a gear thing, yeah. Because Brewmaster Monk definitely scales extremely well with gear. More than I would say most tanks, except Blood DK. Blood DK also scales extremely well with gear, at least for damage. Blood DK's survivability at low gear levels is still nuts, but Blood DK's damage ramps up crazily. So, think of like Blood DK in Castle Nathria compared to Blood DK in Sepulchre are the first ones. It's just a world of difference. Fly with... Oh. So this time it just gives you a flight, and that one looks like it's mandatory. But... Oh wait, it's at the other end of the zone? How fast are the dragons? They're slow as shit. Okay. So, I got quest credit for this, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to... I can coast like this. That's actually kind of weird. Did not expect the parachute to persist. And then since I already have quest completion credit, I can just use dragon riding to zip over there much faster. It is really far, so I'm going to have to pace myself a little bit. But I think, if I do things properly, since most of this area of the zone is flat, I should be fine. I just need to be really efficient with my dragon riding vigor. And again, we're going to be going just past that mountain and then coasting down into the Emerald Dragon place. Oh look, there's a war supply crate. I remember those things. You can see the little ship flying around. Wait, is it gonna... It just went into the mountain. What the fuck? Yeah, that seems faster. And boom.
Hello, champion.
I'll have to time dragon riding that versus taking the RP flight, but that feels like it would be faster considering the speed we saw. And then the nice thing is, because the side quests here are pretty efficient, you can just go ahead and do them and wait for your dragon riding vigor to catch up while you do this stuff. You don't need to worry about not having it for a future quest. Why am I out of range of this thing? Okay. And can kill these things. Collect beetle parts. Come on. Auto loot. Okay, that's all 6. Wow, that was fast. Talk to this person. Do I just need to interact with them? Or is there a dialogue option? Okay. Ancient bow is in danger. And then I have to go down here somewhere. And talk to this person. You're needed at the front. Alright. This dragon. Are there any other side quests? Because I have a feeling I can talk to that one to get up to Marithra's Watch, which I think is where the next objective is. And there's also a big gust of wind up there, which I can use. So, Veranicus is... If I go like this, I think I want to use the gust of wind to get a boost, and then I can get all the way up here really quickly. So, there we go. Now it popped up. No, I fucked up. I forgot I didn't have Zen Flight on my bars. I should probably do that. Monk. Zen Flight. Yeah, I was looking for the button, and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot to put it on my bars. And then I died. Doesn't matter. It's like 10-second time loss. And there we go. And now there's something with ducks I remember I have to do for this one. Right over here. There is a duck called Moonshine. Why can't I click on this? Ducklings fed. Moonshine. Jet. Bits. And where's the 4th duck? Here's the 4th duck. Pilot.
I'm out of range.
Ancient is up this way. I forgot about this. The duck is named Firequackers. I forgot about this quest. That's so good. Hold on, there's, I think Firequackers is down here. Where do we get him? Search for Firequackers. Make the Queasy Hornswog throw up. Can I just touch of death it? Yeah, okay. If I touch of death it, I get firequackers. Alright, and firequackers is free now. So my quest is complete, right? Yeah, I don't need to do anything else. I think I get a quest to return here later, so I'm just going to hand that in whenever I come back. There's a glyph practically on top of Marithra. I'll take a look for that when I get back there. For now, I'm going to do Primalist Front over this way. What? Oh, it's this one. Okay. Marithra said to hear your report.
Our report is that the rear flank is secure. You stand
And talk to you. Cutscene. And post this way. Talk to you. Whoa. What do I have to do here? I have to turn into an eagle, and I think this is just an on-rails thing, so I can drink a bit more coffee while this little eagle carries me around. What level am I now? I am, I think, level 65. Pretty sure. So I took a few detours midway through Onaran Plains to get a bit of extra experience. I'm going to take a few little detours in Azure Span to get some bonus experience. And what I'm going to try to do after finishing Azure Span is just kind of power through the questline and then see what I'm still missing. Because so far, a lot of these side quests have felt like really, really easy to do without taking like any detours. So we haven't run into a wall yet where we have to really go out of our way for side quests. Except for the only one that I actually technically went out of my way for would be the, what's it called? Fields of Blood. I'm just going to call it Ring of Blood. I keep trying to remember the name. Fields of Ferocity. That was the name. Right. So that was the only one that I actually took a detour for, because that seemed like it would be fast. But it's also not really a detour in terms of, like, travel time. It's just they take a while to kill. But it seems like that would be efficient. And I also feel like you could probably do the first few as a Windwalker Monk really easily, because a lot of those early ones were not hurting me. So I can maybe, like, play Windwalker, blow all of my cooldowns, deleting, like, the first few mobs for that, and then for the later ones, I swap Brewmaster, and then it becomes like a slugfest, where I just chip away at them. And it takes a little bit longer, but I'm at least able to kill them and get the bonus experience. So, guessing that's probably what I'll do for, like, my actual run-through of it. But I don't think I'm going to be doing that on any future test runs. I might try it on my Prot Warrior. My Prot Warrior is, like, 302 or something. So, or no, my Prot Warrior is exactly item level 300. So I should have enough to at least, like, complete that questline. But it probably won't be as efficient as my Monk, because my Prot Warrior doesn't really have optimized gear. It's just, like, basically leftovers from Alt's Fated raids, where after Prog was already done, I asked my guild, I'm like, hey, can I just, like, bring my Prot Warrior to some of our, like, farm bosses? So, like, this past week, I brought Prot Warrior for everything up to Rygalon. So I did all the way up to Anduin and then Lords of Dread, and then I swapped back to Brewmaster for Rygalon and Jailer. So I got, like, a decent amount of gear from that, actually. I think I upgraded 5 different slots in one raid night, because at that point, everybody already has all the gear they need. So if any plate dropped, it just basically got traded to me. I think the only thing that I didn't get was a cape, because somebody else needed it. And of course, if anybody else needed loot, I'm like, yeah, give it to them, because this is just my alt, right? But literally nobody needed any of the plate stuff, because all of our plate users already have full best in slot. So it works out well. Alright. Remember this one. Yeah, because this is a weird quest where you need to interact with this, Call Marithra. Yeah, this is annoying. So, you need to use Call Marithra to destroy these pillars, but because you don't actually need to kill any mobs, the most efficient way to do this quest is ultimately going to be, like, basically CCing stuff and just trying to get this cast off before you get hit, like I just did there. But that's really jank, and it's going to be kind of difficult to do, at least reliably. I CC'd him. Might be able to get this. No, I'm definitely not going to get this. Okay, that thing leashed. Oh, that lightning bolt's gonna hit me. Oh, lightning bolt doesn't interrupt it. Oh, that's huge. And the centaur is taking aggro on some of the mobs. Nice. Okay, that actually worked out pretty well. I only had to kill a few things. And I'm just gonna try to run situations like this, because a lot of people will say, like, raw movement speed isn't useful for leveling. Because it's like, oh, well, if you just have, like, really fast mounts, or dragon riding, or gun shoes, why do you need to have high raw movement speed for leveling? And it's situations exactly like this, where it would take me so much time to get out of combat efficiently, but I still need to just do a quest objective, so it's way faster for me to just run to the next thing I need to do. And in this case, having a high movement speed, or having abilities that grant me movement speed, are really, really important. So the next mob, and same thing here. I might be able to actually get out of combat in this situation, though. So, I don't want to use... Yeah, I don't want to use my Trinket or Touch of Death, because presumably this quest mob's probably going to have a lot of experience. So, I want to mount up... Oh, quest. What do I need to do for that? Call of the Plains. Speak to... What is that? I have no idea what that is. Okay, we're going to dip down here. Okay, so I just barely missed wand buff on Cache of Acquired Treasures. Yeah, I think that's one of the only issues with using Cache. As good as Cache of Acquired Treasures is, it's a little bit too unreliable when it comes to one-shotting quest mobs, because if it doesn't happen to be on the correct cycle, and I'm like stuck on Axe buff or something, I can't use it to one-shot things. So in that case, definitely Dreadfire Vessel would be better. But in this case, boom, half the HP. Gone, just like that. What level am I? I'm 65. You can see in the top left. So, I would say a little over halfway there. Just because we've gotten a lot of bonus experience, and Azure Span is pretty densely packed in terms of XP. So, the end result of this run is probably going to be around 6 hours. Obviously, it's been highly inefficient, with like multiple short breaks to respond to chat, stuff like that. My god, why is this so slow? Here, let me just pop off and just use Goblin Glider, and I'll outpace the Drake at this point. There we go. Meet Marithra in there. Alright. Dip down here. And hand this in. Oh yeah, I remember this quest. Where's Sansa Khan? Suggests she offer a trophy from her first hunt or something. Yeah, you have to like suggest that they offer the correct thing, which I don't know, feels weird. Here's the weapon she earned. Suggests she offer an eagle feather. Oh, I just guessed that and I got it first try. Alright. I completely forget what the correct answers for these things are, but I'll have to memorize it, of course, for the end route. Offer blood. Oh. I will say I did remember this one. Because I remember thinking, this quest in particular, where I thought it was so weird, where I was like, oh yeah, what are the correct options, right? And I figured offer blood seems like the most random thing that you would want to suggest. So I'm just like, yeah, I'm not going to suggest that you offer blood, and then that ended up being the correct answer. I just remember thinking, what the fuck? Marithra's offering given. Oh, I have to pick it up from her hands. And then use it... what do I do with this? Is something supposed to happen? I feel like the quest is bugged, because nothing's happening. Nothing is happening. Yeah, it looks bugged. I'm gonna abandon this and just retry. So, I don't know what happened there, but I'm guessing it was just a bug. So, offer a trophy from her first hunt was the correct answer there. Offer the spear. I'm trying not to click on this Ret Paladin. Eagle feather.
Are the offspring of Onara. This feather should suffice. Tell me of your dream.
Right.
Spirit blesses
And then offer your blood.
Follow the wind.
I accept
I have
your
an
offering.
idea.
And now I can pick this up. No, 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 I don't want to attack the Paladin. Almost clicked on him again. Return the offering to the centaurs? Oh.
I remember Tira well.
The shrine keeps lighting up,
So much
as if I'm supposed to bring it here.
I accept.
Like, look, you can see it glinting, like it's a quest objective. I hate when it does that. Oh, there we go.
The daughters of Tira.
On you. What would you ask of me?
Alright, now we know.
What will you ask?
Okay,
of
Noku
me?
defensive quest. And now I can go back to the Marithra place. And now we go to Azur Span. And that felt smooth, honestly. Let's see. I think I want to... Do I want to hop on a flight path? Actually, I don't think I do. I think if I do this properly, I should be able to get up this cliff relatively efficiently. Yeah, no, I figured out the quest at this point, because I think Owner's still explaining it. Sorry, Owner. But I see it now. Unfortunately, the chat delay is, like, a little bit behind ever since that issue with YouTube. Let's see. I might swap to Windwalker. Just because it would give me some good practice. Let me also see if I can scroll up and see if I missed anything. I'm gonna try to get up on this hill and then use a Goblin Glider from there. Oh, shit. Alright. This seems like it would be worth it if I'm turning it on the way. What's a Disgruntled Initiate? This doesn't give that much XP. And this one gives... Yeah, actually, also not that much XP. There's a daily quest? Huh. I did not realize there were daily quests. What is this? Ayayanga? Collect Ayayanga's horn. And what else? What are the other ones? Oh, there's quests all over the place. So this is just for reputation stuff. And it gives one of these caches, which I think I got them earlier. I'm not sure if the caches automatically open or if I have to manually crack them open, but there aren't any in my inventory. So in that case, I'm guessing that they're just automatic. I've already gotten a bunch. Yeah, looks like it. So yeah, just gives you XP, supplies, probably mostly for reputation farming. I need to look into reps more. I'll probably make a rep guide at some point. Just like one guide for all the different reputations. That's more if I have time though. But I will say I will only make a reputation thing if the rewards are worth it. So actually, you know what? Let's take a look real quick. I've already taken enough detours in this run. I might as well take one more. Let's take Dragon Scale Expedition just as an example. So this one, rank 1 doesn't do anything. Rank 2 gives you scout packs, which that's kind of unclear. I don't know exactly what that does. Cosmetics. Buried treasures. Not sure what that is. I'm assuming this is more for like professions or just random treasures that give like little rewards. Rock climbing. I heard about that. That seems interesting. Advanced expedition tools. Ancient waygates. So ancient waygates seem like they're more of a quality of life transportation around the place thing. Cataloging the expedition. Or what were there was multiple things here. So cosmetics. Acquire your expedition supply kit. Interesting. Cataloging expeditions. I'm guessing this is more of just a collectionist thing. Wayfinders. Okay, that's a toy. Dragon riding appearances. More way camps. Dragon Isle supplies don't seem super important. Pets. Ooh. Item level 376. Probably not super important, just because 376 is like... you're going to replace that anyway, because Mythic 0 gear is... If I look at dungeons, let's take Noku Defensive as an example. So Mythic 0 Noku Defensive gives 372. Wait, actually... That... Oh, no. So you actually might need to... If you're really min-maxing... This seems like... Technically, crafted gear is better, though. Buried treasures are just gold. Okay. So if you want to get raw gold, that's a good thing, then. Questline. More waygates. Cosmetics. Dragon riding. Magic-bound chests. Researching and comfort. Okay, that's toys. Bonus supplies. What do banners do? I'll have to look into that more because I have no idea. Expedition explosives. Looks like, yeah, that's a pet. That is also a pet for the jewel crafting stuff. Dragon riding, 389. Okay. Yeah, that's actually kind of important because 389 is like almost as good as crafted items. So if you can get something like that just by farming reputation, I feel like it's kind of worth it. I'll have to look into it. It might be one of those things where it's just not really worth the time spent to actually get it. Questline in the Halls of the Titans. I need to do way more research on this. And skitter flying. I assume that's just a type of mount. Yeah, so the big things here is there are gear rewards, which is what matters to me. And it goes up to 389, which... For the purposes of, like, preparing for early raiding, if we look at raids, Vault of the Incarnates, like Aranog, it's higher than Raid Finder. It's actually, I believe, yeah, that's normal quality raid gear. And you might think initially normal quality raid gear isn't that good. Keep in mind, with the new release schedule we're getting, where everybody goes into Mythic Day 1, it is even more important that you are as geared as possible going into Day 1 of raid if you're really optimizing it. Because you don't have Heroic Week anymore. That's not a thing. You don't have an entire week to do normal, Heroic, and whatever, and Mythic Plus to get prepared for Mythic, which is the real challenge. You have to worry about Mythic Prog from the very beginning, which means every little bit of gear you can get early on is going to save you time. So that's... I guess, am I surprised that Reputation offers cosmetic rewards like that? Or non-cosmetic rewards, I mean. Not particularly, but I am moderately disappointed because I was hoping that they would finally move away from that and make like reputations purely like a cosmetic / mount thing. Because reputation farming early on in expansions, in my opinion, is just not fun. It's one of the things that I like optimizing the least. I just always end up finding it to be really tedious. But oh well. No, I can't change the fact that it is like that. Also, I'm not sure if that quest... That's a decent amount of XP considering how little health that guy has. 13k. Maybe that's worth it.
Are you good?
I don't know, I'll have to... Was that a... No, that was just one quest's worth of experience, and then there was another thing that gave me supplies. Okay. And it's probably not worth it to go down here. So I think I'm just going to go towards the Azure Span little subzone. Probably good. Do you think Mythic will be easier since we don't have Heroic Week? Absolutely not, no. I think it's overall going to just be a bad decision, and I'm not sure what they're going to do. Because I can guarantee you right now, it's going to be a shit show. I think it's safe to say, I would say, the universal opinion from most people who actually enjoy Mythic raid progression is that they are going to dislike this new raid schedule. I think. Because I know that most people in my guild dislike it. I dislike it. It's just extra stress for absolutely no reason. I mean, I think the worst thing about this raid tier is the fact that they're releasing it right before Christmas. That just fucking sucks. That's just one of those things where they're just like, yeah, say, everybody who enjoys Mythic raiding, go fuck yourself. We don't care about your schedule. And that just feels bad. It feels really, really bad. So I have no idea why they've just decided to shaft everybody by doing that. Really, really frustrating. But it is what it is. Wait, customer satisfaction, probably not worth it. Yeah, I don't think this quest is worth doing. I think I'd just go ahead and move on into Azerspan. That one quest, though, that was, I mean, free XP, so why not? But I highly doubt that they're going to make Mythic Raids easier. Because if they made Mythic Raids easier at the cost of them releasing early, it would literally be the worst of both worlds. Because it would be more stress for everybody to prepare for Mythic early on, and the experience would be overall less satisfying. That would be the absolute worst thing they can do. The entire idea of releasing Mythic Raids early is that it's supposed to give top-end guilds a bit more wiggle room because they don't need to worry about doing split runs and stuff, but it comes at the cost of everyone else, because, sure, top-end guilds may not have to do split runs anymore, because now they just jump straight into Mythic, but my guilds, whereas like before, I could pretty much rely on having Heroic Week to, kind of get my gear set up, and maybe I don't need to go as hard as possible before raid starts. Now I get screwed over purely because Blizzard wants to make it slightly easier for the race to world first, and that's what I dislike. I mean, I think everybody has always been saying that Blizzard should stop catering to the race to world first, but, like, there's been a lot of stuff where they've kind of, like, made changes that only really impact the race and don't really impact everybody else. But this, like, severely negatively impacts almost every single Mythic Progression guild just to benefit the race to world first. And it's just such a dumb decision. I absolutely fucking hate it. But that's the reality, right? Stuff like this is gonna end up being more crucial now because, well, everybody's gonna need to get as much gear as possible. And, like, sure, you don't have to, right? But if you want to be able to go into raid day one without spending the entire day before your raid starts, because a lot of guilds raid on Tuesday, right? So if your guild raids on Tuesday, either you grind Mythic Plus non-stop the entire day before your raid begins, or you spend the weeks beforehand prepping your gear by doing, like, crafting and reputations and Mythic Zeros and stuff like that. And not everybody's going to have time to run Mythic Zeros the day before, and or the day of, I mean. And there's going to be a lot of people who also don't have the time to basically do those insane grinds before raid starts. And a lot of people are going to end up feeling really bad about that, because they're going to feel like my raid is suffering because I was unable to do this ridiculous grind that Blizzard kind of imposed upon me by releasing it, a week earlier than it normally does. So it's just kind of annoying.
I'm getting a bit concerned. We haven't heard back from
Almost 4 hours and still level 66? I hope you're joking.
the Kirin Tor.
I'm gonna assume that you're just joking, but yeah. Let's see. Is there any other way to do the wagon quest faster in Dragonflight, the one in the Waking Shores? I don't think so. Not that I know of. I mean, if you know of a way to do that quest faster, let me know, because that would definitely help. I'll look into, like, other runs that people have done and see if there's, like, any tricks that I'm missing, because I haven't heavily researched all the different tips and tricks. Like I said, this is more just for my own personal testing, getting comfortable with the route, and then, of course, we'll do more in-depth testing runs later on down the line. But, yeah, definitely if there's a trick that you have that I don't know about, feel free to tell me, because I would love to hear it. Do I get... Is this like a... experience treasure? No. This just turns me into a critter. Alright.
The waters flow.
How are you, traveler? We just need to hold them off.
Primalist Army Repelled. Oh, I remember this one. It's like you have to interact with, this thing, and then just blast dragons out of the sky. What does this do? Arcane Stasis. Is there any reason to even use Arcane Stasis? Also, there's no, like, bar or counter or anything, so I'm guessing I just need to kill a certain number of drakes I remember this quest, but I forget how I progress with it. Or do I need to kill off every single Drake? If so, what are these hitboxes? Bruh. What the hell? This Drake refuses to die. Alright. I think, like, yeah, the hitbox is closer to its head. That's the problem. I'm aiming for the body, and for some reason it keeps passing through its body. It must have, like, a very, like, front-loaded hitbox. That's weird.
We'll set up defensive positions.
You need to kill all Drakes? Yep.
The Kirin-Tor shall not fall.
Skitterflies look cool. Hope you can dragon ride them. Ooh, that would be interesting.
I must return to the archive.
If they're a different type of mount, then they're automatically not available for dragon riding. But maybe there's like a customization option that lets your dragon look like a Skitterfly. I have no idea.
To the east. It may fall on you to aid.
Stasis is for the last couple of Drakes that you'll miss a lot. Well, I mean, the last few shots, it looked like once I figured out that the head is where the hitbox is, I was getting the, like all 3 shots at the very end. So I think really that's just what it is, right? It's just the hitbox is way more towards the front of the dragon. So as long as I lead the shot instead of trying to aim directly for its center, I probably should be fine.
Finest goods in the isle.
So you'll pick up. Apparently there was another quest over here that I missed. Thought I picked this up.
We'll handle what remains of the prime
Bag of
to the
helpful
east.
goods.
I'm counting on you to aid.
Right. Go over here, talk to this portal. I need a bag of helpful goods. And then
This is the in case Khadgar isn't available, bring
the
this.
portal has a voice.
We've got one more left.
I guess it's somebody talking through the portal, probably. Bag of helpful goods recovered. It's a quartermaster, so I guess I might as well... Nope, it's not actually a quartermaster. I can't actually use it to vendor. The game has lied to me. How dare it. And there is a wanted quest over here, it looks like. Yeah, this guy. So, can I just touch a death you? Yep, touch it. Oh, come on, I have more health. Why does it not one-shot? I have been robbed. Your stream thumbnail says I'm testing Chromie time. Is it still out of date? Oh, come on. Why is YouTube still fucking doing that? I literally updated the stream thumbnail. Yeah, if it's saying that, then it's out of date for some reason. Because I was running into issues, right? Like, if you saw the Discord link has the old thumbnail. But if I check, if I go into edit, yeah, literally in my YouTube studio thing, thumbnail, it shows my new thumbnail of testing Dragonflight 60 to 70. So, if YouTube's showing the old thumbnail, I have no idea. Fucking absolutely no clue why. Literally nothing I can do about it. YouTube is just absolutely fucking me in the ass today. First, the stream nearly crashed. Now, apparently, it still has the wrong thumbnail. Oh, man. This is just a no good, very bad day. Nothing is going right. Is this pre-patched? No. I'm playing Dragonflight Beta. Dragonflight Beta 60 to 70. That's what the run is. That's what the thumbnail's supposed to say. Is the title at least correct? Please tell me at least the title of the stream. It correctly shows testing Dragonflight 60 to 70 leveling. Because I swear, if it still reads the old one for that, I'm gonna fucking cry, man. I need something to go right today. It's just been too much shit that's going wrong. It's not the hitboxes. You need to aim not at them where they'll be. Okay, I don't know. Either way, I figured out where to aim at the end. If I lead my shots, it hits them. That's all I know.
Our assumptions are correct. It's a problem with the ley lines. I'll see you above.
Okay, at least the title's working.
Towards the problem, so
Is the thumbnail fucked for everybody? Like, is everybody seeing the old thumbnail if you, like, look at it on YouTube? Or is it only, like, a limited thing?
Welcome to the Azure Archives.
Nice one, owner.
For thousands of years.
Ah. How to get rich in under 30 minutes, yeah. Hell will freeze over the day I make that video. I should probably refresh my consumables. I probably didn't need to refresh that, but oh well. What add-on do I... Yeah, somebody answered Leetrix. Missed a few messages. Just thinking, since we're at 390-ish instead of 400 plus. No, I mean, honestly, raid testing, based on what I've been doing, raid testing doesn't seem to be particularly... Wait, search through the bag? Did that not work? I must have canceled it too early. Whoops. There we go. Okay, yeah. Raid testing has felt pretty normal in terms of difficulty. Alright, North Arcane Field repaired. This is your favorite... What was your favorite weak aura for Dragonflight? I must have missed that. Unless, because I don't see any link. If you tried to link something for weak auras, nothing pops up. How's the Monk class been so far? Very good. Monk is what I normally main, so I have definitely been enjoying it. I think Monk always kind of feels good to play. Never unhappy when I'm playing it. The real question is whether it's Brewmaster versus Windwalker, but that's a whole different conversation. Hello, Blizzard. What is going on? Please tell me I'm not lagging. East Arcane Field repaired. There we go. Now it works. Now okay, I just need to kill stuff at this point. So I guess I just run around and kill these unbound attendants. Once again, Touch of Death bugs out and doesn't one-shot. It looks like, yeah, the big guys are what give the most. So I will try to round up a bunch of them. This, and... I think, yeah, that looks like it would be a knockback, so I don't want to get booped off the cliff. That would probably be a bit of a time loss. And Rising Sun Kick, there we go. 40. Alright. That doesn't seem too bad. Hello, Daniel Camilleri. Good to see you. Oh, what do I need to do? Search through the bag. Wait, okay, I need to go close to the arcane field and then search through the bag. So, right here. And then search through it. Travel along... Okay, so now it takes me straight to the top. Cool, cool. I might need to start clearing out my bag soon, because this is getting a little bit excessive with the amount of items I've been getting. I wonder if there's like an add-on that lets you auto-vendor greens or something. Because I know it's technically efficient to like disenchant your stuff, right? So I know people are going to say, oh, but you should disenchant your greens on day one. And it's like, yeah, but at the same time, you know, if I'm just only caring about speed leveling and I don't really care about like optimizing my money making, then all I really care about is having clean bags. So that's probably what I'll try to figure out. I could probably get a weak aura to do that. It feels like the type of thing that you could get a weak aura for, just like auto vendor every green in your bags. Oh my god, these things hurt! What the hell? How many do I need to kill? 6 total? Yeah, it's definitely... I don't know if these mobs in particular are just overtuned, but it's starting to feel like I'm hitting that point where my gear is not enough to just let me instantly kill anything I want. So I can control... Touch of Death didn't auto-kill again. Oh, I have Wands up. I can one-shot that with Wands. Then Rising Sun Kick. And we're good. Ooh. Talk to Calicos. Okay, and then we have to interact with these things. What will be my mental procedure hours before launch? Lots of sleep, a few beers. Definitely not a few beers. I'm not... What? I'm guessing he didn't mean to do that. I think he probably did Divine Toll, and it just happened to hit me. But that was like a random judgment to the face. I was very caught off guard by that. Yeah, I don't really drink. Not really my thing. And especially if I were to drink, it wouldn't be right before an expansion launch, which is pretty much what I need to focus up the most. So basically, definitely lots of sleep, because as I've said before, we're going to be doing a 24-hour live stream at Dragonflight's launch. Probably more than that. I think I'll stream for at least 24 hours, and we'll see. It might end up being 26 or something, but I'm probably going to end up being awake for at least something like 36 hours after the expansion launches. That's like pretty standard for me on X-Pack launches. Just because there's a lot of stuff to do. Because I can tell you my day one process right now. I'm going to level up my monk. I'm going to do all of the world quests that are about to expire. So, obviously, if we look at the map, right? This has 18 hours left. I would not do this. Where are some other ones? Let's look at Onaran Plains. This one has 1 day, 18 hours. Obviously not going to do that. 1 day, 18 hours, etc. So a lot of quests will last, or world quests will last the entire week. They're pretty forgiving, but there are some that are on a timer. Actually, a lot of these last for a very long time. But especially you have to consider that because we're going to be getting Dragonflight right before the weekly reset on a Monday night, a lot of these things will expire with the weekly reset, so I will need to basically clear the map before that. So it launches, what, at like 6 p.m.? It'll probably take me about 5 hours, give or take, with launch day issues to hit level 70. I do the campaign, unlock world quests, probably clear out the map, and then once I'm done clearing out the map, I start working on my warrior. Then I do my full warrior run all the way up to 70. Same thing on my warrior. If I'm really fast, I can get all of my world quests on both characters done before the weekly reset for both warrior and monk. And that'll be my day one primary focus, getting those two characters completed. Can I just take a flight point to get to there? I feel like no, it doesn't give me access to it, so I have to actually use dragon riding to get there. Which is kind of weird, because it literally tells you to go to the Flight Master, and then despite already being there, I didn't have it unlocked. I guess I probably should have picked it up. Actually, yeah, it's Camp Antonitis, so that's 100% on me. And that's actually another case where if I had set my Hearthstone there, I could have preset it. So far that I've seen, there's a few instances where setting your Hearthstone will save time. I think we realized in the Waking Shores, it was Ruby Life Pools, setting it there for the Observatory, setting it to Obsidian Bulwark when you do these quests. Then Onaran Plains, I think I can save a little bit of time by setting my Hearthstone here. Actually, I could set it to like Tirakai. So I could set my Hearth here when I do those quests, and then after I finish the stuff for Marithra, I can basically Hearth all the way over here. Obviously, I still had a quest to turn in there, but if I'm actually presetting my Hearthstone to this location, then I could just basically hand in that quest early, do these ones, then from here, Hearth over to Tirakai, and I have full Dragon Riding Vigor to get to the Azure Span area. Then Azure Span, set Hearth and Camp Antonitis for this little travel time thing. And I think, if I remember correctly from the quest line, there's another instance later on where having a Hearthstone at Camp Antonitis will help me. So I'm going to go ahead and set it right now, because the general progress of this questline is it takes me like west to this side of Azure Span down to Iskara. And then after I complete the quest in Iskara, you have to go to the eastern side of the zone. So I'm pretty sure that after I go down here, hearthing over this way will help me get to the other quests in that area. Midnight, yay, yeah. Oh, it's midnight for you? Damn. And then, for the rest of your quest, Johan Johansson, going for all the dragon riding perks? No. So, based on what I've looked at right now, it looks like the only dragon riding perk that might be worth going for is dynamic stretching. I think that I'll probably try to find a way to get a few glyphs throughout the route. All you need is 3, and then you grab this. Because you get 4 Vigor by default just by completing the quest line. And the rest of the stuff just doesn't seem worth it. It's too much time investment to get something that isn't really important. But dynamic stretching is decent because you can basically do a big burst of speed to get to a quest hub. While you're doing the quests, your Vigor's recharging slightly faster, so it's pretty nice. But that's the only thing I'm actually going to be doing. But I will say, a lot of people pointed out that if you want to have like a fun, casual, like leveling experience, having all of the dragon riding stuff unlocked makes it feel much more fun, is what I've been told. But that's, you know, kind of personal preference, completely up to you. So what are these quests? Ask the locals. That's the main story quest. And Suspiciously Quiet is this one. So Suspiciously Quiet is the one that I have to go back here for. And that's like barely any XP. So unless this follow-up is worth it. No, it requires me to go all over the town. So yeah, that's probably not efficient. And the next... Where's this? Coronet Consulted. Okay, so they're right over there. Coronet. Oh, Hemet Nessingwery. So where's Hemet's quest? Frostfist's Eye. So Hemet's first quest is right here. It's up at the top of this waterfall. Okay. This thing. Alright, well that's pretty easy to access. You can get 369 day 1 mere hours into the expansion by doing heroics. Yeah. Item level is not... So that's one thing that I will not be focusing on right at the start. Because a lot of times, like, when I'm doing day 1 stuff, my entire focus is, like, long-term goals. So obviously, world quests are really good because one of the main things you're going to want to do, that we now know because I just looked at the professions, is you're going to want to get your reputation up. So doing every single world quest to get all the reputation rewards, very, very, very important. So you want to make sure you maximize that. Obviously, I want to do it on both my Monk and my Prot Warrior, since those are the 2 tanks that I'm probably going to be playing the most. So I'll maximize those. I think if it's the same as other expansions, they usually disable Mythic Zeros until the weekly reset, because they really don't want you getting like a full set of M0 runs before everybody else if you level really quickly. So I won't need to worry about that. And then probably after I finish both my Monk and my Warrior, my primary goal is going to be Professions. I'm going to immediately jump into getting my Professions leveled up, because there's a lot of really important like weekly timer stuff that I want to get done. In fact, one thing that I need to test, actually it's impossible to test, because for Inscription, I've talked about this before, but let me make sure I don't get into combat. For the purposes of Inscription, you have these like little scrolls that you can craft that grant you +1 spec knowledge, and you can use those scrolls once per week to gain spec knowledge with anything. Now, that is going to be really, really important to make sure that you're doing that every single week to maximize your spec knowledge gains. But here's the thing that I need to figure out. And I guess I won't be able to figure it out until Dragonflight launches, because it's locked on the weekly reset of like Tuesday. Tuesday for us, I think Wednesday for Europe, right? So since it's locked to that, I have no idea if we're going to be able to get a bonus weekly reset use of that scroll if we get that item unlocked early on in the expansion. It's going to require a lot of time investment to get access to that recipe before the weekly reset, because I'll have, what, like a little over, I'll have like 16 hours to basically level my Monk up, learn Inscription, level up Inscription, get that recipe, and then get it crafted. All before the first weekly reset. And ideally, I want to do that on top of getting my Prot Warrior leveled with the world quests. Now, it is entirely possible that Blizzard will make it so you cannot use those scrolls on the Monday night of the release, because that would give people a really unfair advantage. The same reason why they usually disable Mythic Zeros. I don't know, though, because while we do have a lot of precedent to know, yeah, we're probably not going to be able to do Mythic Zeros, we have no precedent for something like the Inscription Scrolls. We've never had this before. So if it works, that needs to be my #1 priority, because that is massive. But if it doesn't work, then I'll probably test it out a little bit, And then if I realize that it's not working, I'll immediately transition into leveling my warrior, getting all that stuff done. And then probably on Tuesday reset, I'll do all the world quests a second time because, you know, they should be, in theory, back up. And then towards the end of the first 24 hours, I might start doing Mythic Zeros. We'll have to see. I have no idea. But really, my primary goals are getting Warrior and Monk leveled and then getting Professions done. That's, like, really, really, really important. Yeah, that would be extremely overpowered if you could do that. And it would give a massive advantage to players who manage to pull it off. You're a goat? Thank you, Trulo. I appreciate it. How long do I think 60 to 70 for normal people? About 6 to 8 hours. The flying mounts go so fast now. Yeah, dragon riding is wild. How long does it normally take for a first time? I think, yeah, I would say about 6 to 8 hours is a good thing. Harlan, check the 3 Falls Lookout quests. 5, 6, very easy and compact quests. 3 Falls Lookout. Which one's that? Is there a flight path? 3 Falls Lookout. Oh, over there. Yeah. No, I agree with you, Owner. I was going to check those out because I did that hub while I was leveling up. The only ones I haven't done is I haven't done really any of these side quests. I've heard they're good. One of my friends was testing them out. It was like, oh, have you done this little subzone? And I have not. So this is the only part of Azure Span that I haven't actually tested. But I did 3 Falls Lookout. That one's definitely really good. There were a few by Iskara that I was able to do in like 1 minute flat. It was super fast. And there were also a few quests up here. So I'll do a few side quests. Because obviously, we want to be going into Thaldraszus, I think, at like level 68.5. Because Thaldraszus gives roughly like a level and a half worth of experience. So I definitely want to go in there over-leveled. Because I think in my initial leveling run, I went in there at like, I want to say like 67. And I was like half a level short from 69. And I got bottlenecked there. So I think 68.5 or 68.75 is probably a good point to go. It's expensive to get the Darkmoon cards. Yeah, Darkmoon cards are rough. I'm learning so much. Awesome. Glad to hear it. You got on here to check your AH mail, now you're glued to watching. Well, hopefully I can keep it entertaining. I'm going to try to continue going. Right now, I'm testing something real quick. It's the reason I'm up here. So I'm wasting all my Dragon Riding Vigor because I want to start a race. I'd like to try the course. Refreshes... Oh, it only refreshes 3 Vigor. And then, can I cancel the race? So if I... How do I cancel the Dragon Riding race? It looks like, okay, if I just wait a few seconds, it'll fail. Right? And now, yeah, so, okay, it looks like it... Now, one thing I want to test, does it restore up to 3 Vigor, or does it just restore only, like, 3 flat Vigor points? So we'll test this now. I have 1 Vigor. We'll see what this gives. I'd like to try the course. 1, 2... Ah! So you can only get back up to 3 Vigor by talking to him and starting a race. You cannot get all the way back up to full. That's good to know. So I definitely wanted to test this at some point, because I did this a lot in my initial run. I wasn't sure if it was efficient. And then run ends. Okay, now we can continue along. But I did want to at least try that out for science. I feel like I don't really need to do that as much, especially now that I have 4 Vigor. But it's still good to know about, I suppose. Who do I need to talk to? I need to talk to Jokamapat. Where is Jokamapat? Jokamapat is over here. Am I going to do an inscription scroll speedrun? I guess I am, honestly. But... Actually, so I think at first when I saw that comment, I thought you were referring to like day 1. Am I just gonna be speedrunning the inscription scrolls? And in that case, yeah. But I think then the question becomes, do I want to do a test run? Where the fuck is Babinatuk? Oh, Babinatuk is over here. All right, Babinatuk. Okay, you're the last one. And Brenna. Okay, now I can leave the camp. Yeah, so I think in that case, am I going to do like an actual test run of getting up to level 70 and doing inscription scrolls. What I probably won't do is do a full run from, like, fresh Dragonflight up to inscription scrolls, but I might do, like, for testing purposes, like, I just hit level 70, let's see how long it takes me to get up to learning inscription scrolls. That actually might be a good idea. I won't stream that, of course, because let's be real, that would be incredibly boring for the average person to watch. Most people probably don't care. But for my own personal testing purposes, that is actually a pretty good idea. I probably will do that. Titan matrices are super fucking important. Yeah. Getting a lot of those early is going to really, really help. And especially considering a lot of them drop from World Quests. Like, let's see if there's any active right now. Not that. Not that. And none of these World Quests are offering it. There we go. Yeah, okay. So already we can see some World Quests offering Titan training matrices. Oh, almost missed this quest. So I have to kill 3 specific mobs, spring 5 traps, and get 8 funerary offerings, which are just dropped from the gnolls. So, should be able to just do big pulls here, cleave them all down, nothing special. Oh, that mob is loud. Can I just, like, trigger the trap with my face? Yeah, I can. Huh. I feel like I could probably also just deactivate it by hand. That's probably faster than doing it with my face. Oh, shit. And try to round up a bunch here, because I don't want to be inefficient and only fight like a few mobs at a time. God, I love double barrel. It's so good. Oh, nice! There's finally a range indicator for Hideous Laughter. I remember the first time I did these quests, I just kept getting chain CC'd by Hideous Laughter, so I didn't actually know what it did, but now it has a little swirly indicator. That's actually really nice. I like that they did stuff like that. Makes it way more intuitive. Oh, that was all 8 funerary offerings. Am I loving Monk leveling over Demon Hunter? I haven't really given Demon Hunter a fair shake, because the reality is my Demon Hunter isn't geared. So I can say right now, I'm going to enjoy Monk leveling more than Demon Hunter no matter what, because my Monk has gear. So it's not really a case of, do I prefer Monk over DH? Which I probably personally do, just because I really enjoy Monk. But also, my Demon Hunter run felt really, really inefficient because I had, like, Zereth Mortis gear. Whereas my Monk is full Mythic Fated. So it's just a world of difference. But I am really enjoying Monk leveling. Just, like, on its own, this feels really good. And Windwalker should be even faster, so I need to get a bit of practice with that. Do I have Wand up? No, I have Sword up. Ah, missed Wand. Okay. Let me try to... I don't want to hit these traps, because I feel like that would stun me, and it would be, like, inefficient. Okay, good. We dodged all the traps. Now I can just go in here and hand the quests in. Oh, there's... fucking invisible mob. I'll just drop Rop in that little tree cluster over there so the mob gets caught. To get 1 Darkmoon deck, it's going to be 2 to 3 mil. Yeah. Absolutely. The only, like I said, don't like to give a ton of money-making tips, but for anybody that is interested in making money, Darkmoon decks are going to be the way to go, because they're really fucking good and really fucking expensive. So, absolutely, that's going to be a really big one. Inscription, in general, is probably going to be one of your biggest money-making professions for Dragonflight. I think Inscription's always a good one, though. Like, you can never really go wrong with it. Beware the fear, yeah. You did the Suramar questline to get plus 15 Inscription. Wait, what does that mean? You did Suramar questline. What does Suramar questline give? I didn't realize that it gave that as a bonus. But yeah, if there's like some super secret tech that I don't know about, absolutely I'd love to hear it. Because honestly, one of the main things about Professions is like I haven't really had to optimize it up until this expansion. Like really, I always gave Professions like a cursory glance, And if there was something really good, which usually there was like 1 or 2 items and that's about it, then I would do that. But it was really always there just for people who wanted to make gold. So I was never too concerned with it. But now I actually really need to optimize it. So there's probably some like hidden tech that people have been using for years that I'm just unaware of. I would not be surprised.
You saw right through my feigned. I learned it by studying the local Warcraft.
Reagent bags will sell like hotcakes. Oh yeah, true. That's another big one. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, because honestly, I think for all alts leveling, having that reagent bag is just going to be so nice for conserving bag space. Because that's just so many extra slots you don't need to worry about vendoring. Really, really nice from a quality of life perspective. And just for gatherers. I mean, having that many extra slots to hold materials in, whew, it is spicy. The elves. Well, I know what Suramar is. I'm just saying I don't know. Are you saying that you're playing a Nightborn for the racial? For the inscription bonus? Because I don't think that actually gets its full benefit for Dragonflight. I'm pretty sure that gets nerfed, unfortunately. Because I did hear something like that. Like, somebody was saying that it gets, like, severely nerfed specifically for Dragonflight professions, which, kind of unfortunate. Do I think Azeroth Autopilot will be updated? Unfortunately, no. By all accounts, Azeroth Autopilot is no longer being actively updated, so, yeah. I mean, Azeroth Autopilot hasn't been updated since BFA, because it has been inaccurate the entirety of Shadowlands. So it got updated, quote-unquote, at the start of Shadowlands, but it was running the full WoD route, which has been inefficient for a very long time. So it's been very much out of date for a long time, and it hasn't been changed. Last I checked, they're still running the WoD-only questing route, which is really, really slow, and doesn't seem like they're updating it for Dragonflight, so, you know, unfortunate. But it is what it is. And of course, it should go without saying, don't give shit to the Azeroth Autopilot creator. It takes a lot of work to run an add-on. I do not blame him at all for just deciding, yeah, I don't really want to keep this going. It's a lot of effort to maintain something like that, right? Definitely can't blame the guy. 6 levels in 4 hours isn't really that fast for a new expansion. Yeah, but this is not super duper fast, right? So, right now, it's possible to get to level 70 in 3.5 hours, right? So, you know, don't judge my exact time as, like, the final number. Like, this isn't the finalized route, guys. This is the very first actual testing run that I've done. Okay? This is literally my first real attempt, because my first actual attempt was a complete shit show, and my talents weren't working half the time because beta was a buggy mess. This is my first legitimate attempt at a 60 to 70 run. It's not going to be lightning fast. You can't expect insane leveling times. I mean, just compare my time from last weekend for 10 to 60. Oh shit, my inventory's already full. Yeah, compare my 10 to 60 time from last weekend with my 10 to 60 time from yesterday. Last weekend, it took me 8.5 hours on my first attempt to get up to level 60. On my second attempt, I immediately cut that down to just over 6 hours. You know, practice works wonders. Practice and optimization and knowing which quests are worth it. There's so many things that play into getting a fast time. You know, you can't just wake up, do a quest line for the very first time, or in my case, the second time, but the first actual time, not counting the really disastrous run I had. You can't just do that immediately and get like an insanely efficient run. There's a reason why I'm doing this practice. It really, really helps. Throw this in a corner over here. Vendor all my materials. I will say it's going to be rough doing bag management day one, because I'm going to have to mail all this stuff to an alt. So that's what I'll probably end up doing for like day one leveling, because obviously I don't want to just vendor valuable materials. So a lot of this stuff, what I'll do is I'll probably just have like, I still have plenty of water, but thank you. Let's just leave it here. So I'll probably get engineering and get a lot of those like portable mailboxes, because I think Caddy's stamp whistle probably won't be enough on her own. And then throughout the run, whenever my bags start to get full, I just throw down a portable mailbox and just send all my materials to like a bank alt or something. I think that's the only way I'm going to be able to manage my inventory properly. And of course, my bags right now, I do not need all of this garbage for leveling, right? Oh, I got 100 reputation. Like, this is overkill. I don't need 80 cosmic healing potions. I'm going to go with a very minimalistic setup as far as consumables go in order to conserve space. But this is just what I like to carry into raids, because having all of these consumables prepped for raids means I don't need to restock for like 2 or 3 weeks. But I just copied over my main and I kind of went into the run right off the gate. Didn't really do any severe inventory management. I did a bit, but not like anything absolutely crazy. Alright, talk to Brenna. Tell me what happens, and there's a side quest over here. What's this? 4 bodies examined. Well, there's some RP going on, so I feel like... Oh wait, no, that's the campaign. Falling water. What is falling water? Oh, that's just a breadcrumb, the Three Falls Lookout. Okay. So this is the campaign. The quest I picked up is just free XP from a breadcrumb quest. Got it. Inspect the corpse further. And I love how with dragon riding, I can just interact with that and immediately take off. Just don't even need to worry about fighting the mobs. Okay, lands. Grab this. Inspect the corpse further. Head over here, and... Festering Knoll. Oh, I ran out of dragon riding vigor. Yeah, I guess that's one of the downsides of doing a bunch of really quick bunny hops like that. You're gonna exhaust your vigor very quickly. Talk to Brenna at Brackentide. I'm gonna try to do a goblin glider here. And I'm going to coast just above the ground, kind of cut around this cliff. And when I land, I'm going to activate Gunshoes. I'm stuck in combat right now. But Gunshoes, and I can ride over the water here. Actually, that looks like it falls down. Ooh, we're good. Hop, and cleared. Now, let me catch up a little bit on chat. I missed one of your messages, Trello. You didn't get into level 69, not nice, yeah. Would I recommend leveling blacksmith on a warrior? Is it too early to tell if it's worth? I mean, every single profession is going to be valuable. There is no profession in Dragonflight that will not be good. So, it doesn't really matter what you pick on your warrior. Like, I would say if your goal is to craft your own gear, then yeah, blacksmithing is definitely a good option. So it really depends on what your goals are, because blacksmithing obviously has the advantage of it can make plate armor, so you can make like weapons and plate armor for your warrior, but you could also go like jewel crafting, right? Jewel crafting can make rings, and there's actually a really good trinket that jewel crafting can make. And then, of course, you could go with Darkmoon decks. So with Darkmoon decks, you have Darkmoon deck Inferno at the moment is, in my opinion, the best one. Obviously, they might tune it, but I've been using Darkmoon deck Inferno all throughout raid testing, and it feels really, really good. So really, any like gear profession would be pretty good. So you can't go wrong with any of them, pretty much. Dragon Haze, I don't understand that comment, but yeah. Alright. I assume you're just, you know, messing around, so I'm not gonna, like, silence you or anything, but, like, kind of weird, not gonna lie. I don't know why you're asking stuff like that. Not that there's anything wrong with that, right? But it seems like a weird thing to ask in a stream. Kind of odd. I can interact with this. You can do world quests while leveling for the first time. No, that's important to note. World quests will not be available for your first leveling experience. That's something you need to unlock on your follow-up playthroughs. The reason I have it is because apparently there's like, unlike Threads of Fate, which was like an opt-in thing, like you had to specifically say, I want to do Threads of Fate, it looks like the Threads of Fate thing is just kind of by default enabled for your entire account in addition to the campaign, which is a little bit strange. Not sure how I feel about that implementation, but because I've already done one complete run through the story on my Demon Hunter, I have that unlocked. So I have the Threads of Fate thing enabled on my account, which I didn't realize that's how it worked. I didn't know I would automatically get world quests. But normally, no, you would not get world quests. So I haven't been doing them. The only case where I did a world quest is I literally had no option for one of them earlier on. So in Waking Shores, there was a world quest that was literally exactly the same as a quest objective. So I had to do the world quest in order to complete the quest, because otherwise I wouldn't be able to progress, which sucked, because it means I got a little bit of bonus experience that I shouldn't have. But of course, if I really wanted to go back, I could just look at how much experience I gained and then do the math and factor that out of the total. But it wasn't a huge deal, but I do wish that there was a way to, I guess, opt out of Threads of Fate. Just for testing purposes, right? Like, even if it wasn't like a thing on live servers, because on live servers, right, that's more niche, right? That's more for purely for speedrunners like me, giving people the ability to opt out, because who wants to pass up on free experience? There's no actual reason why you would want to do that on live servers, unless you just wanted to do a speed run with a specific rule set that prevented the use of world quests. So in that case, yes, it would be really nice to have an opt-out feature, but otherwise, it doesn't really matter. Okay, this is the final spirit that I need to do. But for beta testing purposes, I do feel like it would make sense to give players the option to always test something from like a first-time character's perspective, because that gives like a more normalized testing experience. Hell, if I had known that that was how it worked, I probably would have just not handed in the final quest to my Demon Hunter, but alas, I did that months ago, back before Threads of Fate was even a thing in Dragonflight, and now I'm like, well, shit. I did not realize. I need to kill 2 more treants and 4 more gnolls, so I can do that here. Is this enough? I think I might be missing 1 gnoll, if my napkin math is correct. No, I have exactly enough. No, I am missing 1 gnoll. Okay, my napkin math was correct. There we go. Touch of Death. Goodbye. Let's see. How do I know where to go? Am I just doing the main story quest, or do you research the run before starting? What is your process? This is my process. The answer is I don't know where to go. I kind of do. I've done 1 run, right? So I did 1, like, kind of scuffed run through this about 2 months ago. So this is my 2nd run through. So I have a very basic, like, memory of what the quests are like. But for the most part, I don't know where to go. I am figuring this out on the fly. I'm looking at my quests. My quests are saying, go kill stuff here. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to go kill stuff here. And I'm just figuring it out as I go. So my entire process for figuring it out is I do rough test runs like this, where I'm just kind of casually going through, testing out the quests, building that muscle memory. I'm trying to figure out, you know, how do I do this all optimally? And then eventually, once I have all the quests kind of like ingrained in my head, and I remember exactly what I need to do, that's when I go ahead and I start trying to optimize things like, okay, now that I've done basically every single side quest, what was the fastest out of all the side quests that I did? And then I can look through and I'm like, yeah, you know, those were really efficient. And, you know, I did that side quest chain, but that side quest chain just didn't really feel like it was worth it. And I didn't really need the experience in the end. I ended up having like way too much experience by the time I finished the campaign. And that's when I like sit down, review my VODs, and look over what can I do to optimize the process. And then when I start the next run, now I have more knowledge. So the reality is, when it comes to speed leveling, practice, practice, practice. That it's like anything else. The more runs you do, the more comfortable you're going to be with the route, with the side quests, optimization. When do you use gun shoes? When do you spend your dragon riding vigor? All that stuff. More practice, more knowledge. And every single time you start the run, the next time, knowing more and more. And by the time it gets to live servers, in theory, I should have a very strong understanding of what I should be doing for the questing experience. Where do I turn this in? Okay, so I just have to leave Brackentide Hollow to go there. Yeah, so what you're watching right now is my process. It's literally just running through it over and over and over, and then the process is also a bit of outside of the run, you know, doing a bit of review, doing a bit of, like, math to figure out the optimal side quests, etc., etc. And another big thing is watching other people, right? So I'm not going to be able to find out all of the best tricks on my own. It's just physically impossible. Nobody can figure out everything on their own. There's so much stuff in a game like World of Warcraft that inevitably something's going to slip through the cracks. So the way that anybody learns the most optimal route, it's like, what's the expression? Like, standing on the shoulders of giants, right? So you see what others have done, you take that, and you just iterate upon it. And I think that's always a good thing to do as long as you share your findings. The only time when people get upset with others, like, taking strats and then, like, getting a better run is when you take somebody else's strat, then you make your own optimized version of that strat and you hoard it for yourself. That's never okay. Well, personally, I don't think it's okay. I think that if you find, like, an optimized skip that you can use for leveling and stuff, share it. Let other people benefit from it. Now, obviously, day one, world first competition leveling, yeah, there's going to be a lot of strat hoarding for day one Shadowlands leveling, or Dragonflight leveling. That's just kind of how it goes. There's always going to be somebody who finds, like, this really crazy broken skip that they don't tell anybody about, and then day one, they end up doing this absolutely off-the-wall strategy that gets them to level 70 in record time. It's just how it goes, right? We've seen it every single expansion. I guarantee you it's going to happen in Dragonflight, and in that case, you just need to hope that you're the one to discover that really good mob XP grind, or quest experience bug, or whatever it is this expansion. Who knows? My quest log's already full again? Dude, come on. I guess I abandoned a gift for Miguel again. Dungeon. I guess I can abandon No Crew Defensive. Man, there are so many side quests in Dragonflight. It's wild. What's this? Funerary offerings.
As the tales go, if old Pinoliac's spirit returns to us restless, we will carve a stone statue for it.
Okay, ornamented shield. So I remember these. Oh, this is actually the main story quest. Why is my auto loot randomly disabled again? No, it's working. It's just not. And hold on. There we go. Story told. A new tale that's blah 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 blah. I think I just click buttons here and it's just whatever. Yeah, alright. Well, that's an efficient quest. You just press buttons, boom, you get full quest experience. Nice. Do you remember the BOP crafted items that were BIS? Yeah. Are you asking about Dragonflight? Because in that case, I have no idea. If you're asking what items will be BIS in Dragonflight, I don't know. That's one of those things where we just need to wait for simulations to find out. Oh, what is this? Oh, so this is the... This is what we'll get from Renown with the Iskara Tuskar. Interesting. And yeah, if you're asking specifically about what is going to be good in Dragonflight, I don't know yet. And I won't know for a while. Because I can't just, like, magically know what items will be best. I know that professions will have a lot of BIS items just by nature of them, from my testing experience, being really good. And especially going into raids. They have bonus effects, right? So anything that gives bonus damage will always end up being better, as if it doesn't come at the cost of secondary stats. So right now, you can have... I can toss this. I think should have enough room now to do this. And then, let's see. Recipe? Oh, there's a boat over there. Cool. And then there's a few quests out this way, so I need to go over here and send Rowie home. I remember this quest. So talk to Rowie, tell Rowie, go home, Rowie. And then I get full quest experience from that. And then I have to go beat this guy up. I like this quest, though. I remember this one. I think this was after the end of my Demon Hunter run, so... Brandish your weapon. Toe Jam's brow furrows. He shakes his head no. Try to explain that you need to fight him. He looks at you with sad eyes. Ask if he could just pretend to let Rowie kill him. I like this quest. Alright, we did it. I think, yeah, I can just go back. I like stuff like that. And then there's... No, there's a Hemet Nesingwari quest in this area that tasks you with killing a mob around that area. Like a little bit north of where I am right now. But because Hemet is inherently RNG with where he appears, it might be a little bit tricky to find him. So I'm only going to use 2 pips of Dragon Riding Vigor. Then I can kill Krojek the Shore Prowler. I would imagine on my Brewmaster Monk it shouldn't be too hard to kill this guy. At Valdraken you'll get a meta orientation quest, free XP. Ah, that's good to know. Can I throw this at the surface and hit him? Yeah, that did damage. Cool. Okay, I don't have my wand buff active, so I can't use that. There's a reagent bag quest reward from Ruby Life Pools, but I'm not sure if it's just for Leatherworker Skinner only. Interesting. That's good to know. And I put my statue on top of the water. Oh, no, it goes to the bottom. No, that sucks. Oh, wand is active. Oh my god! Holy shit! What? Yeah, look, look at that! Okay. Yeah, acquired wand on a critical strike is kind of good. Holy fuck. That is an unreasonable amount of damage. God damn. Okay. Let me do the other side quests over here. Actually, I might need to turn these in first, just because if I don't turn in the quests, I think my quest log's just going to fill up.
The day just became more interesting.
Right. There's so many little quest objectives. I need to do the orientation quest for the mount supplier. Where's the mount supplier? That's the mount supplier. That's the pet healer. That's not the mount supplier. Why is it... Yeah, but you're definitely right that the orientation quests are, like, literal free experience. That's a lot for basically just pressing a few buttons. Talk to you. I should have enough room in my quest log. And let's see. Offerings placed in boat. Okay, this is the main story quest, but I need to actually be around here to do it. So I'm going to do these side quests. I really like these ones. I feel like they're super efficient. Ask Nilo what he's doing. You only use Azeroth Autopilot for auto-accept and turn-in. I would actually recommend, nothing against Azeroth Autopilot, but I would recommend using Leatrix Plus for that. Because it literally does the exact same thing, but if you're gonna install an add-on just for that purpose, Leatrix Plus does literally that. It also has faster auto-loot, faster movie skip, and other stuff like automate gossip. This doesn't work all the time, but it is nice for certain quests. So it literally does that. Automate quest does everything that Azeroth Autopilot does. And then it has other stuff like repair automatically, sell junk automatically, etc., etc. Alright. So do the little flick. Get over here. Talk to this guy. What about Zygor? I mean, do we even give a shit about Zygor? He makes you pay for his guides, right? Like, I don't care how good Zygor's guides are, and from all I've heard, they're out of date, at least for retail purposes. If you're still charging for leveling guides in present day, what the fuck, man? Like, that's just so outdated of a business model. Because, like, like I've said before, I hate stuff like that. I hate putting information behind a paywall. Unless you have a good reason to do it, like, as an example of a good reason to put information behind a paywall, as much as I may not like it, stuff like gold making guides, as I've already discussed, if somebody puts out a public YouTube video on how to make efficient gold, well, that method is automatically going to be devalued. So I can understand why some of like the gold making channels will have like a Patreon or something, and then it's like, well, if you want to get all my secret techniques, go to my Patreon, something like that. I still don't love it, right? Because, I mean, there's a reason why I don't like making gold making guides, because I don't want to have to do something like that. And obviously, it would be kind of redundant to make a public gold making guide for many cases. But another example is like Archfelder. He makes a lot of like, or he finds like a lot of these really off-the-wall exploits, and a lot of those, they're really helpful for players, but he obviously knows that if he reveals it, Blizzard will patch it. And the moment it gets patched, well, nobody can benefit from it. So I think he has a Patreon from what I've seen, and a lot of his stuff is like, he knows that he has to put it on his Patreon, otherwise people won't actually be able to use it because it'll get hotfixed immediately. So that is like the only situation I can see where it's kind of acceptable to basically force people to pay to get access to knowledge, specifically because if that knowledge was open to the public, it would literally get invalidated immediately. But if there's something like a leveling guide, which is just teaching you the fastest way to do something, and it has no impact, like, or no negative impact to have more people know about it, like, one person knowing how to level fast isn't going to make another person's leveling slow. Obviously, you could argue, well, if somebody else is keeping up with my leveling route, then they're going to give me more competition. But obviously, it doesn't work out that way in practice, because generally speaking, you know, you're not going to be in the same shard with all of the speed levelers at the same time. They're going to be spread out across lots of different shards. So usually everybody will have a pretty equalized leveling experience where you have some speedrunners and then a lot of people who are just playing through the experience casually, right? So for stuff like leveling guides, I absolutely hate the idea of putting it behind a paywall. And there's a lot of other stuff like that. Like, I don't know. I don't really know of anybody who still charges for like raid boss guides or dungeon guides or something like that. I don't really think there's anybody that does that still. But Zygor is the only one that I still know of that still does actively make paid leveling guides. And it's like, why? Especially, I can tell you right now, Zygor's guides are cracked within minutes. Because I have a friend in one of my old guilds who every single time Zygor's guide gets updated for Classic WoW, she'll post the new download link for the cracked version of Zygor's guide. So there's a lot of people who probably just do that. Because I don't really know much about how that stuff works, about how you like... Oh, shit. Apparently I can immediately turn this in. I don't really know exactly what the process is for doing stuff like that. But as far as I'm aware, that's happened for every single one of his updates. Because I've seen consistently them posting like, hey, here's the new Zygor guide for Classic Wrath for anybody that wants it. Stuff like that. So I don't know, man. Yeah, that's my thoughts on that. And I do want to say, by the way, I don't know Zygor personally at all. I know nothing about the dude himself. I have nothing against him as a person, right? I just dislike that practice. And since I know Zygor still does that, and it was directly mentioned by name, that's my thoughts on that type of stuff. Is there any add-on for leveling in Dragonflight other than the normal ones that everybody uses? Not that I know of. Let's see, what is this? I don't think there's really any quests for that. I think I just need to wait out the RP at this point.
It was simply his time.
I know you've probably been asked this a million times, but when the Chromie Time rework drops, what's the best area for 40 to 60? Just continue with my route. So, as mentioned in the video I posted on Friday, you're going to want to level up right now with Winds of Wisdom up to 40. Just follow along with my route, Silver Pine, Hillspread, etc. When you get to level 40, stop, put like a bookmark in that. Then when the Dragonflight pre-patch Phase 2 drops, Chromie Time gets reworked, pick up where you left off. That's it. It's that simple. Nothing will change in that regard. The same zones will still probably be the fastest. It's not like the Chromie Time rework is going to cause you to have to repeat stuff. Nothing really crazy. You'll just do literally exactly that. Pick up where you left off. A boat pushed out to sea. So yeah, nothing too complicated there. And obviously, if you don't have my route, it's in the video description below, or the stream description below. But I would imagine if you've seen the video, you probably already know that. But I do like to mention it, because there have been once or twice where I say, oh yeah, just follow my route, and somebody's like, where can I find your route? And I'm like, oh yeah, probably should mention that. Yes, Student has people buy his books and always making it half off. It's pretty weird. Yeah, I don't know who Student is, but on the topic of half off, I mean, it's literally a common marketing practice, right? Like, that's literally... Oh, wait. Interesting. So, Azure Archives... So, I set my hearth to Camp Antonitis, right? Because I remember thinking, oh, well, I'm probably going to have to cross the zone. Actually, but... See, here's the thing. Do I actually need bonus side quest XP? Do I even need to go to... this place, Three Falls. Let's go to Three Falls Lookout. Why not? I think I'll do the side quests at Three Falls Lookout, and then I'm probably going to ignore side quests for the rest of the route. Just because it's like, I'm already almost level 68. At this point, Thaldraszus is really short. I could probably finish the campaign in like an hour if I really wanted to. And that might give me enough XP, but I'm not 100% sure. So I'll do this last set of side quests, and then I'll just kind of plow through the rest of the campaign. Yeah, no, exactly. Yeah, what Shori said. That's a classic marketing technique, right? I mean, I've seen a lot of videos making fun of stuff like that. If you ever watch, like, you know, a CoffeeZilla video or a Kira TV, stuff like that, where they're always talking about, like, those classic scams and, like, marketing courses and stuff like that, those courses are always 50% off. That's just how they do it. It's like, and if you buy now, I'll throw in a special offer where you can get my course 50% off, and you get bonus lessons where I teach you the super fancy tricks on how to do X, Y, and Z. Make sure to order before the times shown on screen now if you want to get the best possible deal. Stuff like that. Yeah, it's like every single one of those courses does it. So, just like Udemy courses. Well, I mean, I wouldn't group the two together necessarily, because I have actually taken a few Udemy courses, and I guess maybe it depends on the Udemy course, but I've seen good Udemy courses. Like, I remember when I was learning, when I was learning how to use Unity for the first time, like years and years ago, my dad did it on his free time, and he found some like really good Udemy course for like learning how to program and make games in Unity. So a while ago, it's about like 4 years at this point, I wish I could remember the guy's name, because it was a really good course. And I remember thinking like, oh yeah, no, it was actually really good, really easy to follow. I really liked it. So there are good courses on Udemy. So I wouldn't group the two together, because there's a lot of really shit like get rich quick courses. And there's actually a lot of good stuff on Udemy. I would say for the most part, it's actually a pretty solid website if you want to like learn how to do something. And just recently, because one thing that I've been doing since, you know, I haven't been able to find a job in like the field that I want. So I've been working on getting certifications for AWS. So I've been taking this course on Udemy for the AWS Cloud Partitioner Essentials course, or whatever the name is. And so far, that's been really good. So no, there's a lot of good stuff on that website. I definitely wouldn't group the two together. But I would imagine that in terms of like marketing strategy, oh yeah, I would absolutely not be surprised if a lot of Udemy courses market themselves as always 50% off, because the reality is, if it works, right? If that's a good way to get more people to buy your course, it doesn't matter if your course is legit or not. People are going to do that. It's the same theory with like clickbait titles and thumbnails on YouTube. You know, the good thing about clickbait on YouTube is when you have really good information and you want to make sure that more people get access to that information. So that's when you like tap into clickbait and try to make your videos more appealing, right? But at the same time, there's going to be bad actors who will use clickbait to basically make their videos look like something that they actually aren't. So there's two sides to that coin, right? But, you know, both like legitimate and illegitimate people will use techniques like that. The next, oh yeah, I just saw in chat, the next 200 people to use this link, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's another classic one. Let me round up all these mobs. And then after I do this big pull, I want to get a bunch of these Striders and... let's see. I tried Zyger with a trial. It was horrible and hella heavy. Like 300 megabytes of add-on memory. Holy shit. Yeah, that sounds rough. Groovy, thanks. No problem. Guess I need one more striped buffaloon. And what else do I need? Bear pelts and then fruits and berries over this way. It's like Amazon sales. Hot items are always on sale. Yeah, for sure. What is this? Out of luck, luck found. Okay, so I'm guessing I probably should have picked that up earlier. So now I know. Pick that up as I'm on my way into the town, and then I can do that with the rest. Ah, okay. So I should have saved Touch of Death for this, if I had known. Student is a gold-making YouTuber. You actually have his book, and it's pretty damn good. One thing I dislike is the fact that some of the book's content is on his channel. Ah, yeah, I could see that. But, I mean, I suppose that kind of falls exactly into the category that I just described. Like, I could kind of see that if you're focusing on, like, gold-making guides. Specifically because, yeah, it's like, you know, if you reveal a really good gold-making tip to the public, it obviously gets run into the ground immediately. But that is a fair point, right? If you're going to make somebody pay money for a book to get access to, like, exclusive information, and then do exactly what I said you shouldn't do, and make a public video causing everybody to immediately know about it, I feel like that's the worst of both worlds, because now, not only have you basically ruined the trick for everybody, but anybody who paid money from the book expecting to be able to profit off that, like, not super well-known trick, now has their money wasted. So, yeah. I mean, I don't really know anything about Student, so I'm not going to comment on this, because for all I know, I'm going to say something that, like, isn't true, and I don't want somebody saying, like, oh, that's not accurate, that's not how Student does things. I don't know. So, I'm just talking from a purely theoretical perspective of, like, how I think that should probably operate in, like, terms of best practices. But, like I said, there is a reason why I don't touch stuff like that with a 10-foot pole. I don't want to get, like, bogged down in gold-making guides and all that. I think it's, like, that's murky waters, right? And the reality is, it's kind of funny how if you look at, like, I've looked at a bunch of times at, like, smaller WoW YouTubers, and if you look at a lot of their top videos of all time, a lot of people will have, like, a random super easy trick to make tons of gold video, and that's like their #1 video of all time from like 6 years ago that has like 500,000 views or something like that, or the big one. I've seen so many videos that just boggles my mind. It's like the top 5 easiest mounts to farm, and every single one of them has like 500,000 views, and they all talk about the same exact mounts, and I'm just like, how do people keep making the same exact videos about mount collecting, and there are people out there who just eat that shit up? It's like they can't get enough, like, oh, maybe this video will tell me about another really easy mount that I can farm. It's like, man, just open the collections tab. Oh, I want to get a new mount? Let me scroll down to a random point. What's, Crimson Water Strider? Oh, I have to farm that Pagel? That seems like too much. Let me scroll down a little bit more. Grove Defiler? Oh, well, you know, Glory Achievements. Maybe I can do that. Grinning Reaver? Oh, fuck that. That's a shop mount. Green Proto Drake. Now that I might be able to do. That's like a rep grind from Wrath of the Lich King. Like, just open your eyes. I don't understand why people need a video to tell them the 5 easiest mounts. And there's so many of these videos. Like, I cannot overstate how many of these things. And it's like the exact same title, exact same thumbnail, and like so many of them have hundreds of thousands of views. I'm just like, how? Do I need to start making videos about mounts to get people to watch my shit more? I don't know, man. It's fucking wild to me. I hate to do these things, but yeah, well, so I will say, I generally speaking hate the do this before X expansion video. I agree with that, only because most of them talk about exactly the same thing. And a lot of times, you don't really learn anything, but a lot of people will probably be tricked into watching them because they think, well, maybe this one will tell me about something to do before Dragonflight that I didn't know already. And it's literally just them reading that Blizzard post of things that are going away when Dragonflight launches. And it's like, make sure you get your Keystone Master mount because that's going away when Season 4 ends at the Dragonflight pre-patch. And oh, do you want to get easy access to all those Shadowlands raids when farming Transmog? Make sure to clear Mythic Fated raids because those portals are going to be gone the moment the dragons arrive. And it's like the same exact shit every time. Just read the Blizzard post of what's going away, regurgitate into a video, publish, get views. And I'm gonna be real, it's tempting sometimes. It's fucking tempting when I see one of those videos of my recommended and I'm like, God, I wish I could just read the WoW forums or read a blue post and just regurgitate it into a video and just make that my content. My life would be so much easier if that's all I had to do. But having standards can be really tiresome sometimes. But the most I'm willing to do is clickbait my heavily researched content so that more people get access to it, so that it does well in YouTube recommended. That's like the darkest I'm willing to go in terms of like secret YouTube voodoo practices. The moment I start doing dumb shit like that, stop watching my channel, please. That being said, I do think there is some validity, right? So I started to say before, I think there's some kind of niche validity in, like, obviously a lot of things that you want to do before Dragonflight maybe people don't know about. So in a vacuum, if there was some really important thing that people might not know about that they can do before Dragonflight, that's the kind of thing that maybe you would want to make a video on. But a lot of times I think it's better to make like a more focused video that tells you exactly what to expect. Like, I mean, technically speaking, you can consider my Chromie Time or Winds of Wisdom leveling video as a type of make sure to do this before Dragonflight video, because I'm telling you, make sure to level up to 40 before the Dragonflight pre-patch. But instead of titling the video, make sure to level up to 40 during the Dragonflight pre-patch and packing it up to 8 minutes with extra bullshit that you already know about, I said, this is what I've tested, this is what I learned from it, here's what you should do. That's it. Video over. Right? So that's how I prefer to do things. I'll make separate videos on one individual focused topic rather than just packing it up to 8 minutes just so that I can, you know, stuff it full of mid-roll ads. And then I always feel bad because there was like, there was a Final Fantasy video I made like a while ago that I literally finished editing the entire thing and like it came out to exactly like 8 minutes and 2 seconds. And I got a comment on it that said something like, of course, these YouTubers stuffing their videos with extra shit to get it up to 8 minutes. And it was like, that was one case where it just happened to be 8 minutes long, man. Don't hate on me. I tried to, you know, get all the information in there and it just ended up being 8 minutes. But it's like, yeah, you know, look at how many views that, that Winds of Wisdom leveling thing got. Imagine if I had just padded out an extra 5 minutes with random bullshit and then stuffed a mid-roll in at like minute 2 or something like that. I'd probably make twice as much money. But I can guarantee you that in terms of long-term channel growth, it probably wouldn't have been nearly as helpful because a lot of people would look at that, say, yep, fuck this guy, and never watch my channel again. So that's a long tangent, right? But I would be lying if I said that this isn't something that, like, I am constantly thinking about, because obviously I always have to think about, you know, what should I cover? How should I package my videos to both draw in audiences without being, like, excessively clickbaity? And it is a constant battle, right? Because obviously I want to get views. Who doesn't? But I also don't want to make people feel like they clicked on a video and wasted their time. So It's tough, basically. I missed a lot of messages while doing that rant. I saw chat moving, so let me catch up. You didn't mean to make it sound like Udemy courses are bad. It was more like the all-time discount for $10 instead of a regular price. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's definitely fair. Rocking AWS. And yeah, so Michael Long said the Stephen Marek AWS courses are very well done on Udemy. Yeah, those are the ones that I've been using. So Stephen, I forgot how to pronounce his name, Stephen Marek or something like that. But yeah, I've been following along with his AWS courses, and they've been very, very, very good. Very thorough. Covers basically everything you need to know. So absolutely. Yeah, those are very well done, super informative. I guess if this quest is fast, I'll do this. But I know there's one where you have to, like, create your own Hearthstone card. And that one felt super slow. But I have to get, what is this, a legendary gold card or something? I do like how they kind of mentioned Hearthstone in a side quest. That's amusing. But one thing that I will say I hate about this side quest, it's so trivial, and I'm going to sound really stupid for complaining about this, but the implication of this side quest is that Hearthstone is an ancient game that has existed since, like, the times of the Dragon Isles, right? And that makes absolutely no fucking sense, even in the context of Hearthstone lore. Like, Hearthstone is supposed to be this board game that is played at taverns for fun, right? And you can literally see that when Hearthstone became like an actual game, like the actual Hearthstone thing, that's when you started seeing Hearthstone boards appear. Like in the garrisons in WoD, you can see a few Hearthstone boards. So the entire, like, basically meta lore of Hearthstone is that it's supposed to be this, like, fun little tavern game created to, you know, that people play, like, as like a little side hobby within the Warcraft universe. And this random retcon that Hearthstone is actually this, like, ancient draconic game that's been played for centuries. Like, what? No! That makes absolutely no fucking sense. It's so trivial and not important, but it really grinds my gears, so I'm gonna rant about it. Anyways, let me continue catching up. A lot of DevOps courses with the strongest Indian accent you can imagine, yeah. Luckily the book you bought was only 15 USD. Yeah, that's actually not too bad. I've seen some, like, really expensive YouTuber books, so 15 USD I suppose is not the worst in the world. But at this point, I should probably Hearth, yeah. So I've finished the side quest here. I'll Hearth to Camp Antonidas, and then I'll continue along the MSQ. I think at this point I might just be able to ignore all of the remaining side quests, except I know Owner mentioned that there's some orientation quests in Valdrakken that are pretty good. So I'll probably do those. But other than those specific quests, I don't really think I'll touch them. I might actually try to... I'm just going to take a flight path here, because in order to get up to the Azure Archives, it's just too much verticality. I would waste all my Dragon Riding Vigor actually getting there, and I'm pretty sure I have to immediately leave. So probably more efficient for me to just fly up there and then Dragon Riding out of it. Anyways, let me keep catching up. There's extremely good content creators like Penguin for gold making. You don't see the appeal for paid stuff. Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of good stuff out there for sure. You do love me some mounts, yeah. No, see, I get liking mounts, right? I'm not bashing on people for liking mounts. I'm specifically bashing on those repetitive YouTube videos that just go over the same 5, like, semi-rare drop mounts that look kind of cool. Because just why? Why do you need a guide for that? Like, I totally get mount collecting. I completely understand that aspect of it. I just don't know why people need to watch a video to tell them what mounts are cool. It's like, that's entirely personal preference, or at least it should be personal preference. Ready to call back the blue Dragonflight. Do this. Yeah, so see, you get Whirling Surge at this level, right? Okay, as long as... is it down here? Or... Oh, no, I have to go to the top, I guess? We'll see. Oh, so there's a dragon at the top of the archives that will put me on a flight path. Yeah, I think Ronin's Shield is... Yeah, it's all the way out there. Definitely not worth dragon riding out there. In that case, I probably could afford to just use all my vigor and then hop on this flight path. I would imagine that's more efficient. Where's the Drake? Drake Wait, is it just telling me that, like, get fucked, bozo, use your own personal dragon riding to get there? Well, alright. In that case, I made the right choice. Just gonna flick down. Yeah, because I have a long distance to cover. It definitely seems like that was a get fucked, bozo play by Blizzard. Unfortunate. She even shares the TSM profiles for crafting, posting, etc. Interesting. Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't really know any of these WoW gold making channels. So I don't really know the names of all these people that are being discussed. It's not really something I've ever seriously looked into. Student, now that you mention it, I think I've seen videos in my recommended before at the very least, but the other ones I haven't seen. Wowhead also has an entire guide for easy to get mounts. Yeah, that's fair. Or top 10 add-ons. Yes! Oh my god. Top 10 add-ons to get for Dragonflight. God! I hate those videos as well. Because so much of it is like personal preference. And then, oh my god, sometimes they put DBM in the list. And it's like, man, if you need a YouTube video about the top 10 add-ons for Dragonflight to tell you that you should probably install DBM in the current year, you're probably a little bit behind already. So I 100% agree. I would absolutely throw the top 10 add-ons for X patch or something like that. Or in that similar vein, top 10 weak auras for X patch. I do not like videos like that. I very, very much do not like those videos. Let me grab this. If the quest is literally on the way, then I might as well. But it looks like... Proto Drake slain. Oh, is this like the one from before where I just hop into the little gun thing and just go pew pew? Oh yeah, it's literally the exact same controls. Okay. Yeah, if I lead the shots, that's super easy. That was the issue earlier. I was just shooting where they were, not where they were going. And now that I've gotten that down, very, very easy to do that quest. So the next time I do the main story quest version of it, probably shouldn't have an issue. For whatever you're missing, pets, mounts, whatever, yeah. Do this before the next expansion. All the crap you didn't want to know when it was live. Why would I? Oh, yeah, exactly. It's like, you're just coming back to Shadowlands. Why don't you do all the content that you deliberately didn't play Shadowlands for? Yeah, I can understand that being really annoying. Now, when I did this on my Demon Hunter, so one of the reasons why I did not publish the second half of that Demon Hunter speedrun is... it was just, like I said, a shit show. But this area in particular was such a mess. I died like 3 times in this little subzone. I was tilted as fuck. I literally had to take a 1-hour break because after my 3rd death through this leveling subzone, I literally had to walk away from my computer because I was just so frustrated. And, yeah. So I've learned my lesson. I'm not going to do too many absolutely crazy pulls because even though my Brewmaster has gear... some of those mobs, fuck. At least in the next little area. It wasn't really this place as much as the little place directly after. You got the acting spot on. Thank you. I love doing, like, my, clickbaity YouTuber impression voice. It's fun. It's easier to watch a video than read. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. You won't believe who Blizzard... See, I'm not going to read out the first comment owner, even though I will say... all I will say is the first person and the third person you mentioned, I think, are a bit more forgivable than the middle person. Actually, you know what? No. Fuck Eisenhart. I will say that. The other 2 YouTubers, I agree. They make some clickbaity content, but I think for the most part, they're fine. Eisenhart is a fucking asshole. Want to know why? Because when I did testing for Legion Mythic Plus, whatchamacallit, way back when, it was like patch 9.1, something like that. It was a while ago, whenever they did Legion M Plus and finally introduced that. Eisenhart literally stole my footage from my YouTube video to the point where you can literally see there's like a split second when he's changing frames where you can see my YouTube like channel and like thumbnail and stuff like that. You literally see it's my video. Not to mention, the reason I even found out is because somebody recognized my video, recognized that my warrior was in Eisenhart's video, and sent me a message on Discord saying, hey, this guy stole your content. And I was like, really? And I checked, and obviously, in case you couldn't guess, 0 credit, right? So imagine, like, at that point, I still only had, I think, like 5K subs. I was finally trying to, like, get back into actually making videos regularly. I had just spent so much time getting all that testing done. I spent literal hours on the day that it went onto the PTR trying to get all the testing done. I was really happy with my video. I got, like, a lot of the footage. So just then go and see that somebody else, instead of doing the testing for themselves, literally stole my footage, threw it in their own video, and didn't credit me at all. Shittiest thing I have ever had happen to me on YouTube. And I have had a few shitty interactions with other YouTubers, but that one was just so egregious of like, fuck you, man. Like, 0 credit, just literally using my own footage. That pissed me off. So one of those things is not like the other. There's a difference between making slightly clickbaity, slightly overdone videos and literally stealing other people's content. That is fucked. And Eisenhart did that, so fuck that guy, yeah. Not to mention, there was that whole shit that with Bellular before, where he tried to, like, call out Bellular and act like Bellular had, like, used fake data or something in one of his videos about, like, the Shadowlands player numbers. Just overall, an absolute fucking scumbag. I have nothing but hatred for that guy. But the other guys, you know, whatever. Yeah, sure, they have some clickbaity like titles and thumbnails and maybe rehash a bit of content, but really, can you actually compare the two? One of them is definitely infinitely worse than the other. Anyways, let me focus on this because I'm actually getting my ass smacked by this Elemental Punisher. No shade to Bellular as a person or anything, but I find him super uncredible. Really? Okay, I just got done saying that I actually disliked... I disagree with that. Let me kill this mob and I'll finish rereading. I actually really like the way Bellular structures his videos. I've said that before, but whenever I want to go for, like, WoW news stuff, I'm, like, reporting on the news, I always like watching Bellular's videos because he doesn't just read the shit that's happening. I like the context he provides around the other stuff, and, like, I like his opinions on things like that. So, I actually really do like Bellular. Definitely one of the few YouTubers in that category of content where I actually think he does it very well, and he does a good job at it. But let me continue reading, I do want to see. He makes videos about how many players... literally exactly that, and pulls the most bullshit uncorrelating stuff. I disagree. I think his data was perfectly sound. The thing about Bellular is if you watch that video, he even says in that video... explains where the discrepancies may come from and explains that he's using, I think it was like Raider.io numbers or something like that, and said that, yeah, there is going to be some variance because not everybody has chosen a covenant, but no, that automatically tracks all characters and alts and stuff like that. Yeah, so, you know, and that's the thing. Were Bellular's numbers 100% accurate? No, but they were giving a good indication on how Shadowlands player numbers were relative to other expansions, and he even said that. He gave that disclaimer. So I think that's perfectly fine. Obviously, if he had used those numbers and not given any disclaimers and just said, yep, this is the exact number of how many people are playing Shadowland, obviously that would have been irresponsible, but that's not what he did. And I think that's a very important distinction to make. This coming... Oh, I see. Okay. This coming from a former highest tier patron for Bellular. I see. Yeah. What item level is okay to start leveling to be efficient? I mean, it really depends on what your goals are. I would say there's no item level, like, where, oh yeah, at this exact item level, you're efficient, right? If you don't really care about speed leveling, any item level is fine. If you care about speed leveling, get as much item level as you can. It's that simple. Top 10 ways to level up. Tip 1, play with friends. Tip 2, do dungeons. Yeah, I've definitely seen a bunch of that, for sure. Can common peasants try leveling on the beta? Generally speaking, the way that beta invites work is like the big streamers and content creators, which by the way, I do not fall into that category. I am not a big streamer / content creator. They get beta access first. So I got my beta access in the wave of like the Mythic Raider wave. So there's an entire wave of beta invites for people who get Cutting Edge. If you get Cutting Edge, you get guaranteed beta. I know a lot of people have like speculated that's how it works, and yes, that is absolutely how it works. If you get Cutting Edge, they will give you beta. It's a different wave though. Like I didn't get mine until end of August or so, so I was not in very early on. And there were some people in my guild who did get access to it very early on. Like the Theory Crafters obviously get access to it pretty early. Basically, any, like, really big people in the community, and I'm talking, like, major theory crafters, Discord moderators, stuff like that, they tend to get beta access early, and then there's, like, a decent amount of, well, I've been doing this quest wrong. I need to be looting this from the dead bodies of mobs I kill. Whoops. Forgot to do that. Let me see if I can still do that, or, yeah, no, all their corpses have disappeared by now. Well, shit. Anyways. Yeah, there's like some beta giveaways, I think. I'm not a big enough or important enough streamer to have beta giveaways or anything like that. But I know that some streamers have things like that where like you can watch their stream or whatever and get like access to beta. But no, it is definitely like an invite-based thing. Was it stealing content or fair usage? I mean, look, I don't care what you call it. It's technically fair use, right? Like, technically speaking, I could use somebody else's stuff. Actually, I don't know if it falls under fair use. Because it wasn't like he was saying, whatchamacallit? It wasn't like he was responding to my video. Fair use is like, you need to transform the content. He was just using my thing as background footage while he was explaining, or realistically reading off a forum post about how Legion M Plus would work. So that has absolutely, in my opinion, nothing to do with traditional fair use. Now, mind you, did I copyright strike him? Fuck no, because that's a dick move, right? It's a dick move to steal somebody's content. It's an even bigger dick move to, like, try to fucking copy strike them. If it was, like, seriously egregious and someone plagiarized literally my entire video, yeah, of course, in that case, sure. But call it what you want. If you use somebody else's content and don't credit them, and don't, like, ask them first or anything like that, it's a dick move. I don't give a shit if it's, like, technically speaking, fair use. I did a lot of work doing those beta tests. I spent a lot of time testing Legion M+. Ask literally anybody with a brain whether it is a morally acceptable thing to just rip my footage, put it in your own video, and not credit me whatsoever. It's a dick move. It doesn't fucking matter. Bellular also seems to at least be attempting to be unbiased in his reporting. Yeah, no, I genuinely think he does a good job at that, like, most of the time, right? At least if there is a case where Bellular was, like, very unbiased, obviously there... No, like, so the idea of unbiased reporting is inherently a myth. I think it's impossible for anybody to give a purely unbiased take because we all, as humans, have our own personal biases, right? Even if it's, like, subconscious. But the fact that, as you said, he attempts to be unbiased is, I think, the important part. And I think anybody who at least makes a good effort to, like, keep their content, like, fair and just down to the facts, not, like, you know, your opinions and stuff. Yeah, absolutely. That's all you can really ask for with stuff like that. And I agree. I think he does a good job at that. What level are we now? 68. We're nearing the end. Fairly close, because I'm almost done with Azur's Span, and then Thaldraszus is, like, really, really short compared to all the other zones. Thaldraszus does not take any time at all. God, my dad's doing his little RP shit again. I'll read that in a second. Bellular is the Chicken Little of WoW content creators. If there's a chance that something might be bad, it's taken out of proportion. Yeah, I mean, and once again, falls into the category of, does Bellular clickbait his videos sometimes? Sure, but who doesn't? Like, can you really hate the guy for that? Like, if his stuff was blatantly inaccurate, and his titles were intentionally misleading, yeah, okay, obviously that's not good. But, sure, are some of his titles and thumbnails a bit sensational? Yes, absolutely. But whose aren't? I am guilty of that in some cases. Okay, how do I do this? Burrow underground to hide from lightning strikes. So I think I just use the one ability to just quickly dash around. Yeah, and this has like a super fast recharge rate. So I can just zip around. I'll read the rest of the chat after I finish this quest. Can I just teleport like through here? Like dash really quickly before they catch me? Yeah, looks like I can. Okay. So as long as you're like really good about using this optimally, you don't really need to worry about getting detected. So I won't get any like an illusion, what are you hiding things. Alright. Korthrox the Destroyer. Bellular owns the Arathi Highlands theme at this point. Yeah. I think every YouTuber has that one, like, piece of music that they've played to death in their backgrounds. I'm guilty of that. I have, like, a few tracks that I've used a lot for my background music. Because it's just one that, like, I really enjoy, and I just keep replaying it over and over. Like, at this point, for me, I found that, like, the Hearthstone music for, what's it called? Descent of Dragons? Descent of Dragons has some banger tracks in Hearthstone. So and here's the thing, right? Whenever I make like a Dragonflight video and I'm looking for like a good ambient, like, you know, tune to put on in the background, I mean, Hearthstone Descent of Dragons is literally perfect. You know, great track. It's World of Warcraft dragon related. It fits perfectly. So I've been using those themes a lot for background music for anybody who's noticed. You quit being a patron before he made that video, so it wasn't because of that video? Gotcha. Not sure how you got it, but you received beta day 1 of beta? Wow. You did not even get curve. Yeah, sometimes it's just random like that. You never know. Oh, so they added another part to this quest. Interesting. I don't remember this part very early on in beta. Does the Razageth mount only drop in Mythic mode? Yeah. So instead of like a Mythic mounts this tier, you instead get the Razageth skin. So the thing that I've been riding around on, for some reason, everybody on beta by default gets like the Mythic mount just as their default Proto-Dragon skin for some reason. So the dragon that you see me riding around on, oh, what does this do? Caligos just unleashes a big blast. Okay. That killed... that's... Okay. Yep, that killed... a lot of them. I need to do one more hit, and then we're good. So I think probably get it up to, like, 100 or so, and then you can use Caligos' blast. Okay, what do I need to do now? They've heavily changed this quest from the last time I did this. What do I do? 3? Storm Funnels Dispelled. What is this? Call out for a target for Caligos to dispel. Oh, so I need to, like, drop that right onto the Storm Funnel, and then Caligos gets rid of it. Primalist Army eliminated. Okay, now I need to kill 200. Alright. Caligos, let's just do a bombing run. Yeah, Caligos bombing run. Oh, that kills so many. Oh, and Caligos bombing run only has like a 20-second cooldown, and he's still going? Holy shit. Alright, yeah, I don't even need to do anything. Caligos is just going to do all the work. Cool. Dismount and talk to Caligos. Cool. Ceremony witnessed. Alright, while I witness the ceremony, let me catch up. Unless it's some... Oh, wait, no, the ceremony's back there. Shit, my Hearthstone's still on cooldown.
I'll explain on the way. Let's go.
Is there like a dragon I could ride so I don't need to do fancy shit? Please tell me I don't have to go all the way back across the zone. It looks like I need to go all the way back across the zone. Oh, Tin Sukovic donated HRK 150. I don't know what currency that is, but thank you very much. I appreciate it. I found your channel about an hour ago from the Chromie video, and I love the Google Doc you made. Thank you for making it free. Absolutely. All of my content will always be free. There will never ever be a paywall on this channel. We just discussed that actually about an hour ago. So right around when you found my channel, I was probably discussing that. My thoughts on like paid content and stuff like that. Yeah, the moment I release something and put it behind a paywall, unsubscribe from my channel, please, because that is the day when I no longer want people to watch me on YouTube. Because by that point, it'll mean that I've fully fallen to the dark side. So no, I want to make sure all my information remains free. But I'm glad you liked it. Thank you so much for the donation. Very, very generous. Let me head over to this flight point. There's no way I can dragon ride all the way back across the zone. So I'm just going to go to run and shield and then fly back across. 20 US dollars? Awesome. Thank you. Croatian currency. Cool, cool. Really appreciate that. All right. And while I'm on the flight point, I can read chat again. Let's see. I have beta access, but all my tunes are level 70. Yes, you have to swap servers. So the Valdrakken server is only level 70. So all your characters will be automatically scaled up to 70 on that particular server. If you want to get access to like low-level characters or like test leveling and go to the Dragon Isles, that is on either Koronos or Tierhold. Personally, my characters are on Koronos, but both servers work for that same thing. Okay, so my dad said, Haraldin, we are ordering a manservant to bring us food from a local tavern. Would you like a boar patty on bread with sliced fried potatoes? Yes, Dad, I would like a burger, thank you. I got it, thanks for the clarification. I agree, you do a lot of work for this stuff. A nod/wave, help you grow your channel as expected. Thank you, greatly appreciate it. I don't mind Bellular's thumbnails, but I'd wish he'd stop using his actual face. Some people prefer that, though. Personally, I mean, I don't put my face in my thumbnails because I just don't see what that adds. But, I mean, some people like watching another person and seeing their face and stuff like that. Gives it, like, that personal connection, I guess. So, I won't really judge him for that, but I agree. Personally, that's not something that appeals to me, but I don't hate it, right? I don't feel strongly about it one way or another, I guess. A lot of betas are based on your machine profile. Interesting. Sensationalized title thumbnails is an unfortunate byproduct of human nature. We're more interested in clicking a video that is extreme than a video that simply states a boring truth. Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, it's one of those things where you can hate people for using clickbait titles and thumbnails, but generally speaking, I would say judge it more on the content within the video rather than the packaging. Unless it's like super egregious and really, really over the top, judge the content, not the packaging. Make your way to Valdrakken. Okay. So, there's definitely something I can do here with, like, Hearthstone optimization. Huh. Because, like, this is obviously a lot of travel time. So... And, of course, you have to keep in mind that for day one leveling, I would be in a guild, right? So what I probably should have done is asked... one of my guildies to invite me to the beta guild so I would have a 15-minute Hearthstone cooldown. Because normally, my Hearthstone would be off CD by this point. But it's not. And then also, you can get Shaded Hearthing on your bracers, and that would reduce the cooldown by another 5 minutes. So in theory, with an optimized setup for day one leveling, you would have only a 10-minute Hearthstone cooldown. So that would kind of really impact the way you do the routing. I hate how whenever you get near a dragon glyph, your dragon roar is really loud. And I'm just going to bank down. And I can probably coast all the way to Camp Antonitis from here. And when I get to Camp Antonitis, I'll hop in a flight point, at least over to Ronin's Shield. But yeah, you could probably do something like set your Hearthstone to Azure Archives. And then when you need to get back there from Iskara, you hearth to Azure Archives. Then, right as I'm leaving that, I could probably dip over to Ronin's Shield, set my Hearthstone there, and then after going all the way across back to Azure Archives, by that point, my Hearthstone will be back up, and I can teleport. I think. In theory, that should work. That's probably the most optimal way to handle that. Oh, I already have Valdrakken as a flight point. Okay. I can just fly straight there, then. Let's see. They target performance based on CPU, etc. Ah, interesting. I think Emp Lemon has a great approach to thumbnails. I remember watching him back in his YouTube poop days. I've heard of Emp Lemon, but I've never really watched his videos. Nothing against him, just not a channel that I ever watched, right? But I've seen his stuff and recommended. I think I might have watched, like, one of his videos. Was he the guy that did, like, the Was he the video of there will never be another Smash player like Hungrybox? Because I watched that video. And I want to say that was him, but I might be confusing him with somebody else. But if that was him, then I watched that video, but I haven't watched a lot of his other stuff, words. But if that's him, then yeah, I do also like his thumbnails. What's the learning curve with dragon riding? I mean, I don't know. I picked it up in my first run. By the end of my first leveling run, I was pretty comfortable with dragon riding. So I would say if you just kind of copy what I'm doing, just basically pitch yourself up and then immediately angle down. So whenever I'm doing dragon riding, it's a lot of mouse flicks. You pitch up, angle down, pitch up, angle down, stuff like that. Honestly, once you get the hang of that, and you're like, got the flow of that mouse movement, it's really not too hard. My dad is great, yes. He's always very proud of his little comments in chat. He thinks he's the funniest person alive. Your warlock's name Medivh? Nice. Is dragon riding pretty much like a goblin glider with a speed boost? Oh, there's a lot more to it than goblin gliding with a speed boost. You have much more aerial control than that. The way I use it a lot of times is, like, you'll see me in practice using it like a goblin glider with a speed boost words. But I have way more, like, aerial control over what direction I'm going than just gliding downwards. It's just a lot of times you want to use it to get from point A to point B. That's just the best thing to do. Uh-oh. I'm getting slight FPS issues. I'm guessing it's just because I'm in Valdrakken, and there's probably a lot of players here. So I'm guessing that's why my FPS is kind of tanked a little bit. Well, I got a lot of reputation. What does this give? Valdrakken Treasures. I'm guessing it just opens up on its own. Oh, requires level 70. Aha. So, when I finish the run, I guess we can crack open the Valdrakken Treasures. We'll open the surprise box and see what's inside. That's another thing that does well on YouTube, right? What is this? Relaxation time? Sparks of Life. So that's an Azurspan quest. The Search for Titan Relics and Oh, Where Can He Be? I'm not going to mess around with those too much. Oh, wow, I'll never ride that mount. I'm not a Mythic Raider. You can always get it later on, right? Maybe later on in the expansion if you like want to join a pug group. Especially with the way item level scaling works, a lot of times it won't be too hard. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to do this campaign questline first, and then once I've done that...
These are alarming.
Whoa! That was a little bit of lag. Okay. Talk to Alexstrasza. About the Azurspan.
Allow me to introduce you to Captain Drine.
Where did... Oh, over there. Okay. So I have to... Basically, okay, so now this is like the introduction quests. And here's Watcher Koronos. So that stone boy from the Dragonflight trailer, that's this dude. And his quest is Halls of Infusion. So he has the dungeon quest for the, what's it called? For one of the endgame dungeons. I already tested that one, so if you want to see... I've tested every Dragonflight dungeon at this point, except No Coup Defensive. I did No Coup Defensive very briefly on the end of my stream last weekend, but I have not done a full dungeon testing run, because I'm going to wait for that one to be in Mythic Plus, since it will be there eventually. What the heck? Is this Eyes and Ears? Okay, this is part of the main story quest line, so I have to do this one anyway. I don't show my face at all. I have shown my face once. For people who saw that video, I have shown my face in one video ever. But I'll probably do it again closer to Dragonflight. I have nothing really against showing my face. Well, I kind of do. I guess it's just, it's anxiety, right? I think I don't really like showing my face just because anxiety makes it harder to focus on streaming if I'm like constantly a ball of anxiety, right? But I have done it in one video, which is now unlisted, right? So
nothing here awaiting you.
Let's see. How goes leveling? Found your channel about 3 to 4 months ago, and speed leveling has always been fun for you to do. You just leveled a rogue to 60, and you're gearing him for Dragonflight. Want to level my mage, but waiting for Dragonflight. Yeah. Well, I would recommend if you're leveling a mage from scratch, definitely go up to 40 right now, as per the video I put out recently. But yeah, leveling feels great right now, and it's going to feel even better in Dragonflight. 10 to 60 feels great. The Dragonflight questing feels great. Massive improvement compared to Shadowlands for sure. Honestly, no complaints. Just very minor stuff that isn't really important. What is this? It's a crafting introduction quest, and then there's something up here. Yeah, I'm definitely getting some lag because of Valdrakken. So I think this is just in-game lag and kind of unavoidable. What's Nowhere to Hide? Nowhere to Hide is... it's back up at the top. Okay. I'll have to do that later. But right now, I need to go to the crafting... I thought I was just here. Did I not get credit for... Crafting Consortium Investigated? Who do I talk to? Oh, I have to read this book. I see. Hey, Haraldin, hope the run's going well. It is. Thanks for tuning in, Furion. Good to see you. What's the best way to get gear ready for Dragonflight? I'm just coming back, haven't played since Legion. If you look on my channel for how to gear in Shadowlands Season 4, I did a pretty detailed breakdown on like how to get all the best gear in the current patch. So that should be a pretty thorough explanation. I think it covers everything important. Because anything I say now, I've already done in far more detail with far more like information and stuff. In a video already. So just check that one out and it should answer all your questions. If you do watch that and have any future questions, like message me on Discord or something and I'd be happy to answer after the stream. But I would say definitely make sure to check that out first. Okay, I'm going to pitch myself up. Just going to head up to the top. Oh wait, I need to hand in this quest. And... oh, he was the Hungry Box person. Okay, yeah. So I did watch that video. And that video was good. I really like that. Revealing Dragon's Eye used... oh, I was supposed to use... well, hindsight's 20/20, right? I was supposed to be doing this while I did the other quests. Not after the fact. Okay, well. Just as we're talking about this stuff, I see a video in my recommend saying Dragonflight most fun DPS tier list. Talk about a subjective thumbnail, right? Or a subjective video thing, right? Most fun. You literally could not discuss a topic more subjective than what is the most fun to play. Like, that will literally differ from person to person. That is a perfect example. Let's see, where are the other infiltrators? I should have... I wish I remembered. At least, here's the thing. Every time I make a mistake right now, this is a mistake that I will hopefully not be making in the next run. That's the goal. Shit. Jump over the bridge. What? What? That's annoying. There we go. Finally jump the bridge. And I can barely make it over. Let's see. So I'm guessing it's just random, like, highlighted Valdrakken citizens that are evil people in disguise, and I have to beat them up. I don't see any, though. Aha, this person. Is it all of the generic Valdrakken citizens? Is that, like, every single one of them is gonna be a Primalist Infiltrator? If so, where's another Valdrakken citizen? Let's see. Is that a Valdrakken? Yeah, that's a Valdrakken citizen. So, presumably, they'll be evil too. Yep. Okay, so it's just this one NPC type, Valdrakken citizen. Well, that makes it easier to find them. And just look for that. What is something you wish they'd change about the leveling process right now? Nothing. Honestly. It's really good. Like, I had a lot of complaints in Shadowlands, but really nothing about the current leveling process I want them to change. It's good. It's really fucking smooth. So, I genuinely could not think of a single thing. Oh, wait, do I get multiple in one? Oh, perfect. Well, that's efficient. If it's like that every single time, then that would be really good, just to get 3 with 1 stone. What is this? Lost to the Skies? Yeah, that's what I just accepted. Lost to the Skies. I'm guessing that's somewhere in Thaldraszus. Probably good to pick that up, but it's probably not much. Yeah, it's only 1k XP, so not a hugely important thing to get. And we're going to pitch up. And over here. There's a lot of players in Valdrakken. Come on, ding to 70 already so we can all go to bed. I'm trying, okay? I'm doing my best. We're getting close. We've almost reached the funny number. And then I just need to do the Thaldraszus questline. And then we'll get there. Oh, shit. I'm going to have to kind of be a little bit creative. Oh, there's a little gust of wind down here. I can hit that gust of wind, get a little speed boost. And boing. Then I'm going to go like this. I think what I'll do is I'll make it up to that pathway, and then I'll pop Gunshoes right there. So dismount, Gunshoes, and away. There's an entire genre of WoW vids where people do nothing but open BMAH boxes. Yeah, I heard about that. That's fucking wild. What would be even crazier is imagine if you just, like, got a bunch of unopened BMAH crates, copied that character over to, like, the PTR servers a million times, and you would just have endless videos of opening up BMAH boxes. It's literally endless content. It prints itself. Only 5 to 6 hours from 60 to 70. This is slow. The run you're watching right now, this is my first real attempt. This is a really bad time. I can tell you right now, I can get this under 5 hours easily, and it might be possible to get the entire campaign under 4 hours. But that might be a bit tighter. Just because getting all the experience and hitting 70, or whatchamacallit, hitting 70 and getting all the campaign quests done, doing both of those, not 100% sure if you'll be able to do that in under 4 hours. But yeah, absolutely sub 5 hours is 100% doable. Because this has been extremely inefficient. I've literally just stopped doing stuff for 20 minutes at a time during this run to answer questions in chat. I'm really, really slow for right now. Do you need side quests to reach 70? Yes. You need a decent amount of side quests. The main point of my guide is going to be telling you which side quests are efficient to complete. That's what I'll be working on optimizing. Pull these guys in. Exploding Peg, yeah, just wide enough to hit all those. And dead. Nice. Trying to use transmog to make some extra gold before Dragonflight just started, and so far I've been making decent money. Yeah. I mean, selling transmog is always a good way to make gold. Transmog is one of those things where you're never going to be like a millionaire. Well, I mean, you can make $1 million gold by doing that, but I mean, you're never going to make like the big buku bucks by selling transmog. But it's one of those things where it's a very consistent, reliable way to earn gold. So definitely that's a good thing to do. Kill these guys, and I think I need 5 more in total, so after this I need to kill 3 mobs. Oh, and there's 3 mobs right over there, so it works out perfectly. Just wrapped up your Wrath of the Lich King Death Knight leveling, got 79 to 80 in 1 hour 36 with some major improvements. Nice! Yeah, that sounds like a pretty good time. It took me pretty long to do most of the leveling. Oh wait, for some reason I saw that Magma Claw Raider down there, his nameplate through the floor, and for some reason I thought that was directly on top of these guys. Oh well. But I can just touch a death that, not a big deal. And then I want to... There's a rare mob up there. Look out, Mordrin. Ah, shit. Gonna need to use 2 pips of vigor to get up here. I guess this might as well do this thing. It's not too far off the beaten path, and a lot of these rare mobs are pretty easy to access. I just saw an Alliance player zip by me with Dragon Riding. Yeah, this guy. Don't kill me, buddy, please. I mean you no harm. We can be friends. Hold on, let me, there's a little... This Brazier's interactable. I forgot to use my wand again. I got so scared of the Alliance guy that I forgot to actually use my trinket. And at least he's friendly. I'll give him a little thank you. Because he was nice and he didn't kill me. We like people like that. People who aren't super bloodthirsty and just murder, kill all the time. Let's see. Anyone know when Valor's going to reset? Valor isn't going to reset, I don't think. At least not in Dragonflight pre-patch, right? So obviously, Valor is going to reset in the new expansion from Shadowlands, but you should be able to farm Valor perfectly fine all the way up until like day 1 of the expansion. So I'm pretty sure they said that, what's it called? I'm pretty sure they said November 28th, right? The day of the release is when Valor is going to be wiped for the new expansion. Then obviously you won't be able to earn Valor from old sources, but that's kind of how it always goes. Round this up. Do a little pulse here. Hour and a half? Yeah. Are you saying for me to finish leveling, or what? I missed the context of that, Theta, sorry. Is Dragonflight mining and herbing like previous expansions where you could just start it? Yes. I believe you can pick it up fairly early on in the leveling process. I think. Don't quote me on that, because I haven't actually tried to learn it early. Oh, I used a Phantom Fire. Whoops. So I've only picked up mining and herbalism from Valdrakken, so I don't know if there is a trainer in other areas, but I think there is. I want to say there is, but yeah, once again, don't quote me on that. Leveling in retail feels too single player. You're correct, but the reality is that's how all leveling in MMOs is trending towards. Love it or hate it, that is the direction that all MMOs have gone, all big MMOs. Guild Wars 2, leveling feels very single player. There's a single player campaign. Final Fantasy, that's literally its main selling point, a single player campaign. The only thing in Final Fantasy that you were forced to do with other people is the dungeons. And guess what? They're now focusing on making sure that you can do dungeons with like NPCs that will just, help you through it. So I know that a lot of people prefer the classic WoW experience. I get it. I think the idea of having to interact with other people can be pretty fun. It's, interesting from like, an old MMO design perspective. But the reality is a lot of people want to be able to level on their own. And they don't want to rely on other people to have to get their characters up to max level. It's just how it is. And quite frankly, for the purposes of speed leveling, I prefer it this way. Because imagine if in order to get an efficient speedrun, I had to rely on other people. And then I would have to try to convince my friends to help me out with the speedrun. I prefer it when the game is fastest played solo. Because at that point, it evens the playing field. People who don't have a lot of friends to play with can still level just as efficiently as everybody else. Overall, I think that is more healthy from a leveling perspective, right? And the rest of the game is still very multiplayer focused. So obviously, if you want to do mythic raiding, you're going to need to be in a guild. You're going to need a group of players. So it's not like WoW is a single player game. But I think the idea of having the leveling experience in modern MMOs be mostly single player, I think that's good. So I can understand why some people may not like that, but I would personally disagree that it is a bad thing. Do I find Brewmaster a harder tank to get into? No. I think Brewmaster is probably middle of the pack in terms of easiness to learn. I wouldn't call it the easiest tank to learn, but I also wouldn't call it the hardest tank to learn. It has a medium skill floor, because you have to understand how stagger works, right? But once you figure out stagger, once you understand generally how stagger functions, how purifying brew works, all that fun stuff, it's really not too bad. And as I've said before, there is a high skill cap to it. There's a lot of stuff to learn with Brewmaster, which I think is good. because new players can get into it and, like, you know, clear content with Brewmaster with just a basic understanding of how Stagger works, but then when they really want to push themselves and go further, they can do that, because Brewmaster has that potential. It has a lot of room to be, like, optimized and stuff like that. So I have to kill a siege... Oh, I have to control a siege scorpion. Okay. So, get this, and... Yeah, the hitboxes on these feel way better. Because even hitting their tail, I'm still getting credit for this. So I understand, like, you know, the thing earlier with that quest where it's like, yeah, you lead the shots and that's more consistent. But I feel like WoW is inherently not a first-person shooter. Whenever World of Warcraft has maybe not super forgiving hitboxes for quests like this, it's like, it should just be really easy to hit stuff like that. If you're going to have a quest like that, don't make it super precise. That's not what WoW is designed for. Dungeon grinding is the fastest for leveling? No, absolutely not. Not at all. Or at least I don't think so, but based on everything I've seen, definitely not. No, no, no. Sorry, I don't know if I made it sound like that by something I said, but no. It is not. Do I go... Is there like a teleporter pad to get up to the top of the town? Or the spire or whatever? Am I just expected to dragon ride completely vertically and get up there? If so, where? Oh, it's right over there. I'm blind. Alright. And now single-player questing still looks like it's going to be the fastest way to level. Especially considering, right, like, the main advantage that early expansion dungeon grinding has historically had over questing is when you don't have access to flying, questing usually takes longer. But the nice thing about Dragonflight is you have access to even better flying from the get-go. And your alts are going to have dragon riding the moment they set foot in the Dragon Isles. So normally you will unlock dragon riding roughly 30 minutes into the leveling process, but on your alts, you get it immediately. It's account-wide. So that's one really nice aspect of it. Let's see. Transmog is forever. Yep. Selling transmog also pairs really well with leveling alts, since you get a lot of BOEs while leveling and opening chests. Absolutely. Yep. The big things you can do to speed up the end is to skip the second half of Shalazar and instead do K6 in the start of Icecrown. Yeah. I did a lot of quests in Storm Peaks and Icecrown, and I found that to be pretty efficient. I actually didn't touch Shalazar at all, but I know that's inefficient. I know Shalazar is supposed to be something you do in your route, and I just wasn't super concerned about being extremely efficient when doing Wrath leveling. As usual, I'm going to watch the rest tomorrow. Good night, good luck. Thank you, Owner. Appreciate you tuning in. Let's see, I can... Oh, you know... Oh, well, I get dismounted, so... Anyways. Oh, and there's a little portal room here. Oh, there's another quest from this guy? Are there multiple... Oh. Small Val Draken Accord. What is this? Just gives supplies. Alright. Cool. Someone did a full group and got 7 hours, plus they have to do MSQ? Yeah. It took 7 hours leveling in a group. Generally speaking, yeah, that's the thing. I will always say group leveling tends to be slower. That's just kind of how it goes. Look to the Overlook. What is this? Okay, I could probably just do that while I'm questing. Is this an alt or a first clear? It is technically speaking an alt because I've done this before. So basically, there are things like I have world quests enabled, but I am not doing world quests. So I am doing this run from the perspective of a first clear. But technically speaking, this is an alt run, quote unquote, because I have access to world quests and stuff like that. But, like, I could go and do this world quest, but I don't want to, because the entire point of this run is to simulate day one leveling on your first ever character. But, unfortunately, there's no, like, opt-out feature for Threads of Fate in Dragonflight, so I have no choice but to have that stuff enabled. That's just how it is. Alright, I can zip over this way. Are Azeroth autopilot routes okay? No. They are no longer updated, unfortunately. Let me... Oh. This quest. What is this? Okay. I don't know. Oh, I have to grab a bunch of stuff? Yeah, I'm not going to waste my time on that. There's a bunch of little wind currents that I could probably use over there. I'm going to hand in these other quests first, though, before I ride those wind currents. So there's one over this way. Commander Thasdius. Don't want to do that. Probably not worth it. Then there's one up there, and then one over this way. So now I need to use these wind currents. So I'll jump up again, hit the wind current, hit the wind current. Oh, I didn't hit it properly. Oh, no, it killed my momentum. I think I must have clipped the floor ever so slightly. There we go. Still kind of slow. But I made it up the cliff at the very least. Yeah, I probably shouldn't have tried to bank into that second wind current. I got enough speed from the first one. I got too greedy, and I lost all my momentum.
There is much to discover.
Hey, how you doing?
I don't think any of this stuff's worth it. I'll pick these quests up on the off chance that I don't have enough experience to finish the quest line. Then I will just do those. But for now, I hand in this one quest, and then I can go talk to Chromie. Oh, but unfortunately, I have killed my dragon riding vigor. So I'm just going to jump off a cliff and Goblin Glider. The classic strat. You were about to go grind a shield on your warrior? Nice. Yeah, honestly, my favorite shield, or my favorite transmog to collect is shields. I really like messing around with different, like, transmogs based on warrior shields. I find that really fun. So, good choice. 100% it, it's so good. Sorry, what were you saying, Thea, for 100% it? I forget the context by this point. That's the issue with seeing stuff like that. Crude Terrasec key. If that quest is... Or I assume you're referring to, like, a certain side quest chain. So, I'll take a look at that later. This seems like it would be fast if I happen to get lucky with the Terrasec key drop. So... waiting 4 minutes for the Dragon Isles boat to get here. This is going to be rough at the start. Yep. That initial boat ride, optimizing that is going to be hugely important. Oh, come on. Why is auto loot not working? There we go. Got the key. Oh, wait. I need to still pick up Alvy's Ledger and Waywatcher supplies. And I assume I need a few more. About flying a Dragonflight. Oh, right. Yeah, absolutely. Like, for speed leveling purposes, not worth it, but, like, endgame stuff, just for, you know, messing around and having fun, definitely. Having all the glyphs and stuff will feel nice. So that's probably something I'll also do on day one, once I finish leveling. Just grab all my dragon riding glyphs. And I assume that's account-wide, right? Because I haven't tested that, but I would imagine if you maximize all your dragon riding glyphs, that carries over to your second character. I think I remember hearing that, but I'm not positive. But that would actually make alt leveling really fast. But one of the issues with that is if I were to do that on my character right now, it would kind of skew my leveling for future runs, just because then I would be basically doing a run with dragon riding unlocked from the get-go with all the really powerful glyphs, and that would just be really broken. How am I liking Monk, by the way? I don't think I've heard how you enjoy it. Oh, Monk's what I main. Yeah, I love Monk. This is, like, Brewmaster Monk is literally what I play on retail, like, 99% of the time, so absolutely love it. This is why, for, like, my first actual run, you know, this run has been very, very, very rough, but it's only been rough because I've been super inefficient with stuff. If I was playing a spec that I wasn't comfortable with, it would be infinitely harder and infinitely longer. So, that... probably... that didn't come out right. But you know what I mean. So, the fact that I'm playing my main with Brewmaster instead of Windwalker, which is, like, literally the thing that I am by far the most comfortable with, on beta, right? Like, I'm super comfortable playing this. All right, I don't think... kill blue scale? Blue scale over here. I would imagine that's fast, right? Because it's just killing a singular mob. Sorry, you meant Windwalker Monk. Ah, yes. Windwalker I played yesterday, and I did really like that. So I've always enjoyed Windwalker Monk. I've actually mained... Windwalker is one of the few DPS that I have mains for Mythic rating. It's been a hot minute. I think the last time I actually mained a Windwalker Monk was Ashar's Eternal Palace, which they were actually really bad in Ashar's Eternal Palace, which is one of the reasons why I was playing them, just for fun, because I wanted to see if I could make it work. So I enjoyed that aspect of it. And playing Windwalker Monk and Dragonflight, I honestly think it feels amazing. Like, 10 to 60 leveling felt super clean, even with me being, like, not super familiar with the rotation. And then 60 to 70 leveling I have yet to test, but looking at like all the talents that I would have gotten had I continued, and I will test it eventually, right? So I want to make sure I give like a full thorough testing of Windwalker Monk 60 to 70. But it looks absolutely insane. Like, I was looking at some of the builds that Babs and Foe were suggesting, and it seems really, really crazy. And I think now I can actually take... I still only have 2 dragon riding glyphs. I thought that was my 3rd one. I guess I forgot to pick one up that I, for some reason, thought I had. Chromie Nozdormu sent me to help. You're super excited to level your warrior and be able to not be a meme tank? Yeah, for sure. I assume I just need to wait for Chromie to finish talking. The main purpose of your alts is to get them to 80 in the early zone, so you can make as much money as possible from level 78 plus quests. Yeah, true. I've heard that. I heard that if you do Storm Peaks and Ice Crown quests at a high level, or at max level in Wrath, it gives, like, really good gold. I didn't personally mess around with that, but I guess if I ever decide to level my Death Knight, I would probably do that and save it to the end. Missing recruit found. Okay, so... where are they? Oh, over here. Oh, this guy's sitting... Come on, man, I don't want to accidentally attack you. Alright, we're good. I managed to tactfully hit the quest giver without accidentally auto-attacking the paladin. What else? As I thought, you said you haven't played Windwalker as much. Yeah, so I haven't played Windwalker nearly as much as I played Brewmaster, but I've, like, compared to most other specs in World of Warcraft, I've played Windwalker a lot more than other stuff, right? So, within the context of monks, I played Brewmaster probably like 5 times as much as Windwalker. But I've played Windwalker a lot in the past. It more just speaks to how much Brewmaster I've played over the years compared to every other spec in this game. I just have way more time spent on specifically Brewmaster, but Windwalker is another one that I've sunk a decent amount of time into. If you want to talk about monk specs that I don't know much about, it's Mistweaver. I've played a little bit of Mistweaver, but I'm going to be completely honest, I am woefully uninformed when it comes to like 99% of Mistweaver stuff. So I don't really know much about that. Oh, marks your map at the location of a treasure in Thaldraszus? That seems cool. Let me see. I assume it's that sand pile right there. That's pretty neat. So I need to just hit all these temporal collector things, and then I assume for energy collected, if memory serves, I just need to kill stuff. That's not really anything super special. Oh, no, those are Alliance. Those are not mobs. I almost just dove headfirst into those 2 Alliance players and dropped a keg smash on them, because I just thought they were generic questing mobs. Good thing I saw the nameplates. That would have turned out poorly, especially because they were so nice to me and didn't kill me earlier. They probably would have been like, what the fuck? Why is this guy trying to kill us? Whew. Close call. Let's see. Do you think the gear we get from Shadowlands will make a big difference in leveling? Yeah, probably. I mean, it generally does. It depends on your item level, but having item level carrying over from the previous expansion will always make new expansion leveling more efficient. As for how efficient, I suppose that kind of depends, but I mean, I can tell you right now, it's faster in Dragonflight, because I've done 2 runs at this point, 2 full runs. This run has felt extremely easy because everything just melts, and my other run was done on a character with, like, 240 gear, so I had, like, around 60 less item level than this character, and in that run, everything took forever to kill, and leveling was pain. So it absolutely does make a difference. As for how much of a difference it makes and whether it's worth investing in, like, getting your gear up now, really depends. But yeah, if you already have done, like, mythic raids and stuff, and you have all that already on your character, you're gonna have an easier time. That's kind of how it has always been, even in, like, vanilla WoW into BC. So I remember there was somebody who left a comment on, I think my pre-patch video, saying something like, I wish they just reset everybody's item level at the start of a new expansion. And then I kind of said, like, why would they do that? Can you explain your logic? And they were like, well, it would make it more like the old days where your gear while leveling actually mattered. And I was like, did you play Burning Crusade? Because if you had, like, full max Ramus gear, or even, like, Encourage gear and stuff, you didn't really replace that until the later zones. That has literally always been a thing in WoW. In fact, if you go back and, like, look at what people were saying in the day, people didn't like replacing their gear. There were a lot of complaints from people saying that, like, it's so unfair that, like, Hellfire Ramparts gives gear that's better than Onyxia's Lair, or something like that. And, you know, raid quality gear from Classic WoW should be better than BC gear. Like, that is actually the opinion of a lot of people back in the day. Now, admittedly, that is the opinion of people on the WoW forums. And I think, as anybody will know, the WoW forums generally do not have the best takes. And I'm pretty sure that is true for both, you know, BC WoW and modern WoW. But it's not like everybody back in Classic WoW was like, oh yes, please, take away all of my gear. I want to completely level from scratch. Some people prefer that. That is what seasonal servers are for, but I think the inherent idea of an RPG is that your gear from a previous expansion should actually matter and should make your experience easier. And it absolutely does that. Assume that I just need to wait for this dialogue. You're currently with a crappy 270 item level DH and considering not getting any more gear for it. 270 is solid. I would say, like, 278 is pretty easy to get. If you're already item level 270, you could probably do, like, a little bit of LFR, maybe a bit of normal, probably upgrade a few pieces. So if you really want to invest the time, absolutely, you probably could do that. But I would say 270 is actually a perfectly solid item level. You could get decent mileage with that.
I wish I could get back to my books. That staff is able to harness temporal energy from a source.
My throat is, like, so much more sore today than it was yesterday. That's what doing 2 back-to-back hours, 7-hour streams will do to you. Kind of murders your ability to talk. By the way, you leveled from 10 to 45 on live and then transferred that character to beta. Leveled 45 to 60 in Suramar. It worked, but I have no idea if it was efficient. What the fuck?
Within the eternal land of Quel'Thalas. The Blood Elves, following the will of their crazed leader,
okay.
Sunstrider, channeled dangerous.
Why am I watching the Blood Elf starting cinematic? I'm gonna let this play out. I want to know where this is going.
While Kael'thas and his demonic masters were eventually defeated, a different kind of transformation occurred within the Sunwell itself.
Is there going to be some twist or something at the end? Or is this like a placeholder cinematic for some cinematic that's supposed to play? And if so, why?
Now, the Blood Elf regent Lorthamar Theron sees a new hope on the horizon for his people. Over time, the Sunwell's light could cure the Blood Elves of their cursed state.
Well, while this plays, let's see. Yeah, I'll have to test Suramar a bit more, just out of curiosity.
you must fight to protect Quel'Thalas and help redeem
What the hell?
soul of your ancient people.
What? Oh! Okay. That's good.
Victory lies ahead.
It actually takes you here. I can pick up the starting quest. Alright, that's good. Oh, that's fucking good. Man. And see, the funny thing is, like, on live servers, everybody's gonna immediately know that there's some twist, but I'm sitting here like, did something get fucked in the beta? Or is this actually the quest? Because I have no idea. For all I know, Blizzard somehow massively fucked up the quest and I got teleported to the Blood Elf starting set. I have no idea. But that's actually fucking good. For like a split second there, I actually did think that I was teleported back to Sunstrider Isle. That's fucking good. This entire little subzone is definitely the highlight of Dragonflight questing. Now, I am so glad I let that play out, because I did not actually get that cutscene and little quest the first time I did this. That was not yet implemented when I did my Demon Hunter run. But there is like a quest line coming up that is really, really, really good. So, I think that's probably going to be in like 15 minutes or so. Whoever made that quest, you're a god? Yeah, absolutely. You know, I kind of rag on questing design in WoW sometimes, but that was brilliant. That was actually really fucking good. Anyways, I fell a bit behind on chat because of that. So, 1 second. Time lost Merhulk. Okay, so I have to talk to this person. Oh my goodness. Oh, I am getting blasted. Hold on. Can I hit the time lost Merhulk? I'm gonna go ahead and just say I should probably touch of death this. Gonna rock that. Nope. Nope. I want none of that. I am getting absolutely dumpstered by these Murlocs. I think I finally reached the point where my item level is not doing me any favors. Come on. Oh. Alright, we're good, though. Yeah, Brewmaster OP. That felt kind of broken. Wonder what happens if you have a oh, yeah. Or what about a Demon Hunter? Because as a Demon Hunter, you technically be a Blood Elf or a Night Elf, but would it take you to the Demon Hunter place? Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. We'll have to test that at some point. Let's see. What did I miss? Mistweaver is insane right now. Yeah, I've heard really good things about Mistweaver. So I know it's definitely good. Monk in general is looking amazing for Dragonflight. So definitely a good expansion for them. But yeah, the Mistweavers in my guilds... Or well, really there's only one Mistweaver. But the other monks that dabble in Mistweaver all say that it's looking pretty solid at the moment. And I saw, there was like a video that my cousin actually linked to me. And my cousin doesn't even, well, I mean, he plays WoW, but he hasn't played WoW in like 2 years. But he actually linked to me a video that apparently popped up in his YouTube recommended of a Mistweaver putting Renewing Mist on somebody. And then it just like spreads the entirety of Orgrimmar, which is pretty fucking wild. Is item level going to scale to 60 if you level through Shadowlands Chromie Time? I would imagine, yeah. I can't tell you, though. Shadowlands Chromie Time is not currently working. So I would say probably. That's generally speaking how stuff like that works. But right now, if you go to Shadowlands Chromie Time on the beta, it's just a big empty box that says not yet implemented. So I don't know. Whenever it is enabled, I will at least test it out. But right now it's not. So who knows? Okay, so I just need to click on random shit to get this stuff to work. Yeah, and there's nothing in particular, so it is literally just whatever gives the most efficient amount of completion percent. So I'll have to do a bit more testing to figure out what that is. I would imagine, generally speaking, with stuff like this, it's either big mob pulls or interacting with objects. Tends to be, for quests like this, what is the fastest. Okay, bunny hop over to this portal. Oh, I see a big mob pull potential over this way. So grab these guys, shift 5, and I think if I do temporal burst, I can, yeah, that's a lot of damage. And then exploding keg, I'll throw down a statue. That deals a decent amount of damage. I will say for like bursty pulls like this, White Tiger statue doesn't really have enough time to really do its full throughput. It's better on longer AoE pulls that you'll get in Mythic Plus and stuff like that. So I might end up not taking White Tiger statue, but at the same time, it's like, what else would I run in place of it? So maybe I still do run it. Oh, actually, the Murlocs up here seem like they'd be efficient. So I could round up a bunch of these guys, whereas like the Arakoas and the, what's it called, Quillbores, they would be a little bit inefficient purely because they cast and it's harder to round them up. But Murlocs will just auto-attack you. So I could probably just grab a bunch of these guys, and I'd be set. Alright, there we go. I can head back down. Turn in this. I think the start of Shadowlands, max VFA neck was still good until Revendreth. Yeah, definitely. You can pump the Azurite neck up to a really high item level, though. If you ever want to know how bad the WoW forums are... Oh, how bad WoW forums takes are, they want fewer talent options. Oh yeah, no, I've seen those posts. I've seen some really dumb shit on the WoW forums. Meet up with Chromie at the Bronze Temple. Okay. Caught up with everything that I missed. And here we go.
Better get comfortable in that bubble, Eternus. I won't let you corrupt our bronze stone.
And one more quest over here. Now I can go over here and kill these guys. So I'm guessing just interact with this. Temporal Destabilizing Beam. If it takes you back to the Demon Hunter starting area, I need to get the flask that gives you like 8 stats. Oh, shit. It's like the Tiller's quest. I have to run away. So... that's actually interesting, yeah, in the Demon Hunter questline, because I would imagine that it's probably an instanced version of the starting quest zone, right? Because I think it would be really weird if, oh, this one I just channel? Okay, so that one I don't need to do the Tillers thing. I would imagine it would be weird if, like, high-level players just randomly started popping up to all the low-level questlines. I mean, I say that, but honestly, that would be kind of fun, right? So maybe it does work like that. But if I had to guess, it's probably an instance version that doesn't actually have access to stuff like that. But that is something to consider, yeah. That's a fair point. Okay, I'm going to touch a death that just so I don't need to worry about it. Use this thing. And then what do I need to do? Temporal energy collected. How do I collect temporal energy? What am I missing something? Temporal... oh, crystal chunks. Okay. So apparently there's crystal chunks in the ground, and I need to pick them up to get their energy. That's what it looks like. Windwalker's a bit not tuned right now. Yeah. I mean, I feel like a lot of tuning for a lot of different specs is going to happen, but I think the main thing that a lot of people really like with Windwalker Monk isn't necessarily the fact that they do big damage. Like, one thing that I know Babylonius was talking about a lot is he really didn't like how Windwalker Monks were basically pigeonholed into being really heavy for AoE. So obviously, in Shadowlands, Windwalkers were gods at burst AoE. Like Soulrender Dormazane, that was literally their damage profile, and they were really good for that. But it felt really bad because since Windwalkers were already by default insane for that type of damage, basically their single target suffered as a result, because Blizzard can't just make Windwalkers good at both single target and really bursty ad damage, right? So as a result, Blizzard has to make Windwalkers worse at single target at the expense of having them be really good at that one extremely niche damage profile. So, in case you didn't know, Babylonius, the guy who literally does all of the Windwalker theory crafting stuff, he actually stopped playing Windwalker Monk for pretty much the entire end of Shadowlands. I think all of Sopho, and then so far all of Season 4, he's been playing Feral Druid. Just because of that, because he just doesn't like how he's basically unable to do any single target damage. And of course, you know, he goes from one traditionally unviable spec to another traditionally unviable spec. But, you know, that's how it is. People enjoy playing what they enjoy playing, even if it isn't historically meta. I've always said, play what you enjoy and try to make it work. But the nice thing about the Dragonflight rework, specifically in the context of Windwalker Monk, is because you're able to pick and choose different talents, Blizzard can basically balance it around, well, if the Windwalker Monk wants to take all of those really good burst AoE things, then they have to sacrifice their single target. But if they want to specialize in doing more single target damage, then they can do that, but it comes at the cost of their burst AoE. So it gives you like way more customization and flexibility in how you actually set up your build, which I think is one of the biggest strengths of the new talent trees, and one of the reasons why so many people like it. Now, the obvious downside to that, which a lot of people will bring up, is, well, because you have lots of different builds that are only good for niche situations, everybody's going to be swapping talents on every single fight. And yeah, probably, but I don't care. See, here's the thing. In most cases, once Covenant swaps were enabled, almost any, like, actual serious Mythic guild, in between prog bosses, had people hearth out and swap Covenants, right? Like, a lot of different classes have Abyss single target Covenant and Abyss AoE Covenant. Not all of them. Like, as a Brewmaster Monk right now, I run Kyrian for everything. It's just that good. But for a lot of specs, there is just one best Covenant. And that's what you run on literally all content. Or, words. What I meant to say is, for a lot of classes, it isn't just one best Covenant, and it is the case that, whatchamacallit, you have one best AoE, one best single target, and you want to swap. You get what I'm saying, right? I've already explained that. Point being, people are going to swap to whatever is optimal no matter what, so I think just giving people more options to do that and more customization, Blizzard has been resisting that for a while, but in Dragonflight, they've finally kind of given in and said, fine, you know, we'll let you play around with it. We'll let you swap. And I think it's for the best. I think it's overall very healthy for the game. Do you know if they brought back being able to move while channeling Soothing Mist? I do not. Actually, I can test right now because I have Soothing Mist. No. Unless there is like a Mistweaver specific talent that lets you do Soothing Mist while moving, it doesn't look like it. Because I have it, and then if I move, it gets canceled. So unfortunately, it doesn't look like that's the case. What am I missing?
Is it that time already?
Quelling casualties. Oh. It's not... Why is the quest not tracking properly? That's weird. Anyways. Okay, now I know. That was weird. I've never had that happen where it just doesn't auto-track the quest. Will I make a guide for the fastest leveling route? Yes. So, I will say it is slightly straightforward in the sense that everybody on their first playthrough will need to do the campaign to unlock world quests. That being said, it's not as straightforward as just do the campaign and literally nothing else, because you need to do some side quests. So, I will be doing a fastest leveling route for 60 to 70, and in many cases, I will just say, just continue along the campaign. The next, like, 2 levels are straightforward, right? But what I'll do is, whenever there is an instance where you can get a major time save, I will stop and I will go over that. Whenever there's a case where you want to take a detour to do a side quest because it's efficient for experience, I will go over that. All that kind of stuff. Okay, yeah, so this one I think is another Tiller's pull. So I do this, and then... There we go. Giant Time Elemental. Ooh. Oh, I have wands. Aha! Big burst of damage. And unfortunately, I just used my Touch of Death. So, unfortunately, I don't have it up for this. But I mean, I have all my actual damage cooldowns. And the next few quests don't require me to actually kill many things. So I should be fine, but we'll see. I mean, I know it's not much, but you know, 8 stats is 8 stats. And as a tank, I want it all. Yeah. No, I absolutely feel that. If it works, and it's like only a slight detour, I could definitely see that. That's me in Vengeance Demon Hunter. Yep. Rip, another X-Pack where I won't be touching my Mistweaver Monk since Legion. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, all I can say is I've heard good things about Mistweaver, but that said, I can completely understand there being that one thing about a spec that you really, really, really used to love, and ever since it got changed, you just can't stand the spec. That is me in Vengeance DH. There's a lot of stuff with Vengeance DH where I just love the way it used to work, and I can't stand the current iteration, and it doesn't matter to me how good the spec is in terms of, like, power level now. It's just really frustrating.
Greetings, adventurer.
Okay, so I think for this quest, let's see, I talked to this person,
I can help. Me? Right.
and... oh, one more. What's this side quest? Anomalous moat inspected. And that's too far away. I'm not going to bother with that.
So of course, hero.
Speak with Nazdormu.
That matters is
Everyone is gathered. So I think I get the Primalist Future subzone first, and then I have to kill a bunch of stuff. Then I get, like, the Race Through Time. Then it's, like, the Deathwing Murloc stuff, I want to say. We'll see. I'm trying to remember the exact order.
Do not worry, beloved. I shall handle it.
But yeah, I will say from a enjoyment perspective, I know a lot of people have really been enjoying Mistweaver, so.
Open your mind to what is yet to come.
Quest log's full, god damn it. I mean, at this point, might as well just can toss that. Anything that isn't in Thaldrazis. Oh, wait, I did this quest and I never handed it in. Right. Yeah, see, that's the problem with Hemet Nessingwary quests. You can do them, and then he'll leave before you get a chance to hand it in, and that's just wasted time. So I guess you'll have to get a bit lucky to optimally get the Hemet quests. But stuff like that, inherently, I probably won't include any Hemet stuff in my route, just because if it's inherently a bit random, probably not worth it. Yeah, so Primalist Future is first. They should add a new loading screen for that.
I sense that Chromie is nearby. We must act quickly.
If you need
Alright.
help, call on me and I will be there.
Yeah, this subzone is pretty cool, actually. This entire questline is sick. I mean, I said earlier that, in my opinion, this entire little subzone, the Temporal Conflux, has by far the best quests in the entire expansion. It's some of the best quest writing that Blizzard has done in many expansions, honestly. So this is pretty cool. This one is a bit annoying because when I tested it, the drop rates were kind of ass, but we'll see. Maybe they've boosted it. But I remember, yeah, because I need to get 30 of this essence, making time. The first time I did this quest, yeah, all the mobs hit like a fucking truck. Oh, look at that shit. I'm rooted for a few seconds. I'm gonna put up... Shit. I need to use Dampen Harm here. Oh my god. Shit. What buff do I have? Oh my god. Yeah, I might have bit off a little bit more than I can chew with this one. Oh my god, how am I getting constantly rooted? Okay, it looks like they have not significantly changed this questing hub at all since I last did it. It is still absolutely fucking cancer. Colossal Glacier, can I Touch of Death this? I'm gonna try to kite. I need to focus. Okay. Okay. Still alive. Should be fine. This root is really annoying. Alright, that's the big elite down, so that's a lot of the initial challenge done with. Holy fuck, yeah, okay, I'd like to see a Windwalker do that pull. That is like, peak Brewmaster Monk is fucking cracked material right there. I feel like I really overcomplicated that, though. How much essence did I gain? Literally all of it? Alright, yep, seems good. Yeah, so I tried to do a pull kind of like that one on my Demon Hunter, and it did not go well. But luckily, Brewmaster Monk with enough gear is literally unkillable, as I've said before. The main thing that almost fucked me is like the chain rooting effect is really, really annoying. Like everything here is an elite, everything here is way too much fucking health. It's a little bit oppressive. But I guess if you can pull off some shit like that, saves a lot of time compared to killing the weak guys. Gonna rop you. Use that bandage. Was he speaking Japanese? That is the JoJo sound pack. I still have that installed from yesterday. So yesterday I was using the Dio sound pack, and today I'm using the Jotaro sound pack. So that's what you're hearing whenever I use my abilities. It makes Jotaro noises. Oh. Whew, we're good. Alright, in the clear. Am I stuck in combat? Yeah, my little dragon is kind of freaking out. Look at that, Novice Time Walker. I'm going to dismiss them, hopefully. What does Fragment of Vim do? Oh, well that would have been nice to know. 10% more health, 5% more damage. Yeah, seems good. Let's see. Oh yeah, I don't need to kill any of this stuff because I already got all my essence. Mistweaver is a lot of fun. That was me and Odin's Fury back in Legion. Glad it's back. Yeah, I know a lot of Fury Warriors are really happy to have that one back. Tried it on the PTR and the changes to Mistweaver feel really good. Yeah, overall, that's what I've been told. Let's see. Gonna grab that. And we're just gonna do a light little Goblin Glider here, just to save a little bit of time. Tiger's Lust. You need Tiger's Lust? Yeah, no, I have both of them. I have Tiger's Lust, I have Rop. That entire pull, I was chaining Tiger's Lust and Rop on cooldown to get that to work. Requires Chromie and Eternus. Where's Chromie and Eternus? I guess I'm too far away to do the other stuff. Oh, what's that? There's a treasure. Elemental Bound Chest. Well, there's a little thing in here. Can I... And this mob is way too much health. Okay, I'm gonna kill all the mobs in here, because I... Oh, what the hell just deleted me? It would be such a shame if I managed to kill that entire pack. What the hell? Oh, those guys have so much health! Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. I'm gonna hot-foot it out of here. Speaking of JoJo's. Anyways. Yeah, I'm not gonna try and fight those massive elite mobs just to figure out what's in the chest. Not worth my time. Looks cool. Yep, yep. I'm really upset as to why Blizzard did not include Gladiator Stance. See, as much as I agree with you, and I would have loved Gladiator Stance, I kind of knew it wasn't going to come back. Just because it's such a weird thing trying to balance, like... Because then they would have to check not just, oh, what spec are you, but what spec are you and what talent are you? Where's Chromie and Eternus? Okay, so I just use this. Okay, and I'm done with the quest. Sick. Alright, that felt so much easier than when I did it on my Demon Hunter. Because that one big pull, while difficult, got me all of the stuff I needed. Nice. Use my ability? Yeah, I just wasn't sure. Return to Nozdormu in the present. And then, yeah, this next quest that we're about to see, well, actually, I think my favorite quest is now probably that one with the Blood Elf starting zone. But my previous favorite quest is this thing. This is so good. I think it's the one. Right? Oh, no. It's not yet. Okay. This one's still good, though. Okay, so I can't use, I can't use my, whatchamacallit, dragon riding thing here. But basically, it's a Murloc version of Azeroth, where Murlocs are everybody. So you can see here, I am accompanied by a Murloc version of myself. So there's a Murloc Larice. And then I have to run around here and collect these, temp... How do I say that? Temp Gurgler motes. Something like that. Whatever Murloc is. And then I have to kill 5 of the big Deathwing Murlocs, and then a bunch of the little Deathwing Murlocs. Alright. So I'm going to taunt this guy in here. Crackling Jade Lightning him, just to make him stop running. I could probably get away. Yeah. A lot of stuff here is starting to really hurt. Oh! There's a Demon Hunter that just rounded up a bunch of mobs for me. That actually really helped. Thank you, Mr. Demon Hunter. I don't know if he's actually watching or not. Good chance that he probably isn't. Because, you know, he's probably just doing his own thing, leveling. But he just helped me out a little bit. Okay, let me hop onto my Grand Expedition Yak then, because I still want to be able to mount and move around. But I need to kill these Deathlings, and then once I've killed... I need to kill a few more. After I've killed enough, I could pop Gunshoes and just zip around to the remaining things I need. So I need 4 more in total. Ah, here's a good cluster. Perfect. I have exactly 4 here. I could hop into that moat, kill these Deathlings, and then I should be able to Gunshoes. And yeah, then Gunshoes shift 7. So where are the Tempora moats? It says there's one in here. Bam. Temporal moat right over here. Bam. Ah. Right here. 10. 11. And 12. And then we can interact with Chromie. Shit. Is this going to interrupt me? Oh, no, it doesn't get interrupted. Nice. Alright. Can you normal flying mount here? Actually, that's an interesting thing. I should probably test that. Good call. Thundering Cloud Serpent. Can I would imagine no. Yeah, no, you can't. You can normal mount, you just can't normal flying mount. Oh, yeah, that's nice. Heart of Azmirloth. Pretty good. Where did it go? Oh, there it is. Heart of Azmirloth. Alright. And then... yeah, I would imagine at this point I'm probably going to start replacing my gear, so I can equip that. That's like a slight upgrade. The rest of the stuff probably isn't. And then... I have to do this quest, where I have to bomb Deathwing... What's the name? Deathwing Gurgle. We're going with that. That's what I'm calling it. So... I think you just basically for this, just spam abilities. So I'm just gonna mash 1, Then when 2's up, mash 2. Then going back to 3, mash 3, then mash 1. A lot of these vehicle events are just button mashing as quickly as possible. But I know for this one, if you dismount after Deathwing Murgle dies, it'll just immediately take you back to the start and you can hand in the quest. You don't have to do, like, the RP flight back. Almost done. Should be one more cast of 2, probably. And that's it. I need to get quest credit, though. Deathwing Urgle slain. Exit. And it should take me right back here. Yep. Pick this quest up. Okay, return to Nozdormu in the present. Loading screen. And this is the quest that I'm thinking of that I think is awesome. There's another side quest. Siege of Dragonbane Keep. What's that? Huh. Interesting. So there's like some world event called Siege of Dragonbane Keep over there. I'll have to check that out later. Probably won't do that on stream, but obviously if it's like relevant to any like endgame stuff, that'll be included in a guide or something. Yeah, so talk about speed running. This quest is like literal in-game speed running. It's fucking sick. All right. Oh my. So unfortunately, I accidentally used Tiger's Lust on the NPC instead of myself. But you literally need to like run through these things like as quickly as possible and avoid the traps. If I run into the Knoll invaders, it's like a little tar pit basically. So it's like a little Mario Kart course effectively. I really like it. And it's basically just racing through points in history. Really sick. So I'm going to wait for it to load in. All right. Oh, I didn't get the speed bonus there. Oh, I did. It just wasn't significant. Okay. And then I think later on they make it a little bit more difficult where there's like moving tar pits that cross the road. And I need to be careful to avoid those. So I'm going to try to dodge in and out carefully. Don't want to lose any speed. And there we go. Yeah, the Pandaren one is where there's like a lot of pitfalls. Yeah, look. See Mogu running through the middle. Oh, almost got hit by that. Almost fell right into a tar trap. We're good, we're good. Dodge. And in the clear. Whew. Alright. And this is sick. So, oh, they have Alakir now? Oh, that's so fucking cool. So, it's Nyalotha, which obviously, who doesn't love Nyalotha? And then you can see all the elemental lords just kicking ass alongside, or with the, whatchamacallit, with the, words, old gods, right. So Therazane's down there, you can attack her if you want to, but obviously that sounds like it would be a death sentence. Alakir is up there, pretty fucking cool, and then of course, Ragnaros in all his full-legged glory is up on top of there, battling Mithrax the Devourer. So, this is just such a sick subzone. And I think... Can I gun shoes through here? I probably should have thought to try that before getting into combat. And I don't know if you can hear that, but it's there's a voice, a whisper. Piercing presence says, all of your friends are dead. No one is coming to save you. And then knowing presence says, I know you, what you were, what you will yet be. I will never get tired of old god stuff. You know, whatever they... Oh! It immediately kicked me out of gun shoes. What the fuck? That's lame. Well, alright then. That was very rude. I guess, honestly, I probably should just mount up and charge all the way through. But I don't know why that immediately kicks me out of gun shoes. Yeah, this subzone is sick. Can I Goblin Glider to save a little bit of time. Oh, no, because I don't want to go over there. I want to go over here. And then I think I should be able to hand in the quest, and then we'll be good. What? Oh, Chromie, let's do this. And allies defended. Oh, so just a little wave event. All right. Radinax. Yeah, I would imagine Radinax would work for this. Oh, they have the Cthulhu voices. But yeah, I think, honestly, it's been a hot minute since I've had to farm cracked Radinax control gems, but there definitely are a decent amount of situations in the route where having a cracked Radinax gem would really help. Less so than other expansions, just because, you know, it's one of those things where, with dragon riding will almost always be faster, but if your gun shoes are on cooldown and your dragon riding vigor is empty, always nice to have a cracked Radinax control gem to fall back on. Alright, and make sure I do that properly. Cool. Blizzard do love these whispers. Yeah, hey, I do not get bored of Old God stuff. It's always good. And then check in with Chromie, and I think that's the end of this questline.
There is only one true time.
Hey, level 70, but we don't stop the timer yet. So I am just over the amount of experience that I need. But I would say my side quest XP is actually very close to what it should be optimally. I think overall, very, very, very close. So I need to speak with Alexstrasza. Aha! So I have my hearth set to Valdrakken, so I go back to Valdrakken. Yeah, level 70 is going to be on the 28th. So the entire expansion of Dragonflight will be on November 28th. Phase 1 of the pre-patch comes out this coming Tuesday, and then on November 15th, we're getting Phase 2 of the pre-patch. So Phase 2 is when we get, like, Chromie Time reworks, Evokers, Invasions, Oldemon. Basically, all the cool stuff isn't until the 15th, and then the expansion's the 28th. Can you do 60 to 70 with no side quests? I mean, if you wanted to do dungeons instead, I suppose. But if you're saying, do you need to get bonus experience? Yes, you cannot do just the MSQ. You need other stuff. Who would I talk to? Do I talk to Calicos? Because I'm not done with the MSQ. Oh, it's down there at the bottom. Okay. So, drop to the ground as quickly as possible. Don't forget to open the chest. We'll open the chest at the end of the run, but thank you for the reminder. Open orientation. What? Complete the orientation quests. That's part of the campaign? I have an idea. Okay, well, see, that's good to know for future reference. Now I'm aware that I need to complete every single one. And I probably should have done that anyway, because I already passed through there on my way to Azurspan. So it's not like I really need to worry about it, but... Alright, now we know for sure. Let's see. You got Radinax on the first drop? Nice. Alright, so I'm actually going to use a tech that I discussed earlier, because by this point in the run, you will have access to Bronze Time Lock. You get it, I forget when in the questline. But I'm going to use Bronze Time Lock, and I guess it's pointless for me to say I'm going to use a tech that I would normally have, right? Because the entire point of this is, normally, I wouldn't have to do this little trick anyway. But I'm going to try to go all the way over to that little camp, and then complete the introduction quest while I still have Bronze Time Lock active, and then I'm going to teleport all the way back to Valdrakken. So, where is it? It is this one.
What have you learned lately?
Talk to, I assume, this person. Complete the introduction questline. And, oh no, I'm still missing something. Talk to them.
Your expertise.
Talk to this person. Talk to this person.
If you're looking for adventure,
Artisans. So there's one more right here. And looks like one more NPC somewhere in this area. I might be blind. Keeper of Renown. Where are they? Oh no, I'm blind. How do I not see the Keeper of Renown? Keeper of Renown, Keeper of Renown, Keeper of Renown. This is painful. This is so painful. Where is the mob? I really hope it's not super obvious and I'm blind. I feel like if I go in there, I'm going to be dismounted. No, I can't reach it. Can I reach them through the... Is it... Can I reach them through the window? Oh, no! I don't think I can make it into that fucking hut. Oh well, it was worth the shot trying to get that, but unfortunately the dragon is too fat to fit inside the little hut, and if I dismount, I lose my Bronze Time Lock. So, worth a shot, but...
Lord Admiral's favor, friend. Ahoy!
Now we know. So normally I'll have this completed beforehand. And I can... For this, I'm just gonna hop on a flight path. I'm not going to worry about trying to do vertical dragon riding climbing to get all the way back there. If the Elemental Lords are attackable, maybe people will try to do a world-first Dragonflight Ragnaros kill. Alakir and Ragnaros are not attackable, but Therazane is. So, somebody might try to do it specifically with Therazane, but that is the only one that can be attacked. Remember to subtract 2 hours from the time. Why subtract 2 hours from the time? What do you mean? But yeah, we're almost done. There's like only a few more quests, I think, before we unlock world quests. And that would be the actual end of the run, the end of the campaign. But obviously this will be a lot more efficient and optimized when I finally get it done. So, complete this. Where do I have to go? Valdrakken, 0 out of 1 chapters. Where do I go next? Oh, this is kind of... The campaign is way less straightforward than it was when I did it last time. Because I have no idea where the next piece is. Is this the end? Did they just, like, cut out the final quest? For standing still and talking? Well, yeah, of course, but... Like I've said, this isn't a finalized time. Where is the follow-up? Because I've done this before. We're missing a quest. Did they just remove the quest where you fight the big dragon at the end? Is that just not in the campaign anymore? Really? That's it? They removed the entire bit with Alexstrasza? But that, like, literally sets up Vault of the Incarnate. What the hell? I have to be missing something. Because I'm missing... Well, yeah, it says Valdrakken Campaign Chapter 0 out of 1. So it looks like I haven't finished the Valdrakken campaign yet. So, if I go to my achievements... Let's see. Well, I guess in theory I should have it, right? Because I actually did it. I almost don't want to end the run here because, like, I'm 99% sure there's more to this. But the problem is I don't know because I've already done the run on my main. So maybe there's more to it only on your main for some reason. And for alts, you don't get the final few quests, which is just weird. Because it's like, so the quest that I'm thinking of for people who, well, actually, I never posted that footage, so you wouldn't have seen it. But there's supposed to be a quest right around here, right outside Halls of Infusion. That's like literally the final quest in the campaign, or was the final quest in the campaign, where you go and talk to Alexstrasza, and she has you kill this big dragon, and then you follow her outside of the Vault of the Incarnates, and it plays a cutscene, and then you go back to Valdrakken. So, I mean, I guess we're basically done. It's either bugged, and the final quest just is not appearing for me, or, you know, the final quest normally works, and it's exactly what I described. I'll actually show it, just so you can see what it'll be like. Show the location, that is. So it's over there on that plateau. Because I have a feeling that it is exactly what I just said, and that it is like a first character only thing. And for some reason, it's not showing up for my monk, which is really annoying. I don't know why. Or it's just bugged. I suppose that is also a possibility. But, yeah, you go over here. Alexstrasza's right here. And you talk to her. A big dragon comes down. You fight the big dragon. Then Alexstrasza is like, quickly, we must follow it to the Vault of the Incarnates. And obviously I'm now out of dragon riding vigor, so it's going to take me a little bit to actually get to the end over there. Let me just... Yeah, you're going to pop Gunshoes just to speed up the process of getting up to the cliffs, and then we'll use my dragon riding vigor to kind of zip up the cliff a little bit. Going to be a little bit difficult to scale that with only one vigor, so I might have to just chill and wait for a little bit. Okay, cancel my Gunshoes, hop on my dragon, and up and away. Yeah, so you go all the way over here. So this is Vault of the Incarnates. This is the new raid. The entrance is going to be over there. So you go over there to Alexstrasza. I guess I'm going to dismount Shift 6 to Goblin Glider. I think I don't have enough height to actually make it to that platform, so I'll probably be ever so slightly short. But yeah, around this point, a cutscene will play. Something with Raszageth. It wasn't implemented, but I'm guessing it has to do with Raszageth. Because Raszageth is the final boss of the first raid tier. Then you're supposed to go up here, and Alexstrasza is just standing outside the Vault of the Incarnates. You talk to her, she gives you a quest to return to Valdrakken. You return to Valdrakken, and then it gives you the quest that I already completed earlier for basically, it's like get 5,000 rep across all the different factions, which you kind of just complete passively throughout the run now. Back in the day, in the original beta builds, that was harder to do, but now I literally got it done in, like, what, Onaran Plains or Azurspan? And then, in addition to getting this chest, you get access to world quests across all characters on your account. So, that's how it goes. That's the entire campaign. I don't know if that's literally it, and that the campaign actually ends there. I don't know if I'm bugged. I don't know if it's like first time only. Who knows? I did that initial run 2 months ago with this Alexstrasza quest. Maybe they've just removed it since then. It seems kind of weird though, because the entire point was that it was setting up Vault of the Incarnates as a raid. But the final thing I'll do is I'll pop this sucker open. I got a 363 one-hander. 5 Primal Chaos. This is, like, endgame crafting materials. Actually pretty good. You get this from, like, Mythic Zeros and stuff. And I got some Dragon Isle supplies. So, pretty neat. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That covers the 60 to 70 run. And I will say, I was hoping to have my Vault of the Incarnates raid testing posted after this stream, but I just did not have enough time to get that fully finished before starting the stream. So what I will tell you right now is tomorrow, Monday, I will be posting 2 videos. One will be Aranog testing. So Aranog is the first boss of Vaulting the Incarnates. Wrong thing. That's not the Dungeon Journal. Ooh. There we go. Aranog. Yeah, so Aranog is the first boss. Honestly, banger first boss. I actually think this is one of the best first bosses they've done in a while. Like, if we're talking compared to other stuff, like Shriekwing, I would say is another really good first boss. Aranog is like Shriekwing tier. He's close. I really like Shriekwing, really like Aranog. He has this entire mechanic where it's like, collapsing army, yeah. So his entire thing is he summons like waves of ads. He'll put a debuff on you, and you have to like drop Flame Rift, this portal, off in the corner, and it summons an ad. So it's kind of like periodic ad cleave, as he does some other stuff, like a bunch of frontal cleaves, a bunch of little laser beams and swirlies you gotta dodge. Generic raid stuff. And then during his intermission, he'll teleport to the center of the room. And on normal and heroic, there's only one ring of ads. So collapsing flames inflict a shit ton of damage to players and stun anyone that gets hit. Basically, it's a one-shot if you get hit by this little like laser beam of death. And you have to kill one of the ads, causing this gigantic expanding ring across the room to break it, and then you can pass through. Same thing on heroic. This mechanic doesn't change, but on mythic, there is another ring. So basically, a ring expands from the center of the room, and a ring contracts from the outside of the room. So you have to, like, punch a hole through the outer ring, and then punch a hole through the inner ring to escape the giant wall of death. Really cool fight, really like it. And then later in the day, I will be uploading a Taros video showcasing that. Taros is definitely, I would say, going to be the second boss that most people kill. He's significantly easier than the other optional boss, Primal Council. This thing is a clusterfuck. We'll get to that in the future. But Taros is pretty cool. He's like a stationary fight in the center of the room. And it's kind of your typical, like, damage check thing. It's pure single target, where as the fight goes on, the room gets, like, smaller and smaller. So it's basically the Sludge Fist of the raid, but it's fairly early. So you're not going to have any massive DPS checks. Pretty simple. So as I said before, in order to, like, actually get out every video that I need to get out by the time that Dragonflight launches, I will be doubling up on uploads sometimes. So tomorrow will be both Aranog early on in the day and then Taros later on in the day. So if you're interested in raiding whatsoever, highly recommend checking that out. Should be pretty interesting. But that is it for today's stream. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. And hopefully by next weekend, when I do this again, I can get this run down to under 5 hours, because I genuinely think I could do that. I absolutely believe it's doable, at least for the campaign. Because obviously people have done under 4 hours for pure level 70, but this seems 100% doable. But yeah, once again, thanks everybody for tuning in, and I will catch you next weekend. Peace.